is touch the humans' wallets. Okay, it's going to give you the best perspective on how to touch the humans' wallets. But we have to think of a raw perspective. Psychology can only come from what's happening around us. Psychology is just the study of the human anatomy, okay? The human brain. So we have to understand that in order to get the real psychology and the most updated psychology, because also humans evolve, just as diseases do, just as animals do. Humans evolve, business evolves, technology evolves, everything evolves. So in order to get the rawest perspective of psychology, you have to be actively A, doing, and B, talk to people, ask people questions, get people's perspectives, see how people perceive modern changes before you just completely implement and go forward with certain things. Because you might run into an issue down the line to where your business doesn't have a raw value, or your business is just thrown into a pool of other businesses that everyone else is doing too. Why do you think certain food stores and restaurants succeed so often? This is due to the fact that people's birthdays are held at those restaurants. If someone was having a sad day, I know for me, for example, one of my favorite restaurants, El Ranchero, for example, okay? One of my favorite restaurants, I would always pull up there and get me something to eat if I was feeling sad. Now I pull up on halal restaurants, okay? I only eat halal meat now, okay? I evolved. I progressed. My mindset changed. If you guys don't know what halal meat is, it's meat that's only prayed over, okay? Making sure that the animals are taken care of, prayed over before that they're killed, and making sure that they're respected, okay? I evolved. So business will always evolve. Human perspective will always evolve. How can you still have your business, your service, your teachings in a perspective that's in place with the modern day society? And AI will never be, because AI doesn't know that a lot of people are already tired of it. AI doesn't know that it gets flagged when it comes to certain posts. I believe YouTube just wiped a bunch of channels that are purely AI off of as well too. Run off of purely AI, voice, images, text, everything. Okay. So you have to understand, you have to get into the perspective. And of course, AI will be used for things like movies and stuff like that. But a lot of the times too, those are real voice actors behind it. Okay. So I just want you guys to get into the real perspective. You know, I used AI for a couple of months. Used it to drop some products, some certain things. But after using it, I realized that it's strong at certain things like organization, but it's never going to have that raw human feel, connection, or emotion. Okay? And that is what's going to separate between someone just seeing your post or someone just seeing your product and scrolling past it or walking past it if it's in stores and actually buying that product. Okay? Actually investing in that product or service. Actually listening to your mentorship and trusting you as their teacher. Trusting you to do their hair if you're a hair lady or a hair guy. Trusting you to do their nails. Trusting you to get their hair cut. Okay? Trusting you to wear their brand because your brand represents high quality luxury. Giving them a good feeling when they put on your clothes or brand. Understand that business is purely psychology and we have to get into the hearts. We have to get into the hearts of the people. Okay? Get into the hearts of the people first before you try and jump into their wallets. Even when you guys are sending emails, for example, SMS text messages, understand that we have to be sending them organically. Once again, I used AI for a couple of months. Use it to drop some products. Use it to help me out with some organization. But now I'm evolving into the next stage of business. I gained all the psychology that I just used from using AI. And now I'm getting into a perspective where I'm turning back away from it. Okay? I realized I dabbled into it. Didn't want to be, quote unquote, left behind like a lot of people might think. Okay? And instead of just running away from it, I decided to take my time to learn it, jump into it. I understand its strong suits, its advantages, and I understand its disadvantages. So now I have a modern day advantage over the modern day business scalers, for example, since I jumped into actually coding on VS Studio Code using Copilot and putting everything together with the terminal and shipping to Vercel and Netlify, and making sure that the code errors are fixed, and making sure that the right files are organized in the right place, etc. So I have a real perspective over using AI. I have a lot of videos using presentations where I used AI to organize them as well too, and just put some of the topics behind them that I wanted to teach about. Okay, and then was able to give my own perspective as well too. Figured out certain things, how you could drop HTML coding presentations as well too. So understand that everyone has the same access to the same resources at the moment, but how are you going to tap into the people's hearts? Whoever can tap into the people's hearts, that is going to be the winner. That is going to be who succeeds. That is going to be who gets to the next level. And if you want to get to the next level, I should see you at stackmode.net. For example, we got this digital business card here. Okay, can't rip, cannot break, cannot be destroyed easily. Okay, digital business card. You can get it at stackmode.net. We got a whole shop. You can go up to somebody's phone, tap it. They got all your social media links, your website right there. And you're going to be able to get some psychology baked in from there. So understand that technology is not bad. Artificial intelligence has also been around for a very, very long time. It's just the way that things are marketed nowadays. Understand that a lot of this stuff is old. Streaming has been around for a long time. Technology has been just advancing in different ways. I'm sure when the car first dropped, people were still on the horse carriage. You know what I'm saying? And now people value horse carriage rides as a valuable experience. So you see how things change? So understand that when you go backwards and we do things genuinely, that's going to give the raw perspective. Now, if you use AI, don't go back and just delete a whole bunch of stuff. You don't have time for that. Go forward, come with a brand new perspective. You tried something. If you notice that the results didn't work, come different. That's going to be business. That's going to be music. Don't go emo mode and deleting everything. You don't have time for that. You have to go forward, come different with a new perspective, leave all those posts up. If you have AI posts or AI generated content, AI products, leave all of it up. Okay, leave all of it up. You put the prompt engineering behind it. It didn't just automatically make it for you. So leave all that stuff up. But if you notice that it's not bringing you sales, if you notice that it's not making you happy, if you notice that your engagement is not as genuine as it should be, then you need to go ahead and go back to raw cold emails, raw cold leads, raw cold texting and messaging, and understand that you need to get to the next perspective and understand that people don't really like AI. People don't really like AI stuff. They don't really trust AI stuff, and they want a genuine community. Genuineness is going to be at all-time highs, especially as AI tries to innovate. Okay. So I just want you guys to win. I want you to be successful. I don't want you to fail. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. I'll catch you in the next one. Peace.
When a company drops its earnings reports, it's like opening the result envelope on award night. Traders, investors, hedge funds, everyone is waiting to see if the company beats expectations, meet them, or completely miss the mark. And depending on that reveal, price action can turn into a calm wave or a full-blown tidal surge. During earnings, companies reveal how much money they made, how much they spent, and what they expect for the future. And here's the twist. Sometimes the company posts great numbers, but the stock still tanks. And here's why. Because Wall Street wasn't impressed, or the expectations could have been higher than reality. And other times the results are just okay, but the stock still shoots up because traders were expecting something a lot worse. In just a few minutes, spreads widen, volume spikes, and algorithms fire off like fireworks. And this is why many traders either love earnings season or avoid it like a thunderstorm. A lot of the times though, in order to avoid gambling, it is better to place your trades after the earnings report has released. So let's go and jump into what earnings is and how it affects the market. Inshallah, God wills. So we're going to go ahead and cover earnings. So what happens when financial earnings release? Okay, so every quarter, okay, every couple of months, financial earnings are going to be a report that determines the amount of money that a company made, okay, and the amount of expectations that they were trying to arise to. So if a company was projected to make $500 million, but they only made $300 million, then in that case, they would go ahead and lose earnings. Okay. But if a company was projected to make $500 million and they made $800 million, then that would go ahead and be a positive earnings beat. Okay. So earnings are going to go ahead and determine the price action too. Now, just because earnings gets beat or earnings loses doesn't mean that a stock will head up or down. Okay, stocks will do whatever it wants. Do not try and use the earnings releases to try and gamble and make trades. Okay, try and trade after earnings releases if you're going to put down a brand new position. Okay, wait for the price action to kick in, and then after the earnings release comes, then feel comfortable to make your trade. But never trade like a day or a couple of days before earnings. Wait for earnings if you're a couple of days before earnings. Okay, wait for earnings to come out and then take your setup. Okay, because otherwise it could be gambling. Earnings causes stocks to make giant moves quickly. Okay, so the moves that happen during earnings are going to be extremely instant, and it's going to be like a flash move based on the report. So let's jump into it. So the quarterly report, right? 10Q. Okay, every 3 months, public companies are required by law to reveal their financial health to the public to let them know how they're doing. Okay, it's going to go ahead and let investors know if they want to keep throwing money into the company or not. If a company's not beating earnings, then that means that they're not making any type of income. Okay, and a lot of the times we don't want to be invested into something that's not even making income in the first place. So every 3 months, public companies are required by law to reveal their financial health to the public. Okay, and let's talk about the revenue. So revenue is going to be how much money came into the door. Okay, how much money did that company make during that quarter? And the net income, it's going to be the bottom line. It's how much profit is left after expenses. So certain companies might have to pay for building power, warehouse cost, employees cost, etc. And the EPS, it's going to stand for earnings per share. And it's the profit divided by the number of shares that are going to go ahead and be available. Okay, so EPS, net income, and revenue, those are going to be the 3 factors and the 3 things that are shown on the quarterly reports. Okay, so let's keep jumping into it. So the expectations game, right? The actual numbers don't matter as much as the expectations. Okay, so once again, let's say a company was projected to make 100 million, right? Expected, but then they actually made 170 million. Okay, that would go ahead and give them a beat result. Okay, so whenever you hear the words beat, that means that the results that actually came out were going to be better than what was projected or speculated in the first place. Okay, so priced in. If everyone expects Apple to make $1 billion and then make $1 billion, the stock might drop. Okay, why? Because the good news was already bought weeks ago. Okay, so to see a stock pop, a company usually needs to beat company earnings, okay, and beat the analyst consensus estimates based on the company's averages is how the estimates come out too. So it's not just going to come out with random numbers. If a company is making around like $50 million a year, okay, the earnings might be around like $60 or $40 million expectations. Okay, it'll be around where the company is performing as of recent years. Okay, so don't just expect the numbers to just be some random inflated numbers. These are all numbers that are going to be based in and baked into averages for a reason. Okay, earnings come into play. But once again, don't try and just hop in a contract the day before earnings trying to trade like that. Please don't do that. Okay, please don't do that. Now, sometimes there's going to be little rumors as well too. You'll see like, oh, this company's going to be earnings. Nobody knows what's going to happen until the earnings report actually comes out. So please do not lose money gambling for no reason. Okay, wait for the earnings report to come out. Unless you're in a hefty swing already, please wait for the earnings report to come out. Okay, let's keep going into it. And understand that guidance is going to be king. So stocks trade on the future, not the past. Okay, so guidance. Guidance is going to be the company's prediction for the next quarter, how much money they're going to be making. Okay, it's pretty much going to be giving the company a trail and letting them know how they should be performing in order to get to the next level. So in any scenario, company reported record profits, okay, but let's say next quarter looks slow, okay, then that'll be the future. And results, okay, the stock would go ahead and crash if that's the case. So we're lowering our outlook due to supply chain issues would equal an instant sell-off, since that means they're pretty much letting us know, hey guys, the company can't expand right now because of financial issues. Okay, so guidance in the future of the company is also going to be really, really important too. There might be times where a company might lose or not beat their financial earnings, but then end up making a pretty profitable couple of next quarters. Okay, so one quarter is not going to go ahead and determine a company's entire worth. It's the consistent stream of quarters and reports year after year after year after year. If a company is consistently losing earnings, then that tells you about the company. Okay, so we'll talk about the implied volatility crush. So IV is going to stand for implied volatility. So before earnings, options prices can get very expensive. This is called high implied volatility. So it's like buying insurance right before a hurricane, okay? Or driving your car and then you just put insurance on it, so before the release. So uncertainty is high, so options get more expensive in this case, okay? So if you are going to buy a contract before earnings come out, okay, make sure you sell it before earnings come out too. Don't gamble and sell your contract after earnings comes out, because then the uncertainty would go ahead and vanish. Okay, unless you're playing for a way bigger take profit that's going to be way further out than you think. Okay, then try and sell your contract before the earnings comes out, because it's going to be worth the most expensive then. Okay, so buying options right before earnings often loses money, even if you guess the direction right. So if you buy a calls contract and the company beats earnings, and even if price goes in the upwards direction, okay, you might notice that your contract didn't even make you that much money. Okay, that's because price has to get rebaked into what it actually is supposed to be. So do not buy earnings before expecting you to catch the right direction. Okay, because even if you do catch the right direction, you're probably not going to make as much money as you would think. Okay, especially depending on the contract that you buy. Okay, the reasons why contracts get expensive like that before earnings is because they don't know what the number is going to go to. Okay, that's why. So implied volatility makes things more expensive. So understanding this really helps us. Let's head over to the next slide. And let's go ahead and let's talk about the gap. So earnings are usually released after the market closes. So it's usually after 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Okay, or it's going to be before market opens. So it's going to be before 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time. So you cannot trade standard stocks during the release unless you have extended hours access. So a lot of the times, once again, just like I talked about earlier, you're going to see that instantaneous price action. So the stock price will teleport, so it instantly gap up or down. Okay, and stop losses do not work against gaps. If you hold overnight, then you're going to be taking the full risk. So just know that even if you have a stop loss placed during the day, if price decides to run through wherever your stop loss is, then what it's going to go ahead and do is decide to not validate and just ignore all of those orders due to the fact that the price action is happening pre-market and after market. Okay, and you can only maneuver your options contracts. If you have shares, you can close a little before or after. Okay, but if you're on options, you gotta only get what you get when you wake up to the contracts. Okay, so even if you see price going in an upwards direction and you had some calls, don't expect money all the time. It really depends on a lot of things such as implied volatility, etc. Okay, so expectations matter. Okay, so beating estimates are required a lot of the time for a stock to go in an upwards direction. Okay, in order to start seeing a rally, and guidance is going to be critical. So the future outlook is a lot of times going to go ahead and overshadow the past results. And volatility crush. Options lose value instantly after the news. Okay, so you might notice a contract might be $500 before the news. Okay, and then after the news, it might go down to $200, even if the number were to go ahead and hit. Okay, so options lose value instantly after the news. And the gamble between everything. So holding through earnings has a high risk. Okay, just a high risk factor. I'm not even going to say high reward. Okay, because the reward that you were to get is not even worth it, and you wouldn't even get it as properly as you would. Now, if you're holding a super swing, okay, you're trying to hold a trade for months, weeks, some years, etc. Okay, then I do understand. Okay, do your thing and hold your trade as you need. But a lot of the times, make sure you're closing your trades before earnings come out. Okay, unless you know exactly what type of swing that you're holding. Okay, head over to Stackmode.net to learn more about anything stock related, investing related, or trading related. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Peace. Quantitative tightening has officially ended, and trust me, this changes everything for investors. For the past few years, the Fed has been draining money out of the system, shrinking its balance sheet and putting pressure on stocks, real estate, and even crypto. But now, that pressure valve just opened, liquidity is flowing back in, and whenever liquidity comes back, asset prices don't just react, they move. But here's the truth that nobody tells you. The end of quantitative tightening doesn't automatically mean a bull run. It does mean volatility though. It means opportunity, and it means that the smart money is already positioning while everyone else is still confused about what quantitative tightening even is. So what does this shift actually signal for you? Expect easier borrowing, potentially higher stock valuations, stronger risk on sentiment, and most importantly, a window of time where early positioning matters more than ever. So let's figure out how we can plant our seeds, what quantitative tightening even is, and how we can learn how to invest. Inshallah. Let's go. Quantitative tightening has ended. All right, let's go on this breakdown how it's going to affect investors and the future of everything. So what was quantitative tightening in the first place? So quantitative tightening is the reverse money printer. Okay, so you know quantitative easing, right? QE. And that's when the Fed prints money to buy bonds. Quantitative tightening is going to be the exact opposite of that. Okay, for the last few years, the Federal Reserve has been destroying money to fight inflation. Okay, printing more constantly over and over and over and over and over again. Okay, and the mechanism. Okay, so it's when they let bonds that they own expire and don't replace them. Okay, and the result of that is cash disappearing from the economy. Okay, and the goal of it all is to slow the economy down to stop prices from rising. Okay, so quantitative easing is turning the water hose on to fill the pool. Okay, and quantitative tightening is sticking a vacuum in the pool and sucking the water out. Okay, so let's head over to the next slide. So the Fed cannot suck money out forever, or the system would go ahead and just break completely. Okay, so they're stopping or tapering quantitative tightening because inflation is cooling. Okay, the job is pretty much mostly done. And let's talk about the liquidity risk too. If reserves get too low, then banks will start to fail. Okay, and that cannot happen. The whole United States economy and infrastructure is based off of banks, companies, and money flowing through business owners. Okay, an economic slowdown, okay, they don't want to cause a massive recession for pretty much no reason. Okay, so the danger zone. So imagine braking a car to slow it down. Okay, and if you keep holding the brake after the car stops, you don't move. Okay, but if you brake too hard, you skid and crash. Okay, so right now, the Fed is releasing the brake. Okay, that's all it is. So imagine braking a car to slow it down. Okay, if you keep holding the brake after the car stops, you don't move. Okay, and if you brake too hard, you skid and crash. So right now, all the Fed is doing is releasing the brake. Okay, that's it. All right, into the market. Okay, because money's no longer being deleted pretty much. Okay, so liquidity is the lifeblood of the market. It's easily how money moves around. Okay, and risk on. So historically, the end of tightening is a green light for risk assets. Okay, letting us know that there's going to be more money circulating in the economy, giving us a higher chance for our assets to head in an upwards direction, since A, more people will be investing into something with value, okay, or B, people will have more money to purchase things with value. So valuations. So with less pressure rates on PE ratios, okay, stock prices can expand and head in an upwards direction. Okay, and tech and growth. High growth companies like tech or AI companies usually benefit the most when money becomes easier. Okay, because then they're going to have more money to invest back into their company and circulating instead of having to be tight and restrictive with the advancements and innovations, especially tech and AI companies, because the whole point of tech and AI companies is to profit off of future innovation and psychology involved into it, right? Investors then stop fearing the Fed and start fearing missing out. Okay, they're like, hold on, quantitative tightening is, hold on, let's pause. What we got to do is put some risk on, put some money down on the table before market heads up to all-time highs without us. Okay, so when the Fed was selling, okay, you sold. Okay, so now the Fed is stopping. Okay, so the headwind is gone. Okay, the headwind is gone. Make your decisions, plant your seeds for your asset classes. Okay, so you don't have to struggle in the future. Okay, the market can do two things: go up and go down. It goes up and it goes down. That's it. Okay, you're not playing an intricate math problem that you have to solve every day. All you have to do, for the most part, is invest in something that has future value, and hold and be disciplined with your money. Okay, fight your flesh. You can't be indulging in things that you want to buy every single other day. Okay, stay down. So you're putting majority of your money away into asset classes. Okay, I'm not saying don't enjoy life. We are here only once. You know what I'm saying? Enjoy life, do your little thing. Okay, get you some little food, buy you some little clothes, live your life, do your thing. But it can't be that week after week after week after week after week. A lot of the time, you should just be staying down, planting your seeds for your family. All right, so over to the next slide. Supply and demand. So during quantitative tightening, the Fed was a massive seller or non-buyer of bonds, okay? And this forced interest rates up. So quantitative tightening ending leads to less supply of bonds flooding the market, okay? And bond prices should stabilize or go in an upwards direction, okay? And yields should stabilize or go down, okay? So the real world effect of everything is that mortgage rates are tied to bond yields, okay? If quantitative tightening ends and yields drop, then mortgage rates could finally come down, making real estate and real life a lot more affordable. Okay, so the fact that quantitative tightening is being ended is a really, really good sign for the future of the economy. Okay, and this is really going to help the housing market, get a lot of people off the streets, okay, and really just help a lot of people out in the world, making life more affordable again. Okay, because we shouldn't be stressed out every single day, you know, just trying to live our life, especially when we're already grinding hard. So let's head over to the next slide. Okay, the biggest risk of stopping quantitative tightening too early is that inflation has a chance to creep and come back up, God forbid. Okay, so the mistake that happened in the 1970s, for example, right? The Fed stopped fighting inflation too soon, and it came back double the strength, ready to bite everything in the tail. Okay, banks crashed, companies crashed, CEOs crashed. A lot of CEOs and a lot of companies ended up selling their companies to other major companies to make up for the fact that they couldn't keep up with that recession crash. Okay, and the market bubble. So if market ends up going up too fast, okay, it creates a bubble that might pop later. Okay, it might pop later super duper hard, and the economy will face its consequences for that. So the currency risk. Okay, the dollar might weaken if they print too much. Okay, if it's too much of something, it's no longer valuable. Okay, if something is everywhere, it's not valuable. Okay, so just think of it logically. If something is everywhere, it's not valuable. Okay, but if something is scarce, it's rare, okay, it's valuable. Okay, so though we aren't printing, okay, just stop the shredding. Okay, so watch the CPI, Consumer Price Index reports. That's going to be one of the most important reports that come out. That's going to determine how cryptocurrency and the stock market wants to move. Okay, and if inflation ticks up, the Fed might have to restart quantitative tightening, and that would be super duper bad for stocks. So cash yields might peak. Okay, try to lock in rates or move your cash to assets. Okay, keeping your cash in that asset river, especially if the dollar weakens, then that means assets are going to become more valuable. Okay, because people have to have some type of value in something. Okay, so once again, if cash gets weaker, then assets become more valuable. Okay, and the quality growth of everything. So look for companies with low debt that grow regardless of the economy. Okay, and it might be a good time to buy bonds before yields drop as well too, if you'd like. Okay, so review your cash position too. Okay, see how much cash you have and see what you can plant within your asset classes. Okay, don't be scared of the market anymore, and keep an eye on inflation data. Is ending. Okay, money is back. Okay, it's trying to get healthier. It's trying to flow back into the markets properly. Okay, and liquidity stabilizes, which is really, really good for the market, letting us know that there's going to be more money available, which means more money could be flowing into asset classes such as the stock market or the crypto market. Okay, and this gives us a chance for rates to likely stabilize or drop. Okay, and risk shifts from the Fed fear to inflation watch. Okay, so stay invested, stay alert, keep up with the reports, stay prayed up to God, keep grinding. Make sure you guys aren't buying any assets at all-time highs. Okay, I don't even care if it's real estate. Okay, even if it has nothing to do with the charts, don't buy any assets at all-time highs. Okay, wait for the dip, buy, and catch the V sweep up. Okay, stay prayed up to God, keep grinding, and head over to Stackmode.net if you guys want to learn how to invest. Peace. If you don't have an LLC formed, a lawsuit can wipe away everything you've been working hard for years. Let me show you exactly why you need to form an LLC if you're a business or brand owner and how we can do it the cheapest and easiest way. Let's get into it. Your LLC, it's extremely important. You got to build your fortress up. So we're going to be covering your LLC formation, right? What your EIN number even is, keeping yourself anonymous. Some people register their LLC underneath their actual house address. You don't want to be doing that. Okay, it's going to make it easy for people to find exactly where you live, and that's not what you're going to want. So you're going to want to set up your LLC underneath a registered agent. So we're going to talk about that as well. We'll talk about the operating agreements, and we'll make sure everything is done right and done cheap. Let's go. So what is an LLC and why does it protect you in the first place? So an LLC is a limited liability company. An LLC is a legal wall between you and your business. If your business gets sued or owes money, your personal assets, your car, your home, savings are all legally untouchable. Without an LLC, you are the business. Every lawsuit, every debt, and every mistake hits you personally. And understand that an LLC is not an expense. It's the cheapest insurance policy that you'll ever buy for your business. It's pretty much preparing yourself for any future endeavors, any mistakes, or any things that you're expecting to go wrong. Future-proofing yourself. You know, that's the reason why you pay for insurance on your car. Future-proofing yourself. Even if you yourself didn't get into the accident. For example, my first car ever was a 2013 Audi. And I woke up one day and someone just totaled it. And it just was what it was. And I had to go buy the Mustang Coupe. And I had to go forward. And I had to progress. Okay? But understand that sometimes in life, things are going to happen. So instead of you getting sued and getting all of your resources extracted that you've been grinding for years, let's be smart, let's get an LLC, and let's make sure that we can protect ourselves and our assets. And a real example, right? Let's say a freelance web designer gets sued by a client for $50,000, right? God forbid. But without an LLC, their personal bank account could be wiped. And with an LLC, only business assets are at risk. Their personal savings stay safe completely, okay? And 3 things an LLC gives you. Personal asset protection. Business debts and lawsuits cannot touch your personal belongings at all. Tax flexibility as well too. So you could choose to be taxed as a sole proprietor, an S corp, or a C corporation, and pick whatever saves you the most or whatever functions the best for whatever type of business you're trying to do. And as far as credibility and legitimacy, so ABC LLC, for example, or Stackmode Network LLC, looks professional. Clients, banks, and platforms start taking you more serious when they see you went through the time to submit the paperwork, open the business bank accounts, and do what you need to do in order to be credible. And without an LLC, you're just a sole proprietor by default. So one bad client, one accident, or one lawsuit equals total personal financial exposure. And I don't want you guys to be going through that, okay? So choose your state. This matters a lot. So you don't have to form your LLC in the state that you live in. You can form it in any state. So here's how the top 3 compare. So I'll talk about Wyoming, right? So Wyoming, there's no state taxes. Filing for an LLC costs you $100 USD, and it's strong anonymity, and you have $60 a year cost for a renewal. Okay. New Mexico costs you $50 in order to file your LLC, no member disclosure, no annual fee, and less business friendly. You got Delaware. It's $90 for the filing. It's VC or investor preferred. It's a 300-year franchise tax on it, and it's less private. So the cheapest and the most private option is going to go ahead and be the New Mexico option. So the New Mexico option is going to give us the most definitive and cheapest option for both as well. Okay. So do you need a local address? No, absolutely not. So if you form a LLC in Wyoming or New Mexico, but you live in Texas, you may need to register as a foreign LLC in your home state if you do business there, but that costs $5,200 and it's worth it for the privacy. So here's the smart play. So let's say, for example, a client named Maria lives in Florida, but they formed their LLC in Wyoming. Let's say they use Wyoming for their registered agent as their address. And a registered agent is pretty much going to be a address that's going to have all your mail directed to it, and then it's also going to be able to send mail to you. So instead of having your LLC address as your home address, what it's going to go and have is have the LLC address as like a suite address, for example. Okay. So their name doesn't appear publicly anywhere, keeping themselves fully anonymous and making sure that they're fully secure. Okay. And they just use your home state trap. Most people default to their home state, and that's often fine if you don't care about privacy. States like California, though, can charge $800 a year minimum franchise tax, while Wyoming is like $60. So think about that too when it comes to your yearly expenses. So as far as filing your LLC in 5 simple steps. So what you want to do is choose your LLC name, okay? Choose your LLC name, choose a name that you're going to be happy with, and understand that it must be unique in your state. It must include LLC or limited liability company in it, and check the availability for free on your state's Secretary of State website. So for example, Apex Media LLC, okay? YouTube LLC, Lamp LLC, search Wyoming, SOS site, look what's available, and then you're good. Then from 2, I want you guys to go ahead and get a registered agent. So a registered agent is required in every state. It's a real person or company who receives legal mail for their LLC. Do not use your home address, okay? On the next slide, I'm going to give you guys more information on how we can go ahead and understand how we can keep ourselves anonymous and how we can open our LLC without using our home address. So you have to file articles of organization as well. So it's a short 1 to 2 page form. You have to fill it out on your state's SOS website. And Wyoming is $100 online. New Mexico is $50. And it takes about 1 to 3 business days, sometimes about 1 to 7 in order to fill out online as well too, and for it to get approved. And the required info. So what you're gonna need is your business name, your registered agent name plus your address, your business purpose, okay? Just write in what the purpose this is. Use AI in order to help you as well too. Your management structure, okay? The member manage equals that you run it. Then from there, you just gotta go ahead and pay your fees. So Wyoming, once again, is going to be a $100 fee. New Mexico is going to be a $50 fee. And we got Delaware with a $90 fee there, okay? So you can pay online with a card. Okay, keep it simple. Understand that, once again, you could pay online with a card. Do not make it more difficult than it actually needs to be. Keep it simple. Okay, whip your card out, open your LLC, get started. Don't waste your time because you need to start having time available for your EIN number. Your EIN number is a free number, okay? But you need that in order to progress. When it comes to opening your accounts on Shopify, for example, you're gonna need your EIN number, okay? So that's why I want you guys to get on these things as quick as possible. I don't want you to procrastinate at all. Get your EIN number. You can get it for free on irs.gov, and then from there, you can get your employer identification number. So instead of using your social security number on everything, okay, what you're going to go ahead and do is use your EIN number and use your LLC name on your documents or whenever you're opening up accounts. And you're going to need it in order to open a bank account, hire employees, file taxes, or even get PayPal, Stripe, etc. accounts, okay? So once again, you're going to go to irs.gov, get to the EIN assistant, and it really takes 10 minutes. It's completely free and never pay a third party for this. So don't overpay. Companies like LegalZoom try and charge $79 to $300 to form your LLC. You're just paying for them to fill out a form. Do it yourself. It's that simple. Okay. So your registered agent is going to be your legal shield. So what is a registered agent in the first place? Every LLC must have a registered agent. A registered agent is a person or a company with a physical address in the state where your LLC is formed and who receives legal notices and lawsuit papers, called services of process, government correspondent papers and annual report reminders, as well as tax documents and compliance notices. So why not use your home address, right? Your registered agent's address becomes public record. If you list your house, anyone can Google your LLC and find where you live, which could be dangerous potentially. So use a service instead. So as a real scenario, a disgruntled client looks up someone's LLC name, sees their home address, and then shows up. So try not to use your home address, okay? And the best cheap registered agent services, right? The Northwest registered agent. So best overall includes privacy by default. Real Humans answer. He's $39 a year at the time of this recording. We got Registered Agents Incorporated. That's the one I personally use. We got $50 a year. No upsells. Keeps your info private on state filings and just helps you progress. We got Inc. File. Now busy. Okay, it's free for 1 year. Free first year if you use their formation service. or you could be your own agent if you have your own physical address or your own business address as well too. And a pro tip here. So Northwest registered agent for $39 a year. It's pretty much number one recommended at the time of this video. It's the cheapest. They don't sell your data and actively protect your privacy on state filings. Many services list their own address, which hides yours. Okay, keeping you safe, protected, so you can get to the next level. And the anonymity stack. So why stay anonymous in the first place? When you file an LLC, in most states, your name goes on a public database. Anyone can look you up. Competitors, stalkers, litigious clients. And the goal of it, your name appears nowhere on public records while you still legally own and control everything. So privacy state formation. Once again, Wyoming, New Mexico, and Montana do not require member owner names on public filings. They just file there, use the registered agent, and then done. So as far as privacy, Wyoming, New Mexico, and Montana, filing through there really, really does help. So you could form a Wyoming LLC, use Northwest as a registered agent, and your name appears on 0 public documents, and it costs around $139 a year total. Okay, keeping you fully anonymous, keeping you safe, okay, and helping you progress. And the double LLC stack. So for maximum protection, you could form a holding LLC in Wyoming to keep you anonymous, which then owns your operating LLC in your home state. So your home state sees Wyoming Holdings LLC as the owner, not you, and Wyoming sees no member names. Okay. And the double LLC anonymity stack, right? Let's say it's you, private person, okay, our name. Then from there, for Wyoming, okay, anonymous, not public. Meanwhile, the operating LLC is Apex Media LLC, which is whole time in Texas, okay? So your public records only show Apex Holdings LLC here, okay, which is not public. Your name never appears. So lawyers who want to see you hit a dead end, okay? So it's really, really smart doing it in this way, and it helps a lot, okay? So your LLC constitution. So what is it? So the operating agreement is the internal document that defines how your LLC operates. It's not filled with the state. It's for you and your bank and any partners. Think of it as the rule book for your LLC. Without one, your state's default LLC laws apply. They may not favor you. So what it must include: ownership percentages. Who owns what percent of the LLC? The management structure. Who makes the decisions? Was it member managed or manager managed? Profit distribution. How and when the money gets paid out to its members. Buyout or the exit rules. What happens if a member wants to leave or dies? And dissolution clause. How the LLC can be shut down. So what's critical about this? Single member LLCs need this too. Many slow founders skip the operating agreement because it's just me, which is a big mistake. Banks a lot of times can't require it. If you're ever sued, courts look for it to verify your LLC is legitimate and separate it from you personally. Okay. So it's pretty much a rule book. Okay, it's just a rule book. So a judge could decide your LLC is just an alter ego of you personally and pierce the corporate veil, wiping out your liability protection entirely. So you can go ahead and get one for free at Northwest Registered Agent, Rocket Lawyer, LegalZoom, or your state SOS website. Okay. So for a single member LLC, a one-page operating agreement is enough. Sign it, date it, and then done. Okay. So it costs under $200 to launch. Get to it. So your LLC filing, if you do it in New Mexico, one time, no annual report required, $50. Then from there, you got your registered agent. You got your $50 a year. Okay, New Mexico doesn't require one, but it's smart to use. And then your EIN, it's going to be free. Operating agreement, free. Business bank account, Mercury, Relay, Novo, Wells Fargo, Chase, etc. free. So for the first year, you'd only be paying $100. So really, really nice. And then option number B here. Option B, we're going to have the Wyoming. Okay, best for laws and privacy. File it through Wyoming for $100, then $39 a year. Northwest Registered Agent. And then from there, get your EIN and your operating agreement for free. And 1 year total, it's going to be for $139. Okay. And what to skip and what to never pay for. So LegalZoom LLC packages. So $79 or $299. Okay, what you're paying for is absolutely nothing at all. So your EIN filing services, irs.gov is free and takes about 10 minutes. And your LLC kits with binders and seals, useless. And attorneys to form a basic symbol LLC, just don't need. So the bottom line, for under $140, you can have a fully legal, private, protected LLC with the EIN number, a registered agent, and a bank account. No lawyer needed. Make it simple. So your LLC launch roadmap, right? Pick your state, get your agent, file your articles, get your EIN, do your operating agreement, get your business bank account. Okay? It's really, really simple. Follow the steps. Filing time takes about 3 weeks max for everything. That's for getting your EIN number. That's for getting your registered agent. That's for getting your LLC approved, getting your name done, and getting your business bank account with your operating agreement. I'd say everything would set up about 3 weeks, and then you'd be good for the rest of your life. So put in that time now. It's really, really important to start today. Do not procrastinate. Absolutely no procrastination at all. Please don't waste your time like that. Okay. And after filing, don't forget, okay, keep your personal and business expenses 100% separate. Never pay personal bills from an LLC account. Mixing these equals losing your liability shield. Keep these separate. Keep it consistent. Okay. So form it in Wyoming or New Mexico. Go get your registered agent. Get your EIN number. Write your operating agreement. And keep your business and personal expenses 100% separate. Okay. It's going to be really, really simple. I'm going to catch you guys in the next one. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. Peace.
Stack mode. Good morning. What's going on, guys? So I'm going to be telling you guys about some crazy sauce today. If you didn't know, there's a law called the short sale restriction. It literally prevents stocks from flash crashing to zero. I was having an argument with my mom the other week, and growing up, she definitely put me in place to get a good job. When I first came up, I worked IT. I've only ever worked from home, doing work from home positions. Thank God, all credit due to Allah. But I was only able to work for so long without starting a business, though. Once I started realizing that you're at the mercy of a company, and even seeing team members just get fired instantly, dropped randomly, made me think, okay, they have bills too. They have stuff to pay for too. I don't want my family in that predicament. So let me hustle harder. Let me make sure my money's always moving. And let me make sure I can get monetized on YouTube, etc. Thank God. So I can always be making some income in case the job decides to fire me. Okay, which definitely does happen to a lot of people. So stocks are extremely consistent. These companies go up year after year after year after year. And the reason why these companies fire people in the first place is because they're doing what's best for the company. The company, a lot of the times, will always do what's best for the company. That reason alone, too, is also one of the big reasons why stocks will continue to go up. So let's jump into this presentation. I want to break down what the short sale restriction is and what prevents stocks from crashing to zero. This is why the stock market is consistent. Let's do it.
So whenever bad news hits, panic selling starts, and it happens rapidly most of the time. Short sellers pile on, aggressively selling to drive the price in a lower direction. And it feels like there's no bottom. Sometimes you might just see falling happening for days, especially on some certain stocks. And panic selling plus shorting equals the term crash. So if you've ever heard a term of the stock market crash, it's referring to a bunch of selling happening. Okay, so whenever you see a bunch of selling happening, that's going to go ahead and refer to the terminology crash, shorting, selling, etc. So the law, the SEC rule 201, so the short sale restrictions, it's a safety mechanism designed to stop artificial market manipulation. And the trigger, so if a stock drops 10% in one day, then it's going to go ahead and trigger. And the circuit breaker activates instantly. And it lasts for the rest of the day, plus all of tomorrow. Have you guys ever seen something called a halt? Okay, so if you ever seen something called a halt, it's when the stock is paused from all buying or selling, and the back end system has to go ahead and catch up on pretty much all the price action that was happening within that period of time. So sometimes you might see stocks get halted, especially small caps or penny stocks, when they start rising or a lot of price action starts being influxed into it, whether it be buying or selling. a halt can come into place in order to pause the price action, let the stock catch a rebalance, and then it'll be listed again for people to purchase. And how it stops the crash. So no more hitting the bid. Normally, bears can force the price down by selling at market price. And under SSR, short sellers are banned from selling at the bid, and they must place orders above the current price. And they can't push, they must wait. And this slows momentum and allows buyers to step in. So think about that within a logical sense. So it stops the crash, okay, and it forces price down, okay. So price can sometimes be forced down by massive selling or people just releasing orders that have been stocking up a majority of it. Let's say in the crypto sense, if someone has a majority of the liquidation or majority of the liquidity, then they're going to be able to go ahead and sell off a majority of their stock or shares. Let's say even a penny stock. Whoever has a large majority of it, if they sell off, market will dump. And you'll see that, especially even at the middle of the night trading certain sessions. Let's say you're trading something that's based around New York session between the 9:30 a.m. and the 6:30 p.m. or 4:30 p.m. session, let's say for just options. Okay, no extended hours, let's say just actual trading hours. So 9:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. Then you're going to be able to go ahead and place your orders between them. But afterwards, only aftermarket traders can trade if it's not futures. And a lot of the times, that's when a lot of price action comes into play. So since a lot of the open orders are going to go ahead and be closed out, only people who have the control aftermarkets are really going to be in a large majority of control within the price action. So a lot of the buyers and sellers, after the open market orders are done, are going to go ahead and fluctuate the price action. Let's say if you're playing futures, CL, okay, let's say you're trading oil. If you're trading oil, then try to get on oil in the middle of the night. You see someone place a bunch of contracts and you're on the smaller time frames or even like the daily or 4 hour, you'll see price action rapidly move. If you have a tape, and tape is going to be a tool to where you can go ahead and see all of the orders. So look at market during times when a lot of the open orders aren't active, whether it be Forex futures, depending on the time zone is going to be depending on what you're looking at. But whenever most open orders aren't active, try and look whenever a market is after hours, and then try and look at what's called the tape. It's going to show you a majority of the orders which are coming in. And if you see a order get placed in, let's say for 100 contracts, okay, of oil at the middle of the night, you'll definitely see price burst in the upwards direction a bit, okay, reflective to the orders that just got placed in. Same thing if someone sold, you would definitely see price head in a downwards direction right afterwards too. So you guys can use the tape indicator or the order flow, and you're going to go ahead and be able to see the orders that are coming in. So let's talk about inflation in depth here. So this is the money printer. So central banks target 2% inflation, and they constantly add money to the system. And if there's more money chasing the same amount of stocks, the stock prices must rise in nominal terms. And stocks are going to be a hedge against cash devaluation due to the fact that these companies still have to survive. So the more that these companies thrive, then the more that the stock price is going to go ahead and increase. Thus meaning that your cash is going to be the safest within the stock market majority of the time, since it's going to be inflation proof. You keep your cash, once again, in a bank account that just sits there, your dollar only goes down. It's illogical. Don't do it. It doesn't make sense. Okay. If you're trying to win, if you're trying to be profitable, you have to change your whole mindset. Your mindset and changing the way you think is really where it starts. I don't want you guys to be in the same loop. I don't want you guys to be doing the same things. And understand that when it comes to the stock market as well too, investing, I don't care if it's crypto even, you get paid based off of how disciplined you are. Okay. It's a test of who can put away the most money, who can be in stack mode. Once again, stack mode is about being a God-fearing, righteous individual. If you can put your money away, put your desires to the side, put your flesh to the side, you'll win. Wake up, pray to God, put your desires to the side, put your flesh to the side, and you'll win. Stay focused, stay consistent, work, invest, work, invest. Just work, invest. Okay. Wake up, pray, work out, take care of your health, okay, water, fruits, etc., vegetables, then work, invest, give it time, get in stack mode, and you'll win. Okay. It's going to be a multiplicative journey. The more that you invest, the more focused that you are, the more disciplined that you are, the faster that your income is going to be succeeding to the numbers that you want to see. If you want to start making 4 figures, 5 figures extra a month, then it's time to start putting away 80% of your income. Make sure all of your bills are paid. After bills, go ahead and invest, 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 invest. Try and work every single day. Try and increase your income every single day so that you have more money to invest and put yourself in the asset river. Okay. The asset river is extremely, extremely important. I just want you guys to be stacking cash, stacking assets. I just want you guys to be successful. So let's keep going. Let's head over to the next slide. So survivorship, right? The index cleans itself. The S&P 500 is a survival of the fittest competition. So losers, they bankrupt companies and they're deleted from the index pretty much. So bankrupt companies are deleted from the index. So we do not want to invest in bankrupt companies, obviously. Try and invest in companies that have positive revenue projections, even if they're not making revenue right now. If they have plans to make revenue, whether through deals, bills through the US government, etc., such as like Intel, for example. I just gave out a good trade in the group, already up around 30% on this. Intel signed a deal with the US government for like AI chips, if I'm not mistaken. So try and look for companies that are making deals or have any future projections to increase their revenue, or try and look for companies that are increasing their revenue currently every single quarter. So every couple months, reports are going to come out, and it's going to be called earnings reports. And these earnings reports are going to be able to track the amount of money that the stock is actually making. So I'm going to drop tons of videos, tons of content for you guys. I'm also going to drop a full course, the in-depth research course. And winners, so successful companies like Tesla and Nvidia are going to go ahead and be added as well too, due to the fact that they didn't go bankrupt. They survived, they innovated year after year, and most importantly, they increased their revenue. So any company that can increase their revenue year over year over year over year over year is what we want to be investing in. Or any company that has any projection to have good deals or bills to be signed or good collaborations, then bet on the winners, invest on the winners, and that's where you're going to get to where you want to be, inshallah. Let's head over to the next slide. So engine number 3, so innovation, so human productivity. So humans naturally solve problems. We invent technology over time. So if we're hot, you know what I'm saying, we invented the AC, the air conditioning. If we had no house, so we were outside, we invented, you know what I'm saying, the house. We started innovating with bricks, drywall, clay, wood, etc. Okay, instead of just laying down some twigs and leaves, we started innovating and making structure. Okay, so humans will always innovate. If we had no shoes, what did we do? We made some shoes. Got us good. Okay, so we turn our brain on. Thank God we have that ability, and we decide that we don't want to go through pain anymore. So we decide to solve problems. So we invent technology now, going forward into this generation, and we have AI. AI stands for artificial intelligence. It's pretty much just softwares that do things for you, make things faster and more efficient. You have AI stocks for sound, for music. You're gonna have AI stocks for grammar, whether if you're writing a book and you need the AI to correct your whole book and fix any grammar issues. You're gonna have AI for art, AI for number generations, AI just to ask questions as well too. Okay, just a multitude of questions and problems that AI can go ahead and tackle, and that's what these companies are going to be innovated based off of. So look at all these factors I just listed here. You got art companies, grammar companies, sound companies, all these different type of companies here, power companies. Okay, all these different type of companies are going to have a multitude of stocks that you could go ahead and invest in that all have future projections and value in them. Okay, try not to buy stocks at the tippity top at all-time highs. Of course, we want to buy low, sell high. It's very simple. I know it sounds simple, but some people still struggle with these things. So I just try and recap and make sure that it's broken down. So you want to buy low, sell high, and productivity equals profitability. And as companies become more efficient year after year, earnings rise and stock prices follow earnings over the long term. So try and invest into stocks that have a good future projection, so you're not just wasting your money and your time. And historical proof. So every crash has been bought. So the 2008 crisis, okay, the market dropped 50% and recovered to new highs by 2013. And 2020 COVID. So the market dropped 34% and recovered to new highs in 5 months. 5 months. And betting on the end of the world only pays off once. Stop shorting the stock market. The stock market is literally created to go in an upwards direction. If you're going to short it for like 2 seconds, but trying to bet on a stock's whole downfall and downturn, most of the time you're going to lose. It's literally created to go in an upwards direction. These companies are the backbone of the entire United States infrastructure. And you have to think like that. You have to think smarter. You have to think wiser. And you got to shake out of that. You got to shake out of any mental breaks that you've been in, any mental loops that you've been in. And you got to just go harder. You can't let things stop you. You can't let things break you down. Okay. And even if a stock is crashing, you need to see that as an opportunity. You need to see that low as a sale. Whenever market's going down, you need to see market is on sale right now. It's on discount. Just like you like to go to the thrift store so you can get clothes for cheaper, or you like to go ahead and order DoorDash with this discount code to get it some % off. Okay. Whatever you're doing, you're trying to get it on sale. So treat your portfolio the same way. Treat stocks the same way. Don't buy when the stocks are at the tippity top. Wait till they go down. Wait till it's at a low. Wait till it's on sale. And after buyers have stepped in, which you can head over to Stackmode.net, book a free call, get my course, book whatever, and I show you guys how to identify lows. But after you identify the low, go ahead and make your decision. Wait till buyers step in. If buyers have stepped in after sellers have done selling, go ahead and buy, catch your sweep up, and catch your V setup. Okay, the V guide. Okay, the V guide. It's really, really easy. It's strong to catch the trend. Whenever you see market come up, okay, wait for it to come down, then you buy. Take it back up, wait for it to go down, buy, then you take it back up. You do that over and over and over again until you perish unto the grave. Inshallah, if God wills. Let's go to the next slide. So short term. So the SEC Rule 201, which is the short sale restriction, prevents panic from destroying value artificially. And long term, economic engines ensure that the broad market trend is always up and to the right. Okay. Find stocks that have good future value. Find stocks that are helping people. Find stocks that are profitable. And find stocks that are involved with other already profitable stocks that are new and up and coming, since the world is changing every single day. Technology is changing every single day. Innovations are being created every single day. I don't know if you guys have seen, I've seen something recently me and my wife have been looking at. It's called the boneless couch. Okay, you can just literally inflate the couch. You don't need to move it in and twist it to the side and hold the arms. You don't gotta do nothing at all like that. You could just get the couch out the box and it'll inflate itself. So as humans, we're innovating literally every single day. So many new companies are hitting the stock market. You don't only have to just think about the S&P 500. And I want to show you guys that you can consistently outperform the S&P 500 year after year after year. Check out my last video that I just dropped showing you guys raw performance. S&P 500 is only up 1.5%. I'm already up 8% almost this year. Okay. Go hard. Outdo the statistics and don't listen to the programming. Okay. Go hard. They tell you to invest in S&P 500 for 1% or something a year. Go harder and outdo that. Show them you could do 100% gains every single year and outdo the competition. Outdo anything that you've been told and do you. Okay. Stay focused on God. Keep grinding. I'm going to catch you on the next one. Head over to Stackmode.net for all trading education. Peace. Trading options can really be crazy. You could be right directionally and still be losing money. And I know that can be extremely confusing. So I want to break down the Greeks for you guys. They're the factors that control your options P&L and your contracts. And if you don't understand the Greeks, you just aren't trading. You're donating money to Wall Street and the people selling you the contracts. So here's going to be the cheat sheet to the engine that actually drives your contracts. I'm going to explain delta, gamma, theta, and vega, and understand that you can't control the market, but you can control your risk and the math. Let's go and let's jump into it. Inshallah, if God wills. Before we even think about throwing $1 into options, we gotta understand the Greeks. Inshallah, if God wills. It's extremely important. You don't want to just be in a trade, seeing it go up, and you have some calls purchase, and you're like, why am I not making any money? It can be heartbreaking. It can be confusing. And I'm telling you guys, the science, the math behind these Greeks, once you understand them, you're going to be able to avoid a lot of things. So before we get started, let me go ahead and just tell you guys a quick little cheat code to help you with Greeks. Your time that you have as far as when your contract is going to expire on options is the most important thing. Stop trying to buy 0 DTE contracts and have extremely far take profits. Okay, that's not making sense. Okay, if you're going to play on the higher time frames and have further take profits, then you need to have more time on your contract. Okay, ideally, one of the best ways to play options is via leaps. Okay, you guys might have heard me talk about leaps before, but what leap contracts are contracts that expire in 1 to 2 years. Okay, when you give yourself years on your contract, you have so much time to sit and wait for price to reverse, because you have to understand that the United States stock market, it's meant to go in the upwards direction year after year after year. Okay, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, Apple, these are all global companies that are implemented into the whole world. Okay, but these are American companies. So the US stock market, which is based off of stocks, okay, which options derive from, has to go up year after year after year after year. So you have to understand that. Okay, you can't be closing your trades early because you're like, oh, it's just going down for a couple of days, couple of weeks. If you have time on your contract, because your risk on options is how much the contract actually costs. So if your contract costs $200, the max you could lose is going to be that $200, but the max you could win is going to be infinite. Okay, so putting everything into perspective like that really does help you. So your stop loss on options should be exactly how much you purchased the contract for. Okay, if you purchase a contract for $200, then on options, that should be your stop loss. Okay, don't close your trades early. Purchase time on your contracts. Okay, and use your stop loss as the full value that you purchased the contract for. And I'm telling you guys, watch how your trading will change. Let's go and let's jump into how these Greeks actually work though. So trading options is going to be kind of like driving a race car. You're going to have 4 main gauges on your dashboard. They're going to go and have your delta. Your delta is going to go ahead and determine how fast that you're going. Then you're going to have your gamma. Your gamma is going to determine how much your contracts are accelerating. Your theta is going to be your fuel tank leaking. Okay, for example, think of it as time. And your vega is how bumpy the road is. Okay, the fear, the intrinsic value baked into it. Understanding these Greeks are really going to change everything. Okay, let me go ahead and tell you guys a quick story. There's been a time where I was trading SPX. Okay, I was trading a 0 DTE, and what DTE stands for is date to expiration. Okay, so whatever the day is before you see DTE is how many days before the expiration. So if it's 0, that means that the contract will close on the same day. Okay, so the stock market is open from 9:30 a.m. Eastern to 4 p.m. Eastern. Market comes up to 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Okay, but if we're going to play a 0 DTE, then the contract has to be closed by 4 p.m. Eastern. So what I did was open up a SPX contract during a Jay Powell speech. I'm sure you guys have heard of Jay Powell, and was up around $930. The reason why I didn't win that trade is because of greed, pure greed. What I did was trade with P&L instead of looking at the actual chart and understanding Greek, so I got burned anyways. So I didn't close the trade, one, because I was P&L trading, and I didn't understand the Greeks. 2 things. Okay, so the first reason, I was on like $930 and didn't close it because it was 4 figures a day. I was young, but thank God I learned. And another reason why I lost is because I just didn't understand the Greeks truthfully. Okay, so SPX, I told myself, you know what, if I'm up $930 right now, but you have to understand that things work off of acceleration options. If you have a bunch of price action bursting really, really quick, happening fast, your contracts are going to be going up. But as soon as that contract slows down, starts consolidating, if you don't have enough time on your contract, okay, then your contract value is going to go down immediately. Okay, so if it's bursting in a certain direction that you have a contract based in, contracts or markets are going towards direction. So let's say you have a calls contract, right? If market's pumping up super duper fast, okay, even if you have an out the money contract, and what that means is, let's say a contract, let's say a stock is at $30, right? And you think it's going to go up to $35. Okay, if you buy a $35 contract, which is out the money, okay, it's not there right now, okay, then if price is bursting really fast, even though it's not near $35 yet, you're still going to see some profit. But once again, as soon as that price action starts consolidating and going sideways, your profit can instantly be wiped away from you if you don't have enough time on your contract. So having time on your contract, theta, is going to be one of the most important things. So try and buy contracts that are 1 to 2 years out. Okay, this is going to give you guys a lot of more flexibility and purchasing power to really do what you want with your contracts and how you want to trade on the markets. Okay, so let's go and let's break it down. So delta is going to go ahead and be the speed. Okay, so here's a definition. So if the stock price moves up $1, how much money would the option make? Okay, so if the stock price moves $1 and the delta is 0.50, then that means the option price would move 0.50. Okay, so 0.50 per dollar. Okay, so that means that every time the stock moves $1, okay, the options price would go ahead and move 0.50 cents. Okay, and remember, you want to go ahead and multiply everything by 100. Okay, so the options price 0.50 is going to go ahead and equal $50. Okay, that's going to go ahead and equal $50 once again. So you want to grab whatever decimal number you see on options and multiply that by 100. Okay, so 0.50 times 100 is going to be $50. Okay, if you're going to have 2.70 times 100, that's going to go ahead and give you 270. Okay, if you're going to have 4.50, you got to multiply that times 100. It's going to be 450. Okay, so whatever one of these decimal numbers that you see, you got to multiply it by 100. You have to. Okay, multiply all decimal numbers that you see in the options world by 100 in order to get the actual currency value of that. So think of delta as the concert ticket. So it's going to be the coupon, right? Imagine you have a coupon to buy a concert ticket for $50. Okay, and let's say the price rises. If tickets are sold out and scalpers are selling them for now $100, your coupon is now very valuable. Okay, that's high delta. And let's say the price drops, right? If nobody wants to go and tickets are $10, your $50 coupon is now worthless. Okay, that's zero delta. So you want your delta to increase, because the more that your delta is increasing, the more that your contract is going to have more value behind it. Okay, but if price is dropping and your contract isn't working out in your favor, or it's not going in the direction which you have purchased, okay, so if you bought a calls contract and market's not going up, okay, then that means that the delta is going to help destroy your contract because your prediction is not right. Okay, but if your prediction is right, then the delta is going to go ahead and go up, deeming your contract valuable, making your contract more expensive, meaning you'll make more money. And gamma is going to go ahead and equal the turbo boost. So think of it as acceleration, right? Delta tells you your speed, and gamma tells you how fast your speed is changing. So think of gamma kind of like the nitro button. A super fast acceleration, okay? Think of this rocket ship. Boom, the turbo is behind it. So gamma is going to be like the nitro button in a racing game, okay? So you're speeding steady, and then you got to just burst, okay? That's what gamma predicts. So gamma makes your profits explode faster as the stock goes in your favored direction. So if you're on a calls contract, meaning that you're waiting for a price to go in an upwards direction, then the acceleration is going to help your contract make a lot of money, even if it's out the money once again. So let's say the current share price is going to be $30. Okay, if you think price is going to go up to $40, Okay, you don't buy a $40 contract. Okay, what you're going to do is buy a $31 contract. Okay, so always buy the number one above or below current price in order to have your Greeks move the best. Okay, if you guys don't want to get destroyed by Greeks, do this. Buy contracts 1 to 2 years out. Okay, buy contracts 1 to 2 years out, and buy contracts. If you're buying a calls contract thinking market's going to go up, I don't care where your take profit is. If the share price is $40, the contract you should be purchasing is a 41 call contract. Okay, that's just what you should be opening. Okay, you should be opening a 41 call contract. Okay, and if you're going to buy a puts, then you should be opening a $39 put contract. Okay, so understand that in order to have the best Greeks as possible, you need to have the best contracts. You need to make sure that you have as much time as possible on your options contract. And on top of that, you need to make sure that your prediction is going to be hit fairly quickly or very likely to be hit. Even if it's more expensive, it's worth it. You don't want to just throw money into the void just because contracts are cheap. They're cheap for a reason, and they're plotting on you and preying on you for your understanding to not kick into your brain so that they can make some money. It's trading for a reason. These options contracts aren't just spawning. You have to understand that somebody is creating these options contracts behind. All right. So theta, it's going to be the melting ice cream, ticking time bomb. All right. Theta is extremely, extremely important. So time is money. And every day you hold an option, it loses a tiny bit of value. So once again, this is why I really put on emphasis on, if you're going to play options, try and buy contracts that have 1 to 2 years out. This way, you guys are going to be able to sit on your contracts with confidence. You're going to be able to hold it, and you're going to be able to do your thing. Okay. So theta is the time decay. So let's say day one value of a contract, right? Let's say you have a weekly expiration. So let's say you have a 7 DTE. Okay, 7 DTE. Let's go and let's break this down. So DTE stands for date to expiration. Okay, so the DTE tells you how much time is left. Okay, then the number tells you how much time is left. Okay, so if you have 7 days before expiration, then in 7 days the options contract will disappear and it'll go ahead and be expired. Okay, and whatever you get, you get. Okay, if it closes in the money, which means that you're up some profit, then you'll get that. But if it closes worthless or down, then you'll just get the remainders. Okay, so understand that theta is going to be the time decay. So here's how our options contract works. So day one value could be $100, and theta decay could be -$5, right? And let's say the day two value could be $95, even if the stock didn't even move. Okay, but because on options you're getting paid based off of time and prediction, you could lose money during a chop. Okay, so if the market is sideways and it's not going in a direction, it's not like shares or crypto where your money will just sit there. Your option could be deemed worthless because you're getting paid based off of how fast and how right you're going to be. All right, so here's an example of theta, right? Think of it as a rental pass. So theta, let's say you have a 30-day pass. So imagine you bought a 30-day pass to a theme park. Okay, so day one versus 29. So on day one, the path is worth a lot. It's jumping. On day 29, it would pretty much be almost worthless because the time ran out. The pass was only good for 30 days. Okay, so your options contract is only good for the amount of time that you purchase it for. So you want to be able to have as much time on it. Try and have some years on it. This way, if anything goes wrong, any type of speeches, with any type of government shutdowns or anything that affects the market, that would make the market move in a negative reaction from whichever way that you purchase, okay, then you'd be able to survive that. Okay, you wouldn't just be getting destroyed. Okay, so when you have time on your contract, instead of having a 30-day pass, imagine having the 3-year pass or the 2-year pass. Okay, the 30-day pass is not long enough. Okay, so the lesson, don't hold on to options that are worthless. Otherwise, pretty much they're going to just melt away anyways. Okay, so buy your contracts 1 to 2 years out. Okay, try and buy them 1 to 2 years out, and make sure you have your take profits too. Okay, so that's also what I mean by don't hold them too long. You should know exactly where you're going to close. Options is extremely strict. It's not like crypto and shares where you can just sit there and hold it forever. Please don't do that. You need to have a strict place exactly where you know you're going to exit. Okay, you need to know where you're going to go ahead and exit, get your money, and close and hit take profit. Okay, once you do that, it's going to be a lot easier to go ahead and progress. Okay, do not sit there and try and hold your options forever, especially once you start seeing profit. Horrible mistake I've made in the past, and inshallah, God wills, that's not something I want you guys to experience. Okay, so please have an exit plan, know where your take profit is, and please close your trades. And Vega is going to be the fear index. So think of Vega as hurricane insurance, right? Vega measures how expensive options get when people are scared and horrified. So on a sunny day, insurance is going to be cheap, right? That means that the Vega is low. But when a hurricane is coming, okay, whether it be earnings coming, a big news event, whatever, the insurance is going to be expensive. It's going to raise, and that's going to lead to high Vega. So even if your house is fine, the price of insurance goes up because of the storm. Okay, so you guys might have heard of the term implied volatility. Okay, so when earnings come up or when big events come up for stocks, the options value could shoot up due to the fact that people are preparing for a big move. Okay, so there's a lot of cool plays you can make in options too. So instead of actually playing earnings with certain stocks, if you buy a contract before earnings, you might make a lot of money, but then after the earnings, it might go away just because of the hype and expectations. So people are preparing for the future, and that's why options are even a thing in the first place. So certain times when people are preparing for the futures between a big hurricane event that's going to change a lot, your price of the contract could change regardless if it's in the money or out the money. So very cool things you could do with options. So think of Vega as the earning party, right? So before the party, everyone's excited, right? The price for tickets go up. It's a lot of high volatility. Everyone's hyped. It's jumping. It's good music playing. Everyone is getting turned. Okay, but then after the party, the event is over and the excitement is gone and ticket prices crash instantly. Everyone was like, all right, that's it. We already went. It's not lit anymore. Forget it. Okay, so don't buy options right before a big news event. And if you do, make sure that you sell before the big news event. Okay, you do not want to be in a short-term options plays during news. Okay, this is why I also say try and buy contracts 1 to 2 years out. Okay, because if you're playing on your higher time frames, like your daily, your weekly, or even your 4-hour, okay, right, you're gonna have bigger take profits, right? And there might be earnings in between that, which is going to be amazing, just fine, because a lot of the times earnings will benefit you for playing the right direction. But if you have 1 to 2 years out, you're not going to be getting destroyed by things like news and certain events like that as easily. Why? Because you have so much time on your contracts. So having time on your contracts kind of wipes out all the negatives of options. Have some time on your contracts and buy reasonable contract too. If the current price is 40, contract you should be purchasing for calls is 41, for puts is 39. Okay, you should always buy the number 1 above or below. That's going to be the best way to avoid these Greeks destroying your profit. I don't want you guys going through any of that weird cringe anxiety or anything like that. Okay, you guys got it. So let's go on this recap. Let's jump into it. So Delta is going to be the speed, right? And it moves with the stock price. Then you're going to go ahead and have Gamma. Gamma is the nitro. It's the thing that accelerates your wins or your losses too. And Theta is going to be the melting time. Okay, it's the time that eats your money. Okay, and then you're going to go ahead and have your Vega. That's the storm, and fear makes prices expensive. Okay, so if it's about to be a big news event and you notice your contract shoot all the way up, try and sell before news events. But if you're playing a higher time frame setup, you know what you're looking at, whether on your weekly, daily, or 4-hour. And if you don't, head over to Stackmode.net. I'm here to teach you guys. Okay, whether you guys want to learn how to trade options, futures, crypto, or whatever, I'm down to get into it. I love you guys so much. Stay prayed up, stay high. Keep grinding. I'm gonna catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
Yo, back another episode of Coop Talk. Chilling out right now. I pray you guys are doing well. We're gonna talk about the trade journal. Make sure you guys get you one. It's important. It's imperative for success. You gotta know what type of trade you're even looking for before you even enter in. You gotta know where you're gonna close. You gotta know why and where you're entering. Why and where you're entering is a really key and imperative part to being successful on the market. Okay, you can't just buy to buy. Whether being a technical decision, whether, let's say, price is in an uptrend, right, for an example, and you see price making higher lows, you're going to want to go ahead and close at an area of resistance where price decided to fall downwards from. Okay. And if you see higher lows being made, then you can go ahead and assume an uptrend is in motion. Okay. So if an uptrend is in motion, you would take your uptrend, you would take your long setup. Okay. Since you think market's going to go in an upwards direction, breaking it down logically. Okay. Breaking down each trade, why you're getting in, how you're going to get in. Okay. Whether it be it you're on futures, make sure you have enough margin so you don't accidentally blow your account and you owe the broker money and stuff like that. Make sure on options that you have enough capital before you get into the trade, and make sure you know what broker you're going to be using, stuff like that, etc. Don't hop in a rush state like, oh, market just opened, let me go ahead and hop in. And you're trying to decide if you're going to use one broker today or the other because you got money in both, and making just bad decisions. Okay. Please write them down. Write them down. Okay. Write down your steps that you take before you enter a trade. Okay. If you're going to take a long setup, you see higher lows forming, write down the setup criteria. 1, on your higher time frames, is market at all-time highs. Okay. If not, okay, ask yourself, is market in a pullback formation? Is market making higher lows? Does market have room and buying pressure to go back in an upwards direction? Write that all down in your journal, especially if you're a beginner trader. Breaking down all of your notes and understanding the perspective of why you're getting into the trade really helps you at first. Okay. It really, really, really helps you at first. And you got to progress in certain ways. And in order to do that, you have to break it down. You have to break it down. So, talk about stop loss. Write down every single time that you set a stop loss, write down why you're going to close at that area. If you're taking a long setup and your stop loss is at an area of support, okay, talk about if that area of support gets invalidated, then what's the next plan? What's the next stock that you're going to go ahead and trade? Okay, what's the next type of setup? Or you're going to go ahead and be patient and wait for a reset, wait for market to reset and catch a new trade if that old one didn't work out. Okay, it's really important to be patient, and writing it down and strategically formulating your plan is what's going to give you the advantage versus other traders. People hear the term trading and forget that you're competing against other people. When you're trading money with another person, which means that when you're winning, somebody else is losing, and when you're losing, somebody else is winning. Okay, so it's really important to be making the correct and right decisions, and your discipline and your structure is what's going to keep you profitable. You got to wake up, pray to God, work out Monday through Friday, because you can't be having cortisol, anxiety. You can't be going through certain phases of desperation while you're on the charts, because it will hold you back. And these are things that held me back in the past before I was able to conquer it, thank God. So I don't want you guys to go through those hard issues of, oh man, I got to pay for this. Let me go ahead and over leverage just so I can hit this trade. Or I just lost a whole bunch of money. Let me go ahead and double my leverage so I can make it all back. There's no such thing as making it all back in the trading world. Once the money is gone, it's gone. Okay, now if you grow your account to a bigger size, amazing. But don't think, oh, I got to put on a trade to make this back. Don't ever think that way. And write down in your journal your risk management parameters. Write down, okay, I'm going to be risking 1 to 10% of my account per trade. If I'm risking 5% of my account per trade, that's 25 trades before I blow my account. That's a lot of room to work with. Okay, it's a lot of room to work with, and taking your time. Don't get in other people's bag. Just stay focused on your journey. Stay focused on your journey. Write down your profits. Don't look at my profits. Don't look at the next person's profits and try to compare. Stay focused on your portfolio, on your account, and your journal is really going to be like your personal story. Okay, and I promise you, there's really times I look back on my old journals and it's cute. It's really amazing, and I thank God I've been able to come so far. A lot of the goals that I would write down in the past have been achieved, and I'm really looking forward to filling up a new journal taking my plans and trades a lot more
Folks,
serious, and
it is absolutely
getting some good trades out for you guys.
Oh my God, yeah. Holy fuck.
With me.
like people actually think he might have passed away. Now, what's interesting is the drug that he apparently took is called BDO.
Inshallah. So definitely trying to push it harder, be more disciplined, be more structured in every single way. I never want you guys to think I'm just yelling at you guys. I'm also talking to myself when I make these videos too.
People are speculating the drug he took is called BDO. It's very potent and converts to GHB in the body, causing euphoria, sedation, and severe risks,
really
including coma, respiratory depression, addiction, and death.
Even if you're
Prayers up for Cloud. And they're saying it's confirmed of an overdose, and there's reports that actually receiving medical attention.
It doesn't have to be a physical journal.
Yeah, it's really, really scary, man. So apparently this is he OD'd on meth. He had to end his stream.
Tons of other
He was saying he was meth maxing. Get this man an Addy, but other people
to track your trades, track your progress. A lot of brokers track your progress too, but it really helps when you write your own emotional notes in between.
Yeah, it wasn't
journal,
meth. He drank a whole bottle of GHB 30 minutes before this. You're only supposed to take small shots in the bottle cap.
And that's going to help you not
and they're saying he drank bro drug supplied by Wando in that bottle. Other people are saying Wando supplied bro drug into an ambulance by his security team. And the situation's not looking good.
And this is why I've been training. You're going to be a lot more.
This is really bad, and it's not the first time Clavicular has been incapacitated on stream. Faking it, but I don't think so.
I'm here, turn to the side.
Create your own personal story.
But this is really basically just
build yourself.
It says there's no more details at this stage, so this is all we know.
Community and movement.
Play video games. I really recommend you guys quit. Once again, I'm not speaking from a place of perfection. Only God is perfect. I used to play video games. So use your journal and write your own notes.
Do you identify with that group?
Character. You got your own stats to work on. Okay, see how disciplined you could be. See how consistent you could be. And use your P&L as an equity curve to see how much improvement that you've been making. All the old stats, forget about them. They're in the past. They're all in the past. All the old stats are now irrelevant. It's time to go hard. Create a whole new, fresh journey. Leave all the old losses in the past. Stop looking back. Okay? Look back, repent to God if you need to, if you made a horrible mistake. But otherwise, if you just lost some money on the charts, don't look back. Understand why you lost the money. Study even harder. Grind even harder. More hours on TradingView. More hours studying the free course on Stackmode.net. Watching the free videos. Tons of education. I have a free book for you guys too. So just get yourself in order when it comes to these markets. It's so much money to be made, and it's so much money to flow. Once again, I always talk about the asset river, and I always want you guys' money to be flowing within the asset river. I want you guys to be abundant. I want you to be able to protect and provide for your families. And I want you to be able to live a nice, great life, really. I don't want you guys to be struggling when you don't have to. And I want you guys to be able to get to the point where your whole mindset is just focused on God and just being disciplined. And that hunger, it's really, really going to help when you're tracking everything down, whether it be it on a spreadsheet, personal journal, Discord, Notion, whatever. Track it down. It helps a lot. Okay? You guys are amazing. I love you guys so much. Head over to Stackmode.net for all trading education. I'm going to catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
Imagine waking up and realizing the Federal Reserve just moved a single number, and suddenly Bitcoin, Ethereum, your entire portfolio either pumps like crazy or falls off a cliff quickly. Sounds dramatic, right? But that's exactly how strong interest rates are. And today, I'm breaking down how the Fed quietly controls the entire crypto market. So here's the truth. When interest rates go up, money gets expensive. Investors pull cash out of risky assets, and crypto is usually first on the chopping block. But when rates start to drop, liquidity floods back in, risk appetite returns, and when crypto wakes up fast, then the whole economy is ready to pump the market back up. Let's go on and jump into the reasons why interest rates are so important for the crypto market. Fed rates, they're extremely important. Let's go and let's understand the macro forces and how central bank decisions move the digital asset market. So the engine, the Federal Reserve policy. The U.S. Federal Reserve, which is the Fed, it operates with a dual mandate, maximizing employment and maintaining price stability, which helps manage inflation. Their decisions ripple across all global financial markets, and the primary tool is used using the funds rates. This is the target rate for commercial banks lending reserves to each other overnight. By raising or lowering this rate, the Fed influences the entire economy's borrowing cost from mortgage rates to business loans. Let's talk about a rate hike, right? Tightening. It makes borrowing more expensive, and it slows down the economy and cools inflations. And this generally hurts risk assets. And rate cuts, it makes borrowing cheap, stimulates spending and investment, and this generally favors risk assets. And the secondary tool involved into it, quantitative easing and tightening. These involve open market operations where the Fed buys or sells government bonds to expand or contract its balance sheet. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and keep understanding certain implementations and why Fed cuts are going to be important. And to understand that importance, let's talk about the DXY. The US dollar index, also known as the DXY, measures the value of the US dollar against a basket of 6 major world currencies: the euro, the yen, pound, etc. And because the USD is the world's primary reserve currency, its strength dictates global capital flows. In the inverse correlation mechanism, Bitcoin, BTC, and the DXY often exhibit a strong negative correlation. When the US dollar strengthens, DXY rises, and risk assets like crypto and sometimes stocks tend to fall, and vice versa. And why does the inverse move occur in the first place? A stronger dollar often results from higher US interest rates, and higher rates make safe haven assets like US Treasury bonds, for example, much more attractive, leading investors to sell off riskier non-yielding assets such as Bitcoin or other cryptocurrencies to move capital into dollar-denominated stability. This is known as a risk-off move, so people can plant their money in a less volatile environment. And USD and global liquidity. Since much of the world's trade, debt, and finance is denominated in US dollars, a strong dollar effectively tightens global financial conditions, reducing the total amount of available capital for speculative investments globally. So how well the US dollar is doing and how high inflation is really going to correlate to everything such as crypto, and taking a look at the DXY is going to be a nice way to navigate and understand where the economy is at as far as the US dollar. And with all this, it can have a significant impact on crypto. As a high growth, non-yielding, and historically volatile asset class, crypto is highly sensitive to the cost of money and general market risk appetite. And rising rates, right, during the tightening cycle. Higher interest rates hurt crypto in several ways. A higher discount rate is going to be one of them. Future cash flows for growth stocks and projects are valued less in the present. And a yield competitor. Safer assets like bonds start offering attractive yields, pulling capital away from speculative assets so people can have more of that definitive, stable income. And credit contraction. Borrowing costs for institutions and exchanges increase, discouraging leverage trading. So people are not going to be able to make money as rapidly, but they're going to have their money implanted more of like a seed within a stable position. So not looking to quickly leverage trade based off a high and a low or a short and long scenario, but it's more of a scenario of, okay, I'm going to be making this investment with the idea of holding this for decades and years and years and years. And falling rates, this helps ease the cycle. Lower rates are typically a tailwind for crypto, and it increases liquidity. It includes cheaper borrowing, and it injects capital into the financial system, with some flowing into risk asset. It also involves lower opportunity costs. Bond yields become less attractive, which force investors to seek higher returns in growth sectors. And a weakened dollar happens when rates fall. And it often accompanies rate cuts, making Bitcoin, which is a digital gold, which people like to call it, relatively more attractive as a hedge. In the balance sheet, understanding this is going to be extremely important, and quantitative tightening is a policy that's frequently deployed alongside rate hikes. It directly reduces liquidity by shrinking the central bank's balance sheet, creating a powerful headwind for risk assets. And how quantitative tightening works in the first place. The Fed first reduces its holding of treasury bonds and mortgage-backed securities by allowing them to mature without reinvesting the proceeds. And this effectively removes cash from the banking system, which achieves several outcomes. 1. Reduces the money supply. It directly pulls liquidity out of the broader financial ecosystem, and it increases the bond supply, which floods the market with more bonds, which requires higher yields to attract buyers, driven up long-term interest rates. And quantitative tightening's direct impact on cryptocurrency. Since cryptocurrency thrives on liquidity and risk appetite, quantitative tightening is a major negative factor, and historically, periods of aggressive QT have coincided with significant drawdowns in the Bitcoin and altcoin markets. Less money circulating means less capital available to flow into speculative digital assets. And the word speculative, it's pretty much meaning where you're trying to make money based off directional bias. If you think something's going to go in an upwards direction or in a downwards direction. And crypto's evolving macro relationship. So while Bitcoin was once seen as totally uncorrelated, its relationship with macro forces has evolved due to the increased institutionalization. So the institutional factor, right, with major hedge funds, asset managers, and spot ETFs holding Bitcoin, institutional investors, and now even the US government, for example, treat it similar to high beta tech stocks. When they face the risk-off macro environment, they sell both their tech stocks and their crypto holdings, increasing the short-term correlation and holding cash. And partial hedge thesis, right? Despite the short-term volatility, some analysts suggest that over a longer time horizon, maybe over a course of 180 days, Bitcoin's correlation with the DXY often vanishes, indicating that it can still act as a partial hedge against dollar market-driven fluctuations. Okay, so while the US dollar is weak in certain scenarios, there's a strong chance where Bitcoin can remain strong due to the fact that it's a decentralized currency and takes itself out of the whole fiat currency pool. And some key macros to watch, right? Take a look at CPI. You guys can go to forexfactory.com or any other news website to see some news. Take a look at the CPI, right? CPI and the PCE are going to be really important inflation data numbers to pay attention to. It signals the Fed's next move, and typically after CPI and PPI happens, the market makes a drastic move a lot of the time, since people are going to know how to move. So if rates get cut in certain ways, people are going to know how to invest, and then you might see market get extremely bullish after CPI. So if you're going to make a super big investment, whether it be in a cryptocurrency, stock, whatever, wait for CPI to happen, wait for certain earnings to happen, and then see how the market reacts, and then you can make your decision a lot more logically based off of that. So the DXY is also going to be a great macro to check out too. It's an indicator of the dollar strength in capital global flows. And check out the Fed balance sheet. It tracks the velocity of quantitative tightening and QE. So everything together is really going to help you put together a good thesis and know when is a good time to buy. And as of recently, we've been trading in a much more mature market when it comes to the cryptocurrency space. The cryptocurrency market is no longer isolated. It's intrinsically linked to the global economy. If you check out SPX or the S&P 500 and you pull up the Bitcoin chart, you'll see certain correlations, which is definitely going to let us know that it's classified as a high value asset. So it's intrinsically linked to the global economy, making the Federal Reserve policy the single most powerful external driver of market direction, especially as governments get more control over it and things like that. And understanding the Fed's tools, the rates, quantitative tightening, QE, it's all essential for interpreting market shifts and when market is going to be bullish, which is when market is going in upwards direction, or bearish, which is when you think market's going to go in a downwards direction. And particularly the inverse relationship between the strength of the US dollar, the DXY, and the appetite for high risk, high reward digital assets can have some things you can look at to let you know when it is ready to buy on either sides. So stay prayed up to God, keep grinding. Head over to Stackmode.net if you want to learn how to trade cryptocurrency. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Let me know what you thought in the comments below. You don't got to make trading too difficult. I'm going to show you guys an easy way how to identify trending stocks and how to catch good plays. So identifying higher lows and higher highs aren't going to require any indicators, just straight candlesticks and chart work. Let's jump into it. All right, here's going to be top to bottom how to find an options contract. So first thing I like to go ahead and do is open my trading view. I'm going to look to the very right, and I like to open up the screener. So depending on your certain account budget or size, let's say I'm playing with the $2,000 account, or if I'm playing with the $3,000 account, or even $1,000 account, right? I'll stick between like the 10 to 100 range, or even if I want to, I could come up here and edit it, and I could look at stocks that have the share price between 10 to maybe 150. Okay, and this way you're going to be able to trade contracts that are within that range or within whatever account range that you're playing. If you're trading with 5 figures plus, then you could disable this and you could trade with everything. Okay. So you could come here, manual setup, and mark your parameters depending on your account size. So let's just say for this example here, I'll come manual setup, and we can do 10-200. Okay. Once again, if you wanted to change it, you definitely could. Change it here, 150. So I have access to all of these stocks on the list. So these are going to be all the stocks that are going to be relatively pretty good to play for a good budget within like 4 figures headed into early 5 figures, which I assume most of you are booting up at. Even if you are playing with like 5-6 figure account, these stocks, if you get some good plays, you could stack up some contracts, buy some far out contracts, hit some really good plays. So one, you're trading the United States stock market. So it's pretty much just meant to go in an upwards direction year after year after year due to multiple reasons. One, taxes. If these companies are able to hire more people, the government's able to garnish more wages for taxes. And the more taxes that are being able to be paid to the government, the richer the government will get. Okay. So as long as these companies are going up, the more profitable they're going to go ahead and be, and then the more they're going to be able to do for the United States government. So these companies and these stocks are meant to go in an upwards direction year after year after year. Take Exxon, for example, okay, the gas station. You can go ahead and see here, price heading in an upwards direction year after year after year after year after year. Okay, or this is an energy company. So constantly price decides to rise due to the fact that it's a valuable company that affects the world. Okay, it's very, very helpful. And one thing you're going to notice about the chart is that it doesn't just go up in a straight line or straight down. Price moves within staircase scenarios. So price is going to move like an upward stairs. So identifying that lets us know that we have to get in at certain times, and also lets us know that market trends. So let's identify what a trend is and how to see an upward trend versus a downward trend. So when you're trading the United States stock market, a lot of the times you're going to be trading upwards trends, and you're going to be trading what's called pull backs. Okay. If market's meant to go up, then wait for market to come down, buy it, and then wait for it to go back up, and then catch your profit. Okay, reverse engineer it and really just have your psychology on point. So once again, if market is meant to go in an upwards direction, you're trading the United States stock market, if you're trading options or shares, whatever, and it's meant to go up, then instead of buying when it's all the way up, wait for market to pull down, buy it then, and then take it back up. So it's that logical. Okay, don't make it difficult. The charts are not mumbo jumbo. You don't need any indicators. Disable all the indicators on your screen right now. Just keep it easy, keep it fresh, keep it clean. So boom, you could see price heading in an upwards direction year after year after year. And one thing too, you want to be looking at price on your higher time frames. Time frames you're going to be needing in order to find your setups. A lot of the times you're going to be needing your weekly time frame. You're going to be on that first. It's going to give you that full vision, so make sure you can see every piece of price action. You don't want to be trading stocks that aren't trendy, otherwise you're pretty much just going to be wasting your time. Then you're going to go ahead and scale down to your daily time frame afterwards too. Your daily time frame is going to give you a little closer view, and a lot of the times your daily is where you're going to find your take profit. Okay, and it's where you're going to determine whether or not price is ready for your entry. Okay, so your daily is going to be for your take profit identifications and your entries. Weekly is going to be for the full bird's eye view, making sure you're not trading anything that's horrible. Then after your daily, you're going to scale down to your 4 hour. Now there's a reason why you scale down to your 4 hour. The daily is one of my favorite time frames, but you do need your 4 hour. 4 hours is also one of my favorite time frames. And the reason why you need your 4 hour time frame is, check this out. If I'm on the daily time frame, I'm going to notice sometimes there's going to be little gaps in between the market. Okay, little gaps I'm going to be able to see here in between the market. But if I go on my 4 hour time frame, I'm going to be able to see price moving successively. Now, if you're still seeing gaps, which you're going to go ahead and need to do if you're on TradingView or whatever brokerage you're looking at or trading on, you need to turn on your extended trading hours. If you're on TradingView, look in the bottom right and just turn on ETH and turn on extended trading hours real quick. Okay, this way you're going to be able to see every hour an ounce of price action, and you're not going to be able to see those little gaps. So after you're done with your weekly and your daily, make sure you scan your 4 hour time frame. From there, here's how I go ahead and find setups. I like to go ahead and scan my stock screener. I like to start on my weekly time frame, and I'm going to stay away from things that are near all-time highs. Okay. Because I'm going to want price to be at a point where sellers have already sold and buyers are just now stepping in. I like to call it the V formation. So you're going to let sellers make the top left of the V. You're going to let early buyers make the bottom of the V. And then we're going to catch the rest of the V as confident, assured buyers. Okay, letting us know that the trend has swapped. We don't want to be buying falling knives, and we want to be buying when price is confirmed. In order to do that, make sure you're having at least 2-6 daily candles headed in an upwards direction, ideally that are going to be the same color, green, if you're using green and red candlesticks. Okay, whatever color you're using for buying, the more candlesticks you see going in upwards direction successively with the same color scheme, okay, is going to let you know the trend a lot of the times. And price moves in V formations. And what that means is, let's take this V formation here. Price decided to come up, make a sharp stop, and then price decided to fall downwards. So price made the top left of the V. That lets you know sellers stepped in here. This is going to be an area of resistance. After that, price fell down, made a bottom, made an area of support. That's going to let me know that buyers went ahead and stepped in. And price went ahead and filled in that whole area back to where sellers originally started selling, broke past it, and it's going to go ahead and try and make some new highs. Okay, fall down here, and then price will try and come back up, break that, and price will continue to zigzag, go up and down, and make staircase formations to new all-time highs over and over and over again. And that's how the trend works. Now, knowing when to get in, they're going to want to get on your weekly time frames and stay away from things that are, once again, at all-time highs. Price can pretty much only go down, find a low, and once it finds a good low, then you buy it and then take it back up. Okay, and ideally your take profit is always going to be where price originally fell down from. So even right here, let's say price decided to fall down from this area. Price trickled up, stopped right here, fell down, and made what's called a higher low. So this low right here is higher than this low down here. When you start seeing price making higher lows and what's called higher highs, which means that this high is higher than this high. Okay, when you start seeing price make higher lows, which means this low is higher than this low, and this low is higher than this low. When you start seeing price trend in a staircase like that, that's how you know you're heading in an upwards direction. Okay, so to find a good setup, okay, here's another one that I went ahead and marked as well too. My daily, I could see that price decided to fall downward from this area here. Price decided to make a heavy area of support, made a higher low off of that, I identified that, and price decided to went ahead and smash take profit within a couple of days. Okay. Within 6 days. So extremely, extremely simple when you're finding your setups. You want to buy when the buyers are buying. Okay, and if it took 6 days, try and buy these contracts. Ideally, if you're taking smaller take profit setups using your daily and your 4 hour, you can buy contracts as far as like 2 weeks out plus, at least try and be 2 weeks out. And then you can build your account from there. But having at least 2 weeks on your contracts gives time and price to fluctuate in case it does, or in case some news comes out or anything. But even an example here on Disney, could see price meeting up with this area of resistance. I marked this a couple of days ago, and you could see buyers fiending to have price trickle back up to this area. Even if you're a trend line type person, you could do that too. You could see a little retest off the trend line here, and price headed in an upwards direction as well too. Okay, and if you wanted to, you could play the remainder gap to the resistance if you wanted to. Okay, you could buy at least like 2 weeks out, could buy 17 days if you wanted to, and take it up here, catch a nice flip. Okay, November 12th. And then you could buy your contracts. You could buy like 2 weeks out, 15, 12, $3. So yeah, 188 to $3 there. And you'd be able to just flip your money consistently there, even if you went 10 days. You'd be able to catch your flip there as well too. So play market how you would like to be playing it. Even a scenario like here, I kind of like this maybe potentially. like how price is making higher lows here. Confident in that. Looks like buying wants to step in here from this low to the new low. Go to my daily. We got multiple green daily candlesticks. So 4 hour, honestly, I might take this up to at least this resistance here. And then that might be a clean little trade as well too. Pep. So about like 2-3 weeks out. About 145 and take it up. Yep. So cool. That's how I make it simple. That's how you find options contracts. Just no fluff, no BS. Just straightforward price action, reading the candlestick chart, understanding buy zones and sell zones, and just really taking the trades that you need to be taking. And understanding when buyers are buying is really important. Say this, for example, I could tell buyers are buying here since I see higher lows are being made. And the more you live on TradingView all day, the better your eyeballs get, really. So chart time is really important. Yeah, I could check here on the weekly, see prices that have to fall from here. Get on my 4 hour. Price falling down from this area of resistance. I see this area of resistance before it here that happened on the 2nd. I like that. I'll even hop on my 1 hour with it. I have this area of resistance too. Okay, so even if I wanted to close on this 4th area here, could definitely do that. Yeah, these contracts are a little far actually. So 120 minimum. So yeah, you'd have to play for like up here. So it'd be worth it to just buy some months out. I'm sure these are probably cheap, yeah. And then you could catch this flip if you want to and hold these for a minute. So yeah, all types of scenarios, different ways to grow your account. It's just choosing the most effective ways and staying patient. Okay, play the stocks that you know you're good at. Pick stocks that have good volume, and really just take your time with your setups. And yeah, that's how you find options trades. Head over to Stackmode.net. I pray it helped. Peace.
If you're using Linktree, Jotform, Typeform, or you're just tired of your website not making sales, I'm going to give you guys the full guide on how to actually start making some conversions. Just listen closely, pay attention, and let's solve your problems if God wills. Let's go. All right, so let's go and let's talk about some website psychology here. So you guys need to understand that your site has to be interactive. It has to be emotionally intertwined with your user. What value is your user getting when they come on your site? Ask yourself that question, okay? What value is your user getting when they come onto your site? Some of you guys are trying to get into the user's wallet way too fast. You need to be getting into their heart. You need to be understanding that your site can't just be a bunch of text slop, okay? Or just a bunch of animated 3D slop as well too. Some of you guys are focusing way too much on looks instead of actual compatibility. You have to think about people on lower end spec computers, people who don't have great Wi-Fi, and especially if you're running a service in an instance to where people are trying to learn how to make more money, you want to be coming into a place to where your site can be loading quickly, okay? So if you want your site to load fast, you can't over animate your site. What you can do to still make your site extremely engaging is a format that you can get in the brand boost, where you can book at stackmode.net, but taking kind of the quiz format, you know, building that into your site. So let's go and let's check this out here. So the first thing I asked the user here is, how do you want to build wealth and scale your income? Okay, that's what my services are, helping you make more money, whether it be through business or on the charts. That's just what I do. So you can learn multiple high income digital skills, building a powerful brand and automated business, or mastering the financial markets and algorithms. Okay, be able to choose what you want. So if you want to master the markets, cool, we'll go here. What would elevate your trading to the institutional level? Okay. Psychology. What is your primary goal as a trader for the next 6 months? I want to achieve consistent daily profitability. How do you prefer to reach peak performance? Let's say I'm a self-paced kind of person. Then the academy is going to be for you. Okay. Let's go ahead and go through it again. So mastering the financial markets. Let's say I want a proven strategy. I want to automate my entire analysis workflow. Okay, and I want some direct one-on-one mentorship. And instead, it's going to take you to the one-on-one trading mentorship. Okay, so each question is going to bring you to a different section. Okay, it's going to be completely optimized for users. Okay, it's going to be completely optimized for you. Okay, so checking out here, we have the prompt engine, the prompt prompt here, giving straight value. Okay, giving straight value. You're going to be able to check out some certain prompts here and copy and paste them and use them to build whatever you need to do. Here's an example of just a clean section of reviews too. People should be able to see what type of results your site gives or what type of value you provide. Clean, simple, pretty much kindergarten level site. Okay, it's going to be the highest converting. Do not over explain on your sites. Okay, do not get into a place where you start over explaining everything for no reason. Don't do that. Okay, don't do that. So here, once again, results section. Okay, you want to have real proof as well too of people actually succeeding of your service or product. Now this is really going to depend too. If you're more of a personal brand, reviews are really going to help you in your portfolio and stuff like that. But if you're not a personal brand, then you still want to have a clean understanding of what the user is going to get. So, and this should be explained and given to them very, very easily and quickly. Okay. So here we'll go over the prompt shop. So even if I wanted to view this prompt here, copy this prompt, you could use this. Okay, you could use this prompt too. Feel free to use and get any prompt that you want. Okay, once again, just giving straight value. Straight value. So I'm logged in here if I'm not mistaken. So if I go to the brand boost here, clear value as soon as the text comes up. You don't even have to make this animated if you don't want. Simple sites are really the highest converting sites. But once again, what's really going to separate these sites from other sites are going to be your questions. Okay, focus on your questions. The questionnaire system, and if you guys want a site built with the questionnaire system, head over to stackmode.net. I'll get you right. Okay, but the questionnaire system makes it very engaging. So it's holding back your income. So let's say people are struggling with visibility and people want to make an extra 50K per month. And people might be concerned that they can't afford it. Okay, they want to stop chasing clients. So let's say they have a few questions. Then boom, then they'll come with me on the brand boost. Okay, so it really, really depends on what they depend. And the start over button, they might want to run it back and change a couple of things. So have different sections. Once again, your portfolio on the site too. Show them what you've done. Show them the progression that you've made. Show them certain things and certain value that you just give in all aspects, So here, once again, we'll go over the pricing page too. Very, very clean. It's a very, very clean pricing page. Very, very simple value that we just give here. So we have $1,000 mentorship, $50 a month group people pay for, and then the $4 a month for the architect role. So your pricing page, make it very, very structured. Understand that your pricing page has to be in a format to where you just need to have clear value. Okay, clear value on your site. So once again, for the brand boost custom, simple check marks here, simple check marks here, simple check marks here, simple check marks here. Really, really grabbing their attention and letting them know that they're going to be gaining success if they select any of the options. So really, really a lot of psychology in every little icon, and you have to think of it like that. So the question format, once again, it's very, very strong, very powerful. And you guys can head over to stackmode.net if you want a site built with the question format. And the reason why you want your site built with the question format built inside of the site, actually, instead of using external links, is because when you start using external links, you're running into load time issues. Once again, you have to think about people in other countries. You have to think about people who don't have good Wi-Fi or who don't have good computers. people are going to click off of your site or not going to be able to participate in whatever good service you actually do have, because your site isn't going to be loading fast. So you have to think about everybody. Okay, think about all types of users, and your site doesn't have to be over animated. Do not over animate your site. Okay, I'm going to say it once again. Yes, we do have very powerful tools. We have Claude Code, Opus, Cursor, VS Code, just manual CSS coding as well too. A lot of cool stuff you can do. Okay, but the furthest I would go is like 2D animations using CSS. Just copies and paste this. Okay, but over animating your site is gonna be thumbs down. Okay, it's gonna be completely thumbs down. So understand that you do not want people to click away from your site. As soon as they land, give them value, give them something to do. Okay, give them an activity, give them a login, either that or directly give them the buttons, or what was really popular for a lot of people was the VSL. That stands for video sales letter. A lot of people like to put the video at the very top, but a lot of people get tired of that. So I feel like the question format is going to be the next strongest format for the websites. So instead of the VSL, this format here, very, very strong. Gonna try this out for a couple of years. Honestly, gonna gain some data on this, see how this does compared to just traditional button websites. And we're gonna go ahead and see how certain things can progress, especially as we just continue to keep building. So just because AI is out, don't over animate your site. Have a pretty static site. And if you look up some of the most profitable companies, you'll actually notice their site is quite static. They might have examples, but for the most part, their examples are in a framework where you're still going to be able to see what type of value you get, but it's not going to be destroying your RAM usage. For example, if you have Chrome and you only have like 4 gigabytes of RAM on the laptop, you know what I'm saying? You want to think about those users. So it's really, really important. Don't destroy your sales because you want to over animate your site. 2D is cool. Once again, I'm going to say it one more time. 2D is cool. Okay? So check out Stackmode.net if you guys want a site built just like this. Stay prayers to God. Keep grinding. Catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
Yo, Stackmode Chris here. AI engineers, coders, web developers, traders, we spend a lot of time at the computer, a lot of time at the PC. Just because you're spending a lot of time at the PC doesn't mean you got to be fat, lazy, and disgusting. Take care of yourself. God put us here on earth for a reason, so let's cherish the bodies that God has blessed us with. Let's take care of ourselves. Let's be healthy. Let's understand that without health, how are we even going to succeed in the first place? How are you going to think of the next big SaaS or the next big product or the next big idea when you're worrying about high blood pressure or cholesterol or you're sick in a hospital bed, God forbid? Goofy stuff. Goofy stuff. So make sure we're working out, man. I just hit the workout hard. I want to show you guys some combos real quick. You know what I'm saying? It's the physique right now. I'm trying to get back in shape. This is a 5. Shout out my mom. She got this for me a couple Christmases ago. I think it's like a 5, 10-pound weighted vest. I don't know how many pounds it is. I'm not even gonna lie. I don't know. I'm gonna find it though. But yeah, the weighted vest. I don't really like to lift weights anymore. I used to lift weights to like build my muscular physique and get it going forward. But as far as weights, like I really quit weights. I just do straight calisthenics. I do pull-ups, push-ups, chin-ups. I like to punch this thing here. I'll show you guys some combos. So I'll go 1, 2, 3, and I'll show you how I do it really fast. So I'll go once again, right hand first, and then I'm gonna go left. So I'm gonna go right, heavy right, heavy right. If I hit someone with this, it's over. So I'm gonna go heavy right, then I'm gonna go left, and then I'm gonna go quick underhook. Okay, so the jab, this is really distraction jab. Okay, I'm going heavy on my right. Okay, 1, and I'm going quick left jab. After I go quick left jab, afterward, I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna go underhook. I'm gonna go underhook. Okay, so here's the combo quick. So I'm gonna go. Okay, and then I'm gonna swap it up. I'm gonna go left, heavy jab. I'm gonna go right, mop jab, and then I'm gonna go left underhook. Okay, so I'm gonna go. Okay, one, two, three. Okay, get everything intact. So, yeah, that's the combo I like to do. And then from there, I like to hit clap push-ups and stuff. I don't know if y'all do those or not, but clap push-ups are fire. You just like get down on the ground. You feel me? So yeah, do those. And then I'm gonna go weighted jump rope too. I go weighted jump rope, this right here. Oh yeah. You trying to get in shape and you're trying to get muscular. If you're trying to like get lean and get muscular at the same time, weighted jump rope. Y'all get into this. This right here, man. Oh yeah. This that thing right here. Oh yeah. All right. The workout was crazy. I won't lie. I hit it hard today. I'm gonna go shower, put on some drip. So let me take this off for y'all. So we're gonna go upstairs. I'm gonna show y'all some little fit. Some little fit. Shout out RSYP. But jeez, we're mogging shit. Rah, 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 rah. That's how you should feel after the gym. You should feel like a monster. You should feel proud of the fact that God even created us, that God even created you. Be proud of yourself, man. Man, I'm finna go get some drip on and stuff. I do need to hit the store though. I'm not gonna lie. So I'm gonna open up to y'all about something, man. I'm done being fake on here. I'm just about to show y'all everything. I'm about to just show y'all me. I got nothing to restrict no more. I'm about to show y'all my lifestyle, how I be living. That wasn't correct English. That was Atlanta. Excuse me. How I live. I'm about to go. Well, I started the day off. Y'all know how I start the day off. I wake up, pray to God. We just hit the workout, John. Now, I need some Swiss reliefs or some backwoods. Because it's time to smoke. I'm not gonna lie. It's time to smoke. I smoke, guys. I smoke. Cat's out the bag. All right, no point to cap to y'all. No point to lie. Okay. So when you're hitting your workout hard, afterward, like the amount of mental peace you'll be feeling afterward is really crazy. It's crazy. Like cortisol, literally zero. Yeah, cortisol, literally zero. So let me go up here. Show y'all what drip I got going on for the day. So now, like, say if you're running into like a syntax error, especially after your workout, you're not going to be upset because your cortisol is lower. So yeah. So let's see what drip we got on for the day. We got to clean this room. I can't even show y'all this. But I might go blouse. I got this little blouse here. Y'all see me wear this a couple times. I'm gonna probably go blouse today. Blouse, and then we got some dress pants. Two blouse, dress pants. Let me get myself some socks real quick. And then we gonna do some of this. That is good. Okay, so let me go ahead and get myself some socks real quick. Okay. Oh, okay. Socks. We got these boots here too. These boots are fire. Thrifted these. I could go boots today, but I could go boots today. I'm kind of feeling like red bottoms, I don't know. I might bust these out. And then yeah, and shout out my mom for finding these too. So I'm about to bust these out today. You see, my mom Dukes really take care of me. Yeah. I can see that. Yeah, you'll see that. Ain't no fake stuff going on in here. They're a little dirty, but I'm trying to like, I don't think we rock fake clothes over here. See that? Yeah, really. If you know, you know. You see that? Look at the indent. There we go. Oh, you see that? If you know, you know. If you know, you know. You know, you know. So yeah, real indent. That's how we coming, man. Real red bottoms. So yeah, God is good. All credit to God. I wouldn't have nothing without this. Right here, it's the most important thing in my room. There's a book right here. There's a book right here, and this rug right here. Without those two right there, I wouldn't have no red bottoms. I wouldn't have no weed. I wouldn't have nothing. Nothing. No. And we don't say the word weed. We say gumbo. So on the channel, we call it gumbo. Gumbo. So yeah, let me get on this drip. And then we're going to pop out to the store. I think I went live with this site yesterday. I finished a client stuff. I was really happy to finish their project. So let me go ahead and show you all this real quick. Oh, I was playing around too. Just playing around with some manual HTML code too. But let me go ahead and show you guys the company website. So it's the company website here. Crazy. Went ahead and just redid the whole thing. It's actually wild. It's pretty wild. Yeah, we got a whole interactive map here, whole new element, testimonial section. And yeah, I think I went pretty hard on this one. I'm not gonna lie. I think I went pretty hard on this one. Yeah, y'all just see this, man. A lot of interactive buttons. We got talk to distributor buttons, different sections as well too. Own training section. We got an event section. And yeah, really just crazy page. So just raw, real, transparent videos. It's really what I'm trying to base my channel off of, especially with AI. I just want to show you guys like what a day-to-day AI engineer, web developer, and investor / trader looks like. Hi, I'm Stackmode Chris, and this is the raw reality of everything. So yeah, I'm gonna go get this drip on. I'm gonna get back to you guys as soon as I finish, and then yeah, we're gonna. So yeah, we prayed, we worked out, said all of our dua. Now let's go cool down. Oh, we gotta go to the store first. I can't even smoke yet. All right, I gotta go to the store first. All right, I'm gonna catch y'all in 1 second. Yeah, I want y'all to stay away from negativity. That is not gonna keep your life going forward. It's not gonna do anything for you. Negative people around you, negative people not believing in your dreams, people who don't have anything positive to say, people who don't wake up every single day and pour positivity and love and good ideas back out into the universe. That's really just the difference between a negative person and somebody who's really trying to propel society forward. So watch who you're around. Like, really watch who you're around. You guys can fall into a sense of maybe needing to feel comfortable or being around certain people. You don't need to be around those negative people talking about things you don't believe in, having ideas or different perspectives than you have, right? I'm not saying everyone's going to be just like you, but try and stay around people who have a positive mindset. Try and stay around people who genuinely believe in your goals, and try and stay around people who have things going on for themselves. You know, I'm at the beach right now. I'm chilling out. You know, thank God, alhamdulillah, all credit to God. But not only would I not be here without God, I would not be here without God. Absolutely not. But I would not be here
without the positive network that I've had around me, or without the certain people in my lives telling me to keep going, even while other people were hating on me, even while people who didn't believe in me, who now do believe in me, didn't see the vision. They didn't understand what I was talking about, thinking I was crazy, thinking that they knew what I was going to be. And that's why I just want to tell you guys here personally, don't ever let people tell you what you're going to be. If someone tells you you're going to be X, Y, and Z, and you know in your soul, in your spirit, and in your body, you don't want to be that, or that you're not that negative connotation, or if they told you you're going to be a bum, if they told you aren't going to succeed, if they told you your business is not going to work, if they told you your ideas weren't creative, fresh, or new, and innovative, and world-changing, why are you around them? And you also need to learn to take pieces of that, take the negativity, and just go forward. Okay? Learn to just go forward. So I just want you guys to understand that in order to get to the next level, you have to watch who you're around. Your energy is really, really important. How you perceive the world, how you perceive your reality, it's really, really important. And that's why I say try and stick around positive people only. People who have things going on for themselves. Don't just sit around people talking about negativity, talking about politics, talking about other people all the time. Focus on yourself. Most importantly, focus on God. How's your relationship with God? You know? And what are you guys, this is why I love Rick Ross. Shout out Rick Ross. That's someone I really look up to, and he's an inspiration. And he asked himself, or he posted on his story, what are you trending for? What are you trending for? Are you trending for getting money? Are you trending for being a real human, being a real man, being a real woman? Are you trending for being honest? Are you trending for motivating people and helping get people to their destinations and their landmarks? Are you helping people get to the next level? That's what separates the consumers versus the producers. That's what separates the people on this earth who are just wandering and the people on this earth who have created what we have. The cars that we drive, the tables that we use, the floors that we walk on, the AC that was used, all just an idea at one point in time. Keep that in mind. All just an idea at one point in time. How world-changing are your ideas? How hard are you going to change the world? What piece of the world are you trying to change? What piece of the world are you trying to improve? Are you trying to improve or motivate the whole world? A lot of that really depends. And in order to see that success that you want to see, in order to get to this next level, it's important. It's real important that we're focused on God, most importantly, and that we have a positive outlook on life. Sometimes people just have a straight negative mindset. I don't like to hang around negative people. Negative people, I don't hang around. I'm not gonna lie. I don't hang around no negative people. I don't like controlling people. And if you guys feel like you need to get away from everybody to flourish, do that. Then you need to do that. Don't let these people destroy your reality. Go hard. Okay? Don't let these people make you think that you shouldn't be here shining bright on this earth. Go hard. Don't be in a moment of darkness. Don't be in a moment of desperation or depression, making you have bad thoughts, making you not cherish and value your life. And it's really important that we focus on positivity. I'm not just at this camera spewing you guys nonsense. I want you guys to get to the next level. I want you to be strategic. And I want you to operate your mind. Before you operate your business, before you even operate your body, your physical, you have to make sure that you're operating your mind first. Operating your mind first really separates
the weak from the strong. People talk about the leaders of this world, the people who control the world. The people who control the world, and I'm talking about the humans who control the world, the people who run the governments, they have control over their mind, and they have control over their minds so much that they know how to control other people's minds. So it's really, really important. This also why I spoke about politics, for example. When you're too caught up in other people's lives, what other people are doing, how are you ever going to think about what you're doing? How are you ever going to think about how you're going to improve or get to the next level or what you're going to do? How? And I just want you guys to understand that people just don't progress in this world because they're focused purely on the wrong thing. And I study older people, for example. Older people are just focused on the wrong thing. Especially. Not every older person, but I feel like my generation, we don't really care for things like going to war, going to cause certain stems of violence. You know, we're trying to propel society forward. We're trying to push peace, love, and positivity. And focusing on your unit, focusing on your team. Try and build a team of positive people who do different things, so you all have a network, and y'all can put each other on different game, etc. But having a network is really, really powerful. Having a network is extremely powerful. Make sure you have a network of people who can help you in different entities. Say you might have an individual who does rental companies on one side here. Then you might have an individual who trades the market, right? Can tell you about certain plays, can tell you about certain companies that are looking to expand, making certain deals, etc. Pay attention to people who are in shape too. You got to have control over your mind in order to be in shape. Keep in mind, you have to have control over your mind, your body, and your spirit at all times. The success that people crave and the success that people talk about and want to get to the next level towards, and the success that people have in their head, the dreams, the aspirations, the car they want to drive, where they want to live, how they want to hit the beach. You have to ask yourself, is your life in tune with that? Is your life in tune with this lifestyle? I want you to close your eyes and envision absolutely everything that you want right now. Close your eyes and feel it. I want you to feel the car that you want to drive. I want you to feel yourself giving your mom $100,000 if that's what you want to do. Your dad, your grandparents. I want you to feel yourself opening the door to the house that you want to live in. And we're going to take a deep breath right now. And I want y'all to really feel that, man. And then open your eyes and look around. And if your reality is not what it currently wants to be, I need you to pray on it. I need you to ask God to give you all the strength, all the discipline, all the wisdom that you can ask for. And I need you to go hard and go ballistic every single day. I don't care if you're doing nails. I don't care if you're doing tattoos. I don't care if you code websites or make apps for people. I don't care if you are just a social media content creator. I don't care if you do graphic design. I don't care if you play tennis. You gotta go hard. Where's your discipline at? How hungry are you? How motivated are you every single day? We gotta get motivated. We don't have time to focus on negativity or focus on negative people. We gotta get motivated. We gotta be happy. We gotta go hard. We gotta be inspired. And this isn't gonna happen when we're letting ourselves down. This isn't gonna happen, most importantly, when we're letting God down. So stay away from the negativity, man. And woman. Stay away from the sadness. Stay away from the people hating on you. Stay away from the people who aren't living the way that you want to live, trying to tell you something. Because I'm telling you that they're not in the position that you want to be in for a reason, but they're trying to tell you something. Don't listen to these people, man. Get away from them if you can. They're parasites. It's parasites out here, man. It's absolute parasites out here. So all the haters, people who don't believe in your dreams, thank them. Tell them thank you. Because I need you to take all of that negative energy and transmute that. Go forward. Envision yourself at the beach. Envision yourself chilling out. Envision yourself getting to the next level. That's what I want for you. That's how much I care about y'all. That's how much I really love y'all, man. I'm not out here trying to just sell some course. I'm trying to sell love. So I put so much time into my websites, put so much time into the prompt shop, put so much time into the business, put so much time into getting to the next level. And don't let no one try and break you down. Don't let no one try and tell you that they know more than you. When you know you. And I'm not saying be ignorant or don't listen to nobody, but don't let nobody tell you about yourself. Now, if it's a negative thing that you're doing, if it's a negative thing or that you're moving, hear it. If it's something that you truly do need to change it. Go forward, because that's love. But people around here are moving around with too much ego, too much pride. And they don't know how to put that to the side. You got to put your ego and you got to put your pride to the next level. To the side to get to the next level. You got to put your ego and pride to the side to get to the next level. Your mind and how you interpret everything is what's going to calculate your success. You are not going to be successful if you have a negative mindset. Take this beach, for example, right? All behind me, you have stuff like that. We have monuments. We added chairs and stuff like that. Now we even have boats and stuff out inside of the beach to keep people safe. Like, hey, don't go this too far out. This is the red zone right here. Okay, we got stuff to keep people safe. This stuff wasn't here when we first checked this all out. Someone decided to literally tackle the ocean. Head first. Put on all the gear and they tackled the ocean. And said, you know what, I'm going to conquer this. And created a boat so people can literally travel across the world. It's wild. People were able to take stuff like glass, for example, and make sand into glass. They made sand turn into glass. I learned that through Minecraft. Shout out Minecraft. But the fact that sand is even somewhat in the process of glass, it's wild. It's absolutely crazy what we have on this earth, man. God's earth. And that's why I'm so motivated and so hungry and so passionate about making sure you guys are just happy here on this earth. I don't want y'all sad. I don't want y'all depressed. I don't want y'all angry. I don't want you going through it. That's why I'm on here telling you, if you're around any negative people who aren't trying to push you forward, you should only be around people who are trying to get you right with God. If they're not trying to get you right with God, what are they on? What are they on? If they're not trying to get you right with God, what are they on? If they're not trying to put some money in your pocket, what are they on? If they're not trying to protect you, what are they on? You gotta ask yourself this in every single scenario. What are they on? What are they on? Those people who are around you, do they really love you for you? Do they really hold you down? Do they really want to see you win? Because if so, help them. Help them, man. That means they're meant to be on your team. Take care of your team. If they really love you for real, if they're really in your corner, if they're really there for you, take care of your team. Hold your people down. Hold your team down. But your team will have to sacrifice for you. If you notice your team member doing you wrong, poisoning the team, it's time to let the team member go. It's time to let the team member go. Because they're weighing down the team. We really trying to build the team here. We're really trying to go hard. And we can't go hard when your brain is diluted by stupidity. Because you're so angry hanging around the wrong crowd. You should have free mental real estate. Your mind should be clear. Your mind should be absolutely clear. Okay? Clear. It should be clear. I need you to focus, man. Focus. 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 Get to the next level and focus. Live out your life and live out your dreams. It's imperative, man. It's imperative that we just don't give up. And it's imperative that you go hard. All right? Don't give up either. Times may get difficult. There might be times where you're not feeling encouraged. There might be times where you're not feeling motivated. But honestly, truthfully, those are the times to go the hardest. To be completely honest and sincere. Those are the times where you should be the hungriest. Those are the times where you need to want it the most. It's the times where you're just not feeling it. Go hard. Whenever you're not feeling it, that just means double down and go 50 times harder. Go 50 times harder. Because I need y'all to win. I need y'all to win. I need y'all to win. I love you so much. Stay prayerful, guys. Keep grinding. I'm going to catch y'all on the next one, man. Peace.
Yo, Intel stock. This stock has been absolutely blasting. And how's my phone going to turn off? This stock has been absolutely blasting and rallying recently. And this is a tech stock. I'm sure you guys know the Intel CPU stocks. And the United States recently did a deal with Intel. And we're going to go ahead and break it down and cover it, have a full presentation for you guys. And I've been making some money on this stock past few weeks. If you guys want to go ahead and make some money with us and the group, head over to Stackmode.net. As you guys can see, P&L just changed. So this isn't an old crusty screenshot. Actually live. I show you guys live progression. We are not trading one to just go to Miami, rent Lamborghinis, and go broke. No. Trading for real estate, trading for ownership, trading to protect and provide for our families. That's what we're pushing here. This is what we're pushing this income for. Okay. So if you guys want to start making some money, Stackmode.net, book a free call. I got free course on there, free book on there as well. And let's jump into this presentation. No more dilly and dallying. Let's do it. I love you guys. Boom.
Yo, let's go and let's talk about Intel. So, been making some good money on this past couple of weeks, as I just shown you guys. And I want you guys to be making some profit too. Let's talk about why I'm even investing into this tech stock in the first place, and why it's been rallying tons of percentages, and why the group has been making tons of money. Let's jump into it. So, the United States government, I'm sure you guys know what the United States government is. It's the things that control our laws, infrastructure, and govern our whole society. So, the United States government decided to identify Intel as an important AI and tech stock for the future. So the United States government has identified domestic chip production as a matter of national security. And billions of dollars in grants have been granted as well. And Intel is the primary beneficiary of the CHIPS Act. So the United States had a CHIPS Act, which is for our AI and tech chips, since we don't want to rely on other countries for our distribution and our tech innovation. Intel has been a core founding tech powerhouse for the past couple of years, but really now going forward into the new AI wave, Intel has been granted access to more money, innovation, and opportunity since they've been a part of the CHIPS Act, leading to the stock rising in an upwards direction. And Intel was awarded up to $3 billion to produce advanced chips for the United States military. And this is for the military. So the military, they're going to want to go ahead and do some great things. They protect us from any threats and bad things. And may God bless anybody who protects the right way. And it's really, really crazy. It's too critical to fail, in my opinion. And the United States, they really care about their military. And this stock right here is correlating with that. So preventing us from getting bombed randomly and stuff like that from other countries. And yeah, let's go and let's progress forward. So tech innovation. So AI and Foundry. Let's go and let's talk about AI. So if you guys don't know what AI is, it stands for artificial intelligence. Okay. It's pretty much a computer brain powerhouse that does things for you. And Intel isn't just making its own chips anymore, such as like processors that you put inside of desktops. I'm sure you guys have seen like a PC build video and things like that. You know, Intel chips, you might have an Intel CPU inside of your computer or laptop right now. And they're not just making their own chips anymore. It's now becoming a factory for others, okay, via the Foundry model. And let's talk about the AWS partnership. If you don't know what AWS is, AWS stands for Amazon Web Service. And it pretty much controls over like 50% of the sites that you use, believe it or not. And it's really, really big right now. So Amazon Web Service, and Amazon chose Intel to produce custom AI chips using Intel's new 18A process node. And the AI PC revolution. Intel's new Lunar Lake processors are designed specifically for the AI era. So AI, if you guys didn't know, it's really good when it comes to coding, when it comes to image generation. We got many factors that AI is going to be useful for, okay? Coding, image generation, etc. So Lunar Lake processors are designed specifically for that. So we have to keep that in mind as new apps are starting to be developed. We're going to need more powerful computers in order to run these technologies, etc. And Intel is going to be the backbone and the powerhouse in order to front the United States in the first place. Okay. And how I executed the trade in the first place. So it really wasn't too difficult. The setup, like while the market panicked over short-term earnings and stuff like that, I just bought the fear and accumulated shares. And I bought some options in the past as well too. But I pretty much just bought at the lows, rode it to the highs. V setup. Okay, we're going to let market create the top left of the market for us, which is going to be known as the resistance. Then market's going to come down, create the bottom, which is going to be known as the support. And then we catch the right side of the V, which is the profit. And then we catch it back up until the initial V at the resistance and close at take profit. Okay. So this is the actual setup here. Let me go ahead and show you guys. So Intel, I decided to enter at this zone here. So where the circle is at this 33 area-ish, I decided to go ahead and enter in. Okay, what I went ahead and noticed was price decided to come down and give me a support mirror at this area here. So price decided to top out at this area up here in 2024, rally all the way down, created this support area down here. And then after that, I saw this giant gap up here. So we had some good earnings, giant gap up. After that, I did some research via Twitter, AI, etc. And if you guys want to learn how to do research on stocks and news, you guys can get the book and the course at stackmode.net/learn. And here I noticed two areas of support being mirrored off of each other. So we got one area of support here. And then we got another area of support here. So I really, really like that. Two areas of support is going to let me know that buying is occurring, especially when I'm on my higher time frames. Okay. So a lot of the times I'm on my weekly and my daily time frame, and then the lowest I go for my extended trading hours is going to go ahead and be my 4-hour. So even up here on my daily, I could see that price wants to come in contact with this area of resistance up here. And I could see price trying to do the same thing up here. Okay, trying to come in contact with the area of resistance, and then price might fall down. Okay, just for a little bit. And then on the pullback, I'm probably going to go ahead and add some more. But ultimately, looks like price wants to come up to this all-time highs area up here at this 62.15. So when you're doing everything on your higher time frames, it really helps you see everything in full perspective. And it gives you the full idea of what market really wants to do. Okay, so market will always try and fill in these V setups, V setups, V setups. Okay, you see how right here, market created the top left of the V, came down, created the bottom of the V, and bursted up and filled in to the right side of the V. Okay, and this is just a bigger V in itself. Okay, so all it is just mini V's inside of mini V's. It's extremely, extremely simple. Please don't make trading harder than it ever needs to be. So the legacy and the future vision. So the legacy between 1968 and 2020. Founded by Gordon Moore and Robert Noyce, Intel invented the x86 architecture, which is still used to this day, and it really powers the modern world and dominance. So for decades, Intel had the best manufacturing technology on Earth and the moat. They powered nearly every single personal computer and data center server in existence. Intel's been dominating. Most people don't like AMD chips. People see AMD chips and they're, oh, what is that? A lot of people like Intel chips. And the future of it, right? IDM 2.0. So under CEO, Pat Gelsinger, Intel is executing the most ambitious turnaround in tech history. So 5 nodes in 4 years. So a rapid roadmap to regain process leadership by 2025, okay, was put into place. And let's talk about the foundry model, just like we spoke about earlier. They decided to open factories and decided to not only make their own chips, but they decided to manufacture chips for competitors such as NVIDIA. And I'm telling you guys, a lot of the times, any company that has to do with NVIDIA, at least during these times when this video is dropping, is going to be a big factor. Okay, and Apple as well too. We all, for the most part, have an iPhone. Apple's a huge country. And Western reliance. So the United States wants to be its own powerhouse, and it doesn't want to have to run to other countries in order for us to have technological innovations. In the past, we've run to Asia and stuff like that, etc. So we're trying to keep stuff in-house. And Western reliance. So by becoming the only leading edge manufacturer outside of Asia, it's becoming a U.S. primary. Intel is stepping its game up. Just like we know Intel, Google, Microsoft, those are U.S. primaries. Intel is now stepping up to be a U.S. primary for real this time. And the verdict of everything. So the turnaround is going to be real. So with the backing of the U.S. military and partnerships with tech giants like Amazon, Intel is positioning itself as the leader in Western chip manufacturing. So the strategic momentum is flowing into American chips. So if you guys want to make some money in the market, at least in 2026, okay, I would focus on AI, tech stocks, energy stocks, etc. I have a lot of free courses, informations, etc. I have a free course for you guys, free book for you guys, dropping some more information too, dropping a paid book, paid course and stuff like that too, in case you guys need some more advanced game from that. Going to be dropping the neuro trading, going to be dropping the before the hype, which is making sure you're getting into a stock before it's at the highs, and then dropping a Bitcoin book as well too, talking about ownership. So I just want you guys to just be in stack mode, and I just want you guys to be dominating in finance in every way. We're here to make some money in our sleep. Swing trading is going to be everything. We're not here to day trade and stress. Swing trading is everything. Make some money in your sleep. Let's chill on these charts and make some bread. Inshallah, if God wills. Catch you guys in the next one. Head over to Stackmode. It's going to be Stackmode.net for all trading education. Peace. I realize that most people's frustration literally comes from financial issues, and that's why it's important to master trading and build your business, especially with the way this economy is. At Stackmode.net, you can choose your path to financial freedom. I teach you how to trade and grow your business. And stop paying $5,000 for mentorship. I created the Stackmode Network, where I teach you how to build AI softwares, how to grow your business, and how to take that income and multiply it with trading. Let me go ahead and tell you guys why I started the Stackmode Network in the first place.
Stackmode, yo. I want to talk to you guys about why I started Stackmode in the first place and why I think I'm just way better than these other mentors out here. These other mentors out here, they want you guys day trading. They're giving you guys anxiety-driven strategies, and they're just straight up lying to y'all. They're leasing cars, telling you guys that they bought a $200,000 Porsche. Whole time it's on lease, they paying $5K a month, promoting to y'all. Selling y'all lies and dreams. Selling y'all scams. And at Stackmode, we don't do that. So I'm going to go ahead and tell you guys the story of why I started Stackmode in the first place. So I was married at the time and was just expecting a family. So I was like, okay, I got to go hard. I got to put in way more work than I'm putting in now. So I worked in the finance industry. I had a finance career for 4 years. I worked on credit card terminals, and I worked with credit card terminals and credit card processing. That's what helped me really get my foot in the door and helped me learn how to book meetings for you guys and stuff like that. I really just learned a lot of skills that are pretty useful. But outside of that, I started Stackmode because of the lies I keep seeing on YouTube. Pretty much just straight up, that's why. The lies that I keep seeing on YouTube, showing you guys anything on the block. A lot of you guys don't even know that the stock market is literally made to go up. There's laws in place such as the short sale restriction law, which prevents you from shorting the stock market. So when I see people trying to trade the stock market like Forex traders trade it, a much more sideways market, I'm like, yeah, these people don't even know what they're doing. They don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what they're teaching. Even when it comes to business, marketing, or ads and stuff like that, stuff is so cryptic and weird. And I just literally want to give you guys the most straight up, real content that I can give you. Because when you're running around trying to bait people, trying to sell people and grasp people in based off of just an image, not your knowledge, results, or education. That's why at Stackmode.net I have all the reviews there for you guys. You guys can clearly see my clients texting me back and people making money. So it's way, 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 way different with me, because you guys can actually see my actual results from my clients, my personal results, and I try and show you guys my actual numbers in P&L. These other mentors are just showing you guys cars, are just showing you guys cribs. It's not actual knowledge that you can grasp, implement into your own trading skills, implement into your own business, or create your own AI software, just whatever you want to do, right? Don't fall for the vanity traps. And this is why God is really, really important too. God is unseeable, okay? You cannot see God. God is the unseen, and he's the Lord of all worlds. And the fact that we still worship God without even seeing, because of just the knowledge that he's gifted us, with the earth that he's gifted us, with just everything, all the information and knowledge, is why we love God. And information and knowledge is love, because that's forever. You teach a man how to fish, he can feed his entire family and start selling the fishing rod too. Okay? You'll be loved forever. So even if you're trying to start your own network, your own ecosystem, make sure that your main priority is making sure that your clients are getting the most high quality information and education as possible. Okay? Or service or product. Make sure they're just getting high quality services, products, or education from you. Because then from there, you don't have to focus on your image your whole time. You don't have to bait people in or go lease a super expensive car just to get some views. Because that's what a lot of these people are doing. That's what a lot of these mentors are doing. And it's really, really sad, just trying to loop people in with a vanity trap instead of actually giving them the real knowledge that they need in order to succeed. Another reason why I started Stackmode too is that I don't want you guys sitting around and hoping. Stop sitting around and hoping like, I hope I'm going to pay this bill. I hope I'm going to do this. I hope this is going to get paid. Oh man, this debt is sitting here. Go take some paper. Like, go get some money, man. Shout out Lou Graham. Lou Graham has one of my favorite rap lyrics. He says, instead of chasing paper, you just sit and hope. Do not just sit and hope. Chase some paper. Wake up, pray to Allah, hit the gym, and go forward on your business. Full-fledged. You don't got no time to be wasting. If you're not happy with your house right now, if you're not happy with your car, if you're not happy with your certain situation, pray to God and put in the work to change it. That's what Stackmode is all about. I realized that I couldn't sit in my room just making money from the charts, working a normal IT job, making 5-6 figures a year. That just wasn't cutting it for me. You know, I want to give you guys big auditorium speeches, charging you guys up,
showing you guys that you can get to this money, especially as life continues to get more expensive year after year after year after year after year. People are struggling. You know, the job market is not as stable as it used to be. Rent is getting significantly higher, and houses cost significantly more than they used to. And guess what doesn't scale with it? Job income. And in order to get more job income, you have to spend money. Pay for certifications, pay for courses, pay for a degree, pay for college, pay for this, and that. Money out, just to get right back on Indeed, apply for the job, wait for the email, all that waiting when you could have been getting money the whole time. It literally doesn't make sense. So it's waking up out of that mental trap. And I just want you guys to be free within this world, and I want you to own your life. I do not want you to be controlled by a man. The only thing that should control you is God. Listen to God. Listen to God's rules. And God says in order for you to have a marriage, especially if you're a man, you got to be protecting, providing food and shelter, and doing what you need to in order to succeed, in order to make sure that you can protect and provide for yourself and for your loved ones. Okay? I'm sitting in the coupe right now. My first car was an Audi A4, 2013. I woke up one day, walked outside, it was parked, chilling, boom, crashed, totaled. And the time before that, I had lost my car keys. So I had to take it to the Audi dealership, get it reprogrammed. Had to tow it like 3 different times. Stress, just for it to be destroyed. And guess what? I smiled at it. I trusted God. I walked back inside. And I ran it up again. And now I'm sitting in the Mustang coupe. And inshallah, when I get to the next level again, when I get to the Porsche, when I get to the Lamb, when I get to the next level, if God wills, through my discipline, consistency, and perseverance, you guys will see that, oh, wow, Chris literally wasn't lying. He was consistent every single day. He was disciplined every single day. Let me follow that pathway, Let me follow that pathway, too. I managed to work in a high-level finance position and get a raise and level up with no bachelor's degree. With no degree. Growing up, I failed school a lot. People telling me, oh, you're going to be bagging groceries. I've never worked a job in person, ever one time in my entire life. I've lived across the country. My first crib was a high-rise. My first car was a foreign car. This is a coupe. I don't like to do normal basic things because my whole life, especially my childhood, was told that, oh, you're going to do this. You're going to be this. And you know what I said? Y'all aren't God. I don't got to listen to y'all. If you're not God, you do not got to listen to those people. Even if it's your parents, if they're telling you straight up wrong information and the idea that God put it in you is hungry, it's telling you, it's like, yo, you got to do this. You got to do this. You got to do this. But every day you're at work, you're frustrated, you're angry, wasting your time. Take that risk. Sometimes you got to take a risk for your bag to get bigger. Shout out Baby Mel. And that's one of the realest bars ever too. Like sometimes you got to take a risk for your bag to get bigger. Because if you don't take that risk, you're literally going to stay in the same spot year after year after year after year after year. And then if you look back, I promise you're going to be upset. You're going to be like, whoa, I should have been grinding the whole time. And you guys will keep getting into the same situation. Let's say if you got evicted from your crib. Or let's say if you lost your job. Why are you putting so much dependency? Why are you putting your whole life structure, whether you eat, whether you have a roof over your head, whether you could travel and put some gas in your car, why are you putting all of that in another person's hands? Stop doing that. Stop doing that. You need to trust God. Some of y'all are putting your faith in man more than God, and it's disgusting. And that's something I realized I didn't want to do at all. Putting my full faith in the Lord, full faith in God, so we can go forward. You should only fear God. When you only fear God, you're not going to be scared about losing your job. You're not going to be scared about going broke. You're not going to be scared about, oh, what if this doesn't work out? What if it does? Stop letting that evil infect your brain. Stop letting those weak people around you subsede your mindset. You know what you need to do to win? You know what you need to do to get to it? So why are you waiting? Don't waste your time. Do not waste your time anymore. We have to change our mental framework completely. Don't go sit there. How are you going to apply for a job, but you won't go apply for stuff to start your business? I guess you want to go to work forever. And from what I've been seeing from people in real life, some people definitely want to go to work forever. Absolutely. Absolutely. People want to go to work forever. I genuinely do believe that. People say, oh, I want a mansion. I want a Lamborghini. No, you don't, bro. No, you don't. If you knew the amount of work, the grit, the effort, the discipline, the consistency that it took, and you're just a normal worker, you're not ready. You're not ready. But if you're trying to be in stack mode, if you're trying to be a CEO, you can be ready. You can get ready. And this is why you got to beg God for help, for discipline, for strength. I don't even pray for money all the time. Because as long as God gives me discipline, strength, and wisdom, if God wills, I'll put in the work. I'll put in the work. 12-hour days, 16-hour days. I'll put in the work. People don't want it how they think they want it. People want the things, but they don't want the things. You feel me? If you wanted the things, you wouldn't stop. You would be hungry for it. You would be relentless for it. Nothing can slow you down. Nothing can slow you down. Nothing but God. God is the only thing powerful enough to stop you. And that's who you pray to. So you're good. You're good. Get on those ideas today. Stop being scared when you enter that trade. Go code that software even if you've never coded before. Take a risk. Learn. Try something out. Get used to doing stuff. Change your mindset. Get in a different perspective. Level up. Boss up, man. I don't care if you're going through anxiety, depression, a breakup. I literally don't care what you're going through. Use all of that sadness, that energy, that anger, and transmute that into your business. Transmute that into your softwares that you're making. Keep grinding capital so you can put that in your stock account and buy the lows. Let's get to it. I want you guys to be looking good, feeling good. Feeling good. Big on the feeling good. Because people think feeling good comes from things like lust. No. That'll just leave you feeling guilt and shame and sadness. Think it comes from drugs. No. Could potentially leave you dead and lazy. Your love for God is going to determine how successful you'll be. Because if you love God, you'll completely trust him. And if you completely trust God, you will not be held back by that job, by those peers, that relationship you're in, by your parents. How can anything hold you back when your love for God is that strong? And God wants you to win. God loves us for sure. God absolutely loves us. That's why in Quran he tells us to spend moderately. It's a reason. So we're not out here just wasting money for no reason. Not out here just buying DoorDash instead of buying groceries so you can have more money for ads and then your trading account. Some of you guys are literally just out here living sloppy, living undisciplined, and then you say you want to get to the next level, or you want to hate on a person who's grinding, putting in 12, 16 hours a day. Get out of here, man. Watch out. Watch out. And if you're getting hated on right now by anyone and you're grinding, it's because you're different. Because you walk in that room, your energy is just captivating. You walk in that room with your head held high. I don't care if you're a man or a woman. You walk in that room determined. And people could feel that, man. People could feel that. And don't be scared. Even if you're alone right now, don't be scared. There will be people on your path. Just stay focused. Don't go backwards trying to kick it with people who aren't grinding. Stay focused and go forward on your path. And one thing, too, that I had to learn myself, you can't save everybody at all. Don't think you could save everybody. Stop thinking that. Okay, if you think that, don't think that. Change your mindset, change the way you're thinking. And I want you guys to really get to the next level. And you can learn how to get to the next level at stackmode.net, where you guys can join the Stackmode Network, where you guys can be successful, and where I can help you guys level up. I love you guys so much. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. I'm going to catch y'all on the next one. Peace. Whoa. Another episode of Coop Talk. It's cold like Minnesota outside. May God bless y'all. I pray y'all are doing straight. I want to talk to y'all about a very sensitive topic. What are you trading for? Are you trading for family? Are you trading to just ball? Are you trading to clear your debt? Because there's different styles of trading and investing for everything. But at the end of the day, you're looking for income, I assume. Okay? We're all in the markets trying to make some income. But the income is not going to be the end all be all. You don't just get the income and ball out and that's life. You know, yes, balling out is amazing. But don't lose your family values. Don't lose yourself as a person. When you start touching the income that you want to be touching, it's really important to stay intact with yourself. Okay? What are you trading for? Are you trying to own a bunch of real estate? Whether it be duplexes, multiplexes, multifamilies. Excuse me. Ask yourself, why? Why are you trying to run up these bands? Why are you trying to run up a surplus amount of income? Because it has to be channeled. It has to be channeled. Okay, right now, for example, right, God forbid, let's say you're a drug addict. If you're a drug addict, right, and you're a heavy drug addict, once you start getting more income, what do you think your money is probably going to be directed towards? More drugs. If you're addicted to buying clothes, what do you think your money is going to be directed towards once you get more money? You're going to start buying more clothes. So if you're an investor, you're going to call yourself an investor, you need to focus on keeping your money in an asset river. Okay, once you touch that big bag from the markets, what are you going to do with it? Do you want to buy real estate? You want to buy yourself a house? Do you want to pay your mom's bills? Pay your loved ones' bills off? So you got to really have a talk with God and talk with yourself. Because I'm telling you, when you start touching the money, it's different. You know, yes, you're going to be able to live in peace, but don't forget you also have to pay taxes. But when you start touching the money, it's really important to not lose yourself. Okay, direct your focus and your income will flow in that direction. Okay, if you're really into fitness, you could potentially build gyms if that's what you want to do, or build yourself your own personal gym in your house. Okay, put a sauna in your house. Don't indulge in sin when you start touching the money. I especially am talking to my younger crowd for sure. I've done it, you know, living the high-rise lifestyle. I did it for a couple of months. And I'm going to tell you right now, if you're a God-fearing person, if you're a grinder, someone who's just focused on their work, you just wake up, pray, you grind, take care of your loved ones, you really hold it down, focus on bettering yourself, improvement, and being a provider. Environments like that where you're around partying, drugs, sin, infidelity, etc., it's not going to be really positive for your mind frame. Okay? So if you touch the big bag, even if, let's say if you're in your hood right now, right? Even if you're in the hood, right, and you're looking on YouTube, you're seeing people in Miami, you're seeing people on the boats do this, whoop-de-whoop. You know, take a vacation, experience it first. But don't overly glorify that lifestyle. You know, take a Lamborghini, for example, seeing the guy with the lamb. You don't see underlying issues. There's tons of stress I go through outside of finances, okay? So you don't see underlying issues when it comes to social media and certain things like that. So when you touch the big bag that you want to touch, when you start making the income that you want to make, it's really important to, one, stay focused on God. I'm not just talking about God for no reason. It's because, one, I've made mistakes in the past, right? And I pray God can forgive me. And I don't want you guys to go through those same mistakes. And I don't want you guys to go through mental spirals of, whoa, this isn't really what I thought it was.
you know, you might want to go towards maybe some farm life. Just a calmer, more decent life. You can still go nice car, get you a Porsche, you know, just something chill. But you don't gotta have 10 cars. You don't gotta have 5 Ferraris, 3 SRTs, 2 Bentleys, and the Lamb. Like, you don't have to have that. You know what I'm saying? And then a Benz, and then 5 Maybachs. That's not what you want in your life, ideally, stress-wise. It may look good, but who really cares what people think? You got to stop caring what people think, too. When you touch that big bag, please do not do things to pop it, to flex, because of people. I don't care if it's old people in the past, old friends, whatever. Oh, I'm going to go ahead and run up this money and pop it on them. I did it when I was 18. Okay. I went through it. My first car was an Audi. It was an Audi A4. 2014, something like that. 13 maybe. And someone crashed into it while it was parked. Thank God, that taught me a lesson. But during that time, it made me very arrogant, and I repented to God. But, you know, just after all the years of getting bullied and stuff like that, finally be able to have something and people look towards, you know, me for some type of motivation. But I realized it's not about the materialism. You know, even if you do pop up nice car, try and give some game. You know, try and give some game so they can get one too. Don't put yourself over people because you have more materialistic items. This is a fleeting world, and we'll all be judged as human beings by God. Okay? So just because you cop the Lamb, don't start popping it on people that you used to know. Don't start poo-pooing on people. Don't start treating people bad. Don't start putting yourself in a negative mind frame too. Like, oh, this Lamb isn't good enough. I've gone through that. You know, even with the coupe I'm in right now, I'm in the Mustang coupe. You know, it's cool. It's cool. It's stay down. After the Audi, I decided, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and downgrade a little bit, pay a little bit less insurance, and not really care what people think. And the kids still smile when they see this car. I think it's pretty cool. My wife thinks it's cool. My family thinks it's cool. So I'm not tripping. But I'm not over here posting every little thing, posting my car all the time. You know, even inshallah, if God wills, if I do cop a better car, like a Benz or a Maybach or something like that, the whole channel is not about to be about the Maybach. I'm not about to make my whole life about the materialistic item that someone could crash into and it could be gone in 2 seconds. Okay. Is it nice to have? Is it a blessing? Absolutely. All credit to God. Thank God we have the wisdom and the strength to be able to enjoy this world. Okay. Especially as we grind, get more resources, work harder, hit more trades, stack up more income, and invest. We'll be able to do more. Okay. But don't lose yourself when you touch that big bag. Please. 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 It's really important. Keep God first. Okay. Even when you start touching 5 figures a month, 6 figures a month, don't forget about taxes too. But keep yourself mentally focused. Do not lose yourself in sin. Do not start living in a super unrighteous lifestyle. For example, you know, I'm not better than anybody, but I don't drink alcohol, for example. Okay. And just being around people who constantly drink alcohol, it's not for me. It's not for me. And if you're someone who likes to be focused, if you're thinking about moving to a high-rise city type of life, and right now you're maybe in like the suburbs or more of a rural-ish area, what you have is a blessing. Please understand that. I just moved to Las Vegas, and I tried out the city of Atlanta. And I still like living in rural areas more. Okay. I tried the city life, guys. It's not for me. It's not for me. And for a lot of you guys who are just focused, tunnel vision, focused on providing for your family, focused on God, don't think that type of lifestyle is going to be for you guys either. Trying to have 5 cars just to post on social media. Whole time you got 5 insurances. You got 5 different people who could break into 5 different cars, or someone could try and break into all your cars. You got items to keep up with in all your cars. You got people asking to borrow, yo, can I drive this today? Yo, I got this. Yo, oh, you're not letting me drive the car today? You could fall out with your family. A lot of this comes with underlying stress. So I just want to keep it real with you guys. Okay, please. Just wake up, pray to God, work out. Working out really helps you channel your energy, your direction, especially so you're not talking to your loved ones or anyone disrespectfully. Let's say you have a bad trading day. Let's say you lose like 5K in a day or something like that. You don't want to be storming around the house grouchy, everything about money all the time. You're treating your family bad because you just lost. Chill. Don't lose yourself. Relax. Okay, you could lose all the count. Don't crash out on your family or yourself. Don't put yourself into mental desperation. Please don't commit suicide. Okay. And please just try and keep yourself focused on God. Don't grieve your spirit so you don't go through depression. Because this money stuff can get deep. Especially when you start balling and then whoosh, God takes it all. Okay, because if you fall into sin, you will get the results you deserve. Okay, anytime I fell into sin, God forgive me, I got the results I deserve. Cars taken away from me, luxuries taken away from me. And thank God I was able to be focused and get it back. Okay, all credit to God, alhamdulillah. So, this journey is going to be a long, beautiful one. But I just want you guys to be conscious of what can happen when you do start touching certain levels of income. Don't change yourself. Don't lose yourself. And don't let the income affect your life to the point where you just don't even know. Okay? Got a call there. My fault, guys. But the income, don't let it make you. You make the income. Okay? Take care of your family. Take care of yourself. Okay? Especially if you're a provider. Let me talk to you guys about this too. If you're a provider, let's say you're someone who takes care of your family and yourself, etc. Have some time for you. Do the things that you like to do. Take care of your mental health. Because especially as a provider, you can really lose yourself and everyone else, making sure everyone else is okay. Make sure you're okay. Okay, take care of you. You ball out. Okay? Don't overly pop it and lose all your money. You know what I'm saying? But get yourself a nice meal. Get yourself some new clothes. You know what I'm saying? Cut your hair. Get your hair done. You know what I'm saying? Do your thing. Do yourself. We're human beings. You know, life is, you know what I'm saying? It's more than just money. So don't lose yourself. Yes, we're getting this income to make sure we're good. Make sure we can chill out, do what we want to do. Thank God. But at the end of the day, take care of yourself. I've lost myself a few times in the grind. I'm not going to lie, guys. I've lost myself a few times in the grind. Was my work always consistent for the most part? Yes. I'll say that. Was my income always consistent and going in an upwards direction? Yes. But was my mental health always in the right place? No. Was my physical health, you know, I was in shape weight-wise, but as far as my other external factors or internal factors, like my kidneys and stuff like that, not drinking enough water, I had to quit soda, a lot of certain things, you know. So just maturing and growing up is really just teaching me a lot of lessons, and I just want to come on here and just give you guys some just warnings and just let you know what I've gone through, just so you guys don't go through any hardships and any hard times. Just stay focused on your family, your loved ones, and most definitely God. And I promise you'll probably have a good life. Yeah. I love you guys so much. Catch you in the next one. Head over to stackmode.net. Peace.
Most beginners lose money trading futures, not because the market is hard, but because they start wrong. Today, I'm going to show you the right way and the simple steps to your first profitable futures trade. By the end of the video, you'll know exactly how to pick the right contract and how to avoid the traps that wipe out new traders, and the exact setup professionals use to stack consistent wins. No fluff, no complicated math, just a clean, actionable beginner framework that actually works in live markets, prop firms, and even if you've never traded futures in your life, inshallah, if God wills, you'll know how to trade it by the end of this course. Let's jump into it. Okay, so this is going to be how to trade futures and catch dips and certain lows. Okay, so we're just going to go ahead and jump straight into it. So what you want to do is start off doing top-down analysis. Okay, top-down analysis is when you're going to be starting from your highest time frame and scaling down to your smaller time frames. So what we're going to go ahead and start off with is our weekly time frame. Okay, our weekly time frame are going to be our eyes. Okay, you're going to be able to see absolutely everything you need to see on the screen. You got to start on a higher time frame. Especially on futures, you cannot sit there and tunnel vision on things like the 5-minute and the 1-minute and not understand the true directional bias. Okay, we're also going to talk about some logical things and some logistics of why it's better to play certain directions within the US market. Okay, and futures is going to be a US market. Okay, we're going to talk into everything, and this is going to be the full futures guide. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and have the weekly here, right? Weekly time frame is going to be our eyeballs. Okay, we're going to be able to see everything we need to see on the higher time frame basis. That's going to be pretty relevant. Then from there, you want to go ahead and head down to your daily time frame. Okay, you're going to go down to your daily time frame. It's going to show you a little bit more candles than you would see from your weekly. Okay, and each one of the candlesticks that you're going to see is going to determine the amount of price action that's happening within a certain time frame. So if you're on the weekly time frame, each one of the candlesticks that you see will represent 1 week. If you're on the daily, each one of the candlesticks will represent 1 daily. Okay, so that's how things fluctuate and change. Okay, so it's just about knowing when to use certain time frames and how to use the flow. Okay, and once again, the flow is going to be going from your highest time frame to your lowest time frame. Okay, highest time frame to your lowest time frame. So we're going to go from the weekly to the daily to the 4-hour time frame. Okay, the 4-hour time frame is going to be extremely important, and we're going to talk about why. So if I get on the 4-hour time frame, we're going to see here in the bottom right of trading view, okay, you're going to see the words ETH. Okay, so look in the bottom right here, you'll see the words ETH. ETH is going to stand for extended trading hours. Okay, it's going to stand for extended trading hours, and what that is going to show you more candles that would be hidden than if you didn't see. So market is open normally from 9:30 a.m. Eastern time, okay, to around 4 p.m. okay, Eastern time. Okay, that's going to be like the basic stock market time. But with extended trading hours and with futures, market is also open on Sunday. It opens at Sunday at 6 p.m. and is open until, I believe, Friday at around 6 p.m. as well too, Eastern time. Okay, so extended trading hour is going to show you the Sunday hours, which you need to see. Okay, if I turn off extended trading hours, okay, the chart is going to look a little different, and you're going to see little areas like this, okay, where you're going to see gaps in between certain spaces. But if I turn on electronic trading hours and I go back to the same place, I'm going to see price have a filled in area there. Okay, so that's why extending trading hours is extremely useful to use, and why you can't just live completely on your higher time frames. Okay, all your time frames are going to be useful. Okay, you got to use all your time frames. Got to. Okay, all your time frames are going to be important to use. They're all going to help you out, and it's about knowing when to use what, once again. Okay, so that's going to go ahead and be that. So you're going to go from your weekly to your daily to your 4-hour to your 15-minute Okay, weekly, daily, 4 hour, 15-minute. Okay, that's how your futures flow needs to go. Do not just tunnel vision on the smaller time frames. Yes, the futures income is nice. Yes, you can scalp and make some money, but it's not just about that. It's going to be about the discipline. It's going to be about catching your nice big trades. Okay, you don't want to be just trading for pennies. Okay, especially on futures. This is why on futures I recommend be on the live account. Okay, because when you're on the live account on futures, things are a lot different. Okay, you can hold your trades overnight. Okay, when you're on prop firm, you cannot hold your trades overnight, which hurts your profit significantly. Okay, the extended trading hours time is going to be when a lot of price action decides to occur. So when you get a good entry and you see which way price is flowing in, you can make some nice money and turn a small account to a lot. Okay, fairly fast with futures. Now it's going to be a lot of power in your hand. Okay, when it talks about futures, it pretty much just means make or break. Okay, you can make or break all your profit. Okay, so let's talk about some certain things when it comes to futures before we get into the chart. Let's talk about margin. So margin is going to be an important thing when it comes to the futures market. Margin is going to be the amount of money required in order to open a contract. So in order to outplay this, right, thank God we have the new micro futures accounts. So micro's futures accounts cost less than normal's futures contracts. So let's say you're trading the NASDAQ 100, also known as the NQ, okay, which mirrors the QQQ, okay, stock or ETF. So index. So NQ, right? Let's say it costs $1,000 to open up one contract of NQ. Okay, on most brokers it'll cost you like at least $1,000 to open one contract of NQ. Thank God though we have something called the micros, which helps us trade more efficiently, and this way we can trim and get more value for what our account size is. So now we have micros. So now you could play something called MNQ. Okay, and instead of spending $1,000 on a contract, you can then spend $100 on a contract. Okay, and you could flip that fairly simply. Okay, let's say you're on YM, okay, which mirrors the US 30. Okay, it might cost you $500 to open one contract. Okay, and if you're trading MYM, for example, it will go ahead and cost you just $50 to open one contract. Okay, and you could still make some great money. And instead of buying one contract of YM, you could buy multiple contracts of MYM and be in a much better position. Okay, so you could think about that. So the micro contracts are going to be new contracts. I believe they came out like 2021, something like that. Fairly new, thank God. And now we have the ability to trade with less money. So even if you do have a big account, you could trade a bunch of micros and trim and trade how you want and hold your trade as long as you want. And as well, when you trade the micros, they're going to have lower overnight margin. Okay, so OVM, overnight margin. Okay, so it might cost $50 to open a micro contract during the day, but if you want to hold it past 5 p.m. Eastern time, then the margin might go up to like $400 a contract. Okay, so you got to make sure you're having the overnight margin and the day margin if you want to hold overnight. Okay, so pay attention to that, and every broker is going to have its own different amounts. Okay, it's a lot of important things to know before we just jump into trading futures, because you can get what's called margin called, where if your account goes underneath the amount that required, let's say MYM, okay, let's say it requires at least $50 in your account. If your account goes underneath $50, let's say it goes to $48, it'll go ahead and just wipe all of that and put it straight at zero. Okay, and if your price action goes against you too fast, you might even owe the broker money sometimes. Okay, so you want to make sure that your dollar amount is a pretty good amount over the amount of margin. So if it requires $400 to hold overnight, then try and have at least like $800, $700 or something like that. Okay, this way you're going to have some wiggle room and things like that. So the things outside of futures are going to be really important too. And how long you hold the trade is also going to go ahead and be limited. So how long you hold the trade is going to be based on the certain month too. Okay, you can't sit there and hold futures forever because they do expire and have certain expiration months, which the broker will tell you a lot of the times. So now let's go ahead, and which is why you'll see on your broker sometimes they might ask you to roll over your contract. Okay, so once again, starting on our higher time frames is going to be our bread and butter. Okay, it's where we're going to succeed at. We want to see the higher time frame trend. Okay, let's talk about some logical things too as well before we jump into the chart fully. Okay, I want you guys to pay attention to this. This is going to be MYM, right? Look at how this chart trends. Okay, year after year, even with certain dips, we're trending in an upwards positive direction. Okay, we're trending once again in an upwards positive direction year after year after year after year after year after year. So personally, I don't think it's smart to trade futures to the downtrend. Okay, the Forex community has spread over to US traders, and now US traders think that they should be shorting a market that goes up year after year after year after year. There's also certain laws in place called the short sale restriction, okay, SSR. And the short sale restriction prevents stocks from just flash crashing to 0%. Because if they stock, because don't forget, definitely remember this, but don't forget, futures are just indexes. They're just a bunch of stocks put into one big giant conglomerate, and then you can trade it like that. Okay, that's all it is. So if stocks crash, futures will crash. Okay, that's just how it is. So you want the stocks to be up and afloat. And same thing for the US government. It's beneficial for the world, okay, the global economy, okay? The more money the US has, the more we can look better, help other countries out, etc. Okay? So, if the stock market goes within a positive upwards direction, right? If futures goes in an upwards direction, okay, that's going to incline more companies to be able to hire more employees, okay? And the more employees that are hired, the more taxes that are going to be paid. The more taxes that are being paid is going to equal a richer White House. A richer White House is going to give the country more credibility, recognition, and ability to do more things. Okay? So, there's logical reasons why we want the stock market to go in an upwards direction. Okay, logical reasons why you don't want the market to crash down. So don't fear crashes whenever you're trading. But in futures, I recommend to buy lows. Okay, there's going to be two things we're going to be looking for in futures. We want price to already, and let's talk about support or resistance. So support is going to be an area where price is bouncing in an upwards direction. Okay, so if you're on your higher time frame and you see price made a certain low going in an upwards direction, okay, that's going to indicate an area of support. Okay, it's going to indicate an area of support. Then the opposite of that is whenever you see price falling in a downwards direction. Okay, whenever you see price falling in a downwards direction, then that's going to be called an area of resistance, indicating that sellers are coming into place. So resistance is going to be when price is falling in a downwards direction, and then we're going to have support when price is bouncing in an upwards direction. Okay, and that's just going to go ahead and be the difference between the two. So putting this into perspective, we have to go ahead and realize, like, okay, support and resistance correlate with each other. Market can only go in two directions. Okay, but I can see on my weekly time frame, year after year after year after year after year, markets going in upwards direction. Okay, so my US futures traders, please do not have that Forex mindset. Okay, I want you guys to look at the Forex chart real quick. A lot more sideways. This is why Forex traders short. Okay, there's a reason why they short. Okay, because you can get off with things like this a lot easier, a lot cleaner, and a lot better. Okay, this market is not meant to go in an uptrend. Okay, as we can see, futures goes in a consistent uptrend. Okay, due to the fact that it's going to help the US in a lot more cases. Okay, so we have to keep that in mind. That's why price is going in upwards direction. So let's talk about once again how we can go ahead and trade. We want to be buying two things. Okay, you want to be buying when price makes an area of support. Okay, because all your setups are going to look the same. Your setup should always look like a V. Okay, So market will always make the left side of the V, and we'll talk about this in a second. And then you're going to catch the remainder of the right side of the V, because price always wants to try and break all-time highs. So as we can see on the futures market here, we're always constantly making new all-time highs pretty much, okay? And that's due to the fact that, once again, it's most beneficial for the world, the economy, and the global infrastructure of everything, okay? So price is always going to be hunting towards all-time highs, which means price is always going to be hunting to go in an upwards direction. So even if price is in a downtrend, I personally don't like to short. I like to just wait for price to make a low, and then I'll go ahead and I'll take my trade. Okay, so let's talk about how you know when price is ready to make a sweep up. Okay, there's going to be two things we're going to be looking for. So you want price to be, once again, just bouncing at an area of resistance going in an upwards direction. Okay, and then you want to close at an area of resistance or support above current price. That's because price has an ability to reject at an area of resistance multiple times, okay? And one day it might break, but you don't want to eat the reversal, okay? You want to catch your formation and structure completion. Think of trading as a puzzle piece. Everything should click and form together. So resistance areas can short within a downwards direction twice, okay? And then we're also going to go ahead and have an area here where resistance gets broken, turns into support, and then price goes in an upwards direction. Resistance here, getting broken, turn into support. Okay, this is going to be another example of the V formation too. Okay, and in this instance here, you would have bought at this area of support here, okay, and catch it up. Because you know price wants to mirror or at least reach the area of resistance. You don't know if it wants to break out immediately, okay? But price at least wants to go ahead and reach it. And that's what matters, okay? Catching your resistance gap fills. So let's go and let's keep talking about it here. So I like to go ahead and start on my weekly here because it lets me know, like, okay, am I all-time highs or not? Okay, because if I'm at all-time highs, then I know I'm going to be needing price to dip down, make a certain low, and then I'll be able to go ahead and catch my sweep in an upwards direction. Okay, so let's go and let's go to daily here. Okay, now I'd like to go ahead and wait for certain formations. Okay, so take an area like this on the daily. Okay, I see price made an area of support down here twice. Okay, and even if I wanted to go ahead and just take it up to like this area of resistance, you know, that would have been solid. And as you can see, just based off this tiny support here, went ahead and caught the whole gap fill, and this would have been around 669 points within a couple of days. And on futures, that's disgusting money. Okay, that money is nasty. So what I'm looking for, especially on my, so I like to see my weekly here, make sure I'm not at super all-time highs, because I'm looking to long the market. Okay, and I'm waiting for price to make a little base on the daily. Okay, so I need price to make a little base. So right now I can see price making the left side of the V. Right now we're heading straight down. Okay, we're heading straight down, and then I need price to form a low, and then I'll be able to catch the right side of the V and catch it back up. Okay, so that's what we're going to be looking for. But in order to do this, we got to be patient. So right now I wouldn't short, okay, because people are going to be fiending to buy any low opportunity. So I'm going to wait for price to go ahead and create its low. Okay, I'm going to show you a good example of what that looks like. I'm going to go to my 4-hour again. Okay. When you start seeing price make that nice curl, especially with 4-hour closes, then that's when you know you're going to go ahead and catch your nice trade. Okay, take this little sweep curl up right here, right? Even if I decided to close the trade at this area of resistance up here, that's still a really, 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 really nasty futures trade. Okay, this is 862 points. Okay, just catching the V. Okay, catching it to this area of resistance up here. Okay, and as you can see, price decided to go ahead and fill the V. Okay, and you're just going to go ahead and be able to farm money on the micros, farm money on whatever. Okay, let me go ahead and just log into the paper trade here and just show you how much this would have made, for example. Okay. Go ahead and close that. So boom, even right here, right? So let's say you opened a trade right here, okay? And I like to play with like 100 tick stop loss. Let's say I'm trading YM, okay? 100 tick stop loss, right? And we're risking $50, and my take profit would be this resistance all the way up here, okay? 473 ticks. So I'm risking $50 to make 236. And as you can see, price decided to continue forward. So as soon as price starts to make that nice V, so I'm looking for multiple 4-hour candles, and then I'm waiting for price to sweep in a upwards direction. Okay, I'm waiting for price to sweep in an upwards direction. So I can see price making an upwards V, even if I entered right here on this candle, okay? Because I want price to go ahead and make the formation of the bottom for me. Okay, I don't know where price is going to bounce at. Okay, it's too many people try to predict the ultimate bottoms. Okay, but you know that price at least wants to try and mirror areas of resistance, okay, before it gets broken. So take advantage of the V. So even if you entered right here, right, you'd be able to enter right here, okay, 100 tick stop loss. As you can see, stop loss just didn't get hit. And then we decided to go ahead and take profit all the way up here at this resistance of here, 484. Okay, and then you can go ahead and catch nasty trades over and over and over again, waiting for your V formation. Okay, so what I'm going to be waiting for is for price to make a certain low. I'm waiting for price to nosedive down. After price makes a low, okay, let's say maybe about this much on like the 4-hour at least, okay, then I'll be able to catch the remainder up until the previous resistance or support that it stopped at. Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead and close there. I'm not going to play for the breakout. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and catch the V fill. All your trades should look like a V for the most part. Okay, so right here, I'm waiting for price to go in a downwards direction. Okay, I'm waiting for multiple 4-hour candles. I don't like to just go off of one 4-hour candle. I can't just see price make this one wick area here near this area of support and be like, oh yeah, this is going to be the best trade ever. Nah, I want to actually wait. This is where the 15 minutes going to come in too. So I can see on this area here, I have a previous area of support over here, and then I have an area of support over here too. Okay, price going in an upwards direction, starting to curl. Okay, but I'm going to wait for more 4-hour candles. Okay, maybe even some more daily candles to form too. Okay, and then I'm going to go my 4-hour here or 15-minute. Let me find myself a good take profit. Okay, so take profit here, even if I want to close at like this resistance area up here. Okay, so let's say I get like one more 4-hour candle or something like that. Okay, I might be able to go ahead and take this V formation up until at least this area up here. Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead and put a 100 tick stop loss. Okay, and then I can see if this area actually wants to go ahead and fill and catch it up to this area of resistance either here, or I could try and catch it up to the, yeah, I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be greedy. Try not to be greedy when it comes to futures. Just take your nice trades and just wait for redips and just do it again. Okay, because the greediness can really get you nipped in the butt. So I would really just take like your 15-minute take profits like this, catch your nice sweep, catch your nice V, close at this area of resistance up here. Boom, close out the area of resistance right there. Get on my 5-minute here, you're going to see the resistance here. You know, price might want to mirror that. And then you can go ahead and close your trade up there. Okay, very simple, very easy. And just go ahead and take your money. Okay, so even if price is in a downtrend, okay, price still has to go up to come down. And price has a better chance of going in an upwards direction than it is just falling in a straight downward direction. Okay, especially when it comes to futures. Okay, use your higher time frame, look at your bias, and put everything into perspective. Does it make sense to short something that continuously goes up in an upward direction year after year after year after year, regardless of inflation or anything? And the answer logically would just go ahead and be no in every single scenario. Okay, so when you're reading your futures chart, it's really just about taking your time, getting in your bag, and really just making sure you understand and can read what you're looking at. Okay, it's about taking your time. And when you take your trades, you got to take your profit. Okay, you got to be closing at these areas of resistance or support above current price. You got to. Okay, I wouldn't hold past up here. Okay, we also have this take profit up here too as well. Okay, if you wanted to take something like to up here. Okay. And this would be for like a 1-to-1. And then price decides to continue to go up in an upwards direction over and over. This area of support could be a take profit as well too. Okay. And then that's the cool thing about futures. As each take profit gets hit, you can go ahead and keep dragging your stop loss if you want, or you can go ahead and set your final take profit at a certain area, have your stop loss, and just buy at certain logical areas and just pray that you win. Okay. Because price most likely it wants to reach these areas of resistance again. Okay. Even if price wants to fall straight down from these, that's fine. At least it went ahead and touched it. That's okay. Okay. It's not just going up for no reason. It might want to go ahead and touch this. Okay. And that whole window of it going up is just money sitting there waiting to be farmed. So collect your income. Okay. Whole sit there. Whole bit of money just sitting there waiting to be collected. Okay, so sit there and collect your money. Okay, even at this area of support right here, because as we know, just like resistance can be broken, turn into support, support can be broken, turn into resistance. Okay, so that's why a take profit right here would be reasonable as well too. So if price goes up, okay, let's say it does this, breaks this, okay, price might want to fall down here. Okay, or price might want to fall here. Okay, so that's why these are all going to be different take profits due to the fact that these are areas of resistances and supports above current price. And I can see price is trying to recover here. Okay, so you can see it on your smaller time frame. Price really trying to recover certain areas, and it's about making sure you know when to close. Knowing when to close is going to be the most imperative and important thing. The trend already started. Okay, the chances of the trend just reversing here super duper hard, it could be pretty low. Okay, so it at least go ahead and touch this resistance. If it breaks this, then try the support. If it breaks this, then try the resistance. And it'll keep trying each leg until it finds a place it might want to reverse at, find a super low, then break that previous high and do it over and over and over and over and over again every single year. Okay, so it's about playing logically. So if you're a futures trader, if you're going to trade some futures and you want to make some quick income, okay, because futures, you only got to deposit one time. Okay, it's about waiting for the right setups too. But after you deposit that one time, you can go ahead and you can get in your bag. Okay, you can run up your bag super duper duper hard. Okay, and it really just depends. Okay, so do some practice. Stackmode.net for all trading mentorship. If you guys have any questions, stay prayed to God and keep grinding. That's how you guys are going to be able to trade futures.
Passive trading, swing trading, making money in your sleep and while you're at work is all I'm pushing. That's all we're teaching here at Stackmode. All that day trading, hustling to make some money real quick. Oh, we just got in, we just got out. All that anxiety trading, all that cringe. Not what we're pushing here. Okay, we're pushing stability, consistency, major growth. Only things I want to even instruct you guys when it comes to the market is to use your higher time frames. All that 1 minute, 5 minute scalping, all that prop firm day trading scalping, it's not going to get you to where you want to be. There's a reason why your P&L keeps going up and down, why you're upset that you're not profitable, that you haven't gotten the Lamborghini or the house that you want. Some of you guys are absolutely trading like absolute pansies. Some of the stuff I've been seeing online, especially from people who have views and stuff, it's crazy. These guys are on the 1 minute using EMAs, MACD, etc. Just use your higher time frames. Weekly, daily, 4 hour. All you need to know is like how market moves when it comes to sellers stepping in and buyers stepping in. Once you understand that, you can make profitable trades. Once sellers step in, guess what? We don't buy. And when buyers step in, we buy, and we sell when sellers step in. It's literally all you have to do. People are trying to make it so complicated with all of these things, etc. Especially if you're just trading the stock market. It's meant to go in an upwards direction. These companies hold up the forefront and the infrastructure of the United States on their pillars. And without them, the United States would definitely have a very, very hard time when it comes to maintaining its US dollar power. Because the reason why the US dollar is even worth as well is because not only do we have a really good military, but we do have world-changing companies that pretty much every country besides like some communist Asian countries used, such as like North Korea and stuff like that, etc. Other than that, Google, Microsoft, Nvidia, etc., all that stuff is used all across the world. Say, for example, Nvidia. If you put $5,000 in Nvidia 10 years ago, you'd have $1 million today, right? And it's like people are still on here trying to day trade for what? When you could literally just be buying and holding. Even if you're taking a trade for a couple of days, a couple of weeks, I just want to break down to you guys and have a full presentation on why we need to just take our time, have some patience. What are we doing here? Okay, you guys are trying to, oh, I'm on the 5 minute, I'm scalping. Oh, I just won. And then the next day, oh, I just lost. And then you're crashing out your account and blowing it up, all types of bunky, crazy stuff. I don't want you guys going through any struggles when it comes to the market, when it literally is meant to make money from it. Okay, if you have any type of discipline, competency, and patience, you can make some money from the markets. Let's jump into this presentation. Let me show you how.
Stop day trading. Start living. Start working. The whole point of investing, right, is to turn your money into more money. So if we're going to do this, we need to be working. Whether if you're a CEO, working on your business, or if you're working your job, whatever you're doing to generate income, you need to be focusing on that while your trades are cooking. So while your trades are in the background, while your trades are progressing level by level, you need to make sure you're working on something. Make sure you're consistently hustling, because guess what? Trading is a multiplicative game. It's not like a job where you sit there making the same consistent income, getting the same check every 2 weeks. Okay, we're not here for that. We're here to multiply our income. We're trying to get rich, inshallah, if God wills. So if you're trying to get rich, you have to multiply your income, and you have to push it. You have to go hard. And you can't spend more time on the charts thinking that it's going to equal more income. Because I'm telling you, more time on the charts does not equal more income. Now, studying the charts, yes, but more time placing trades does not equal more income. So let's go ahead and let's continue the next section here. So let's talk about the day trader's trap. So the reality check. 95% of day traders fail to outperform the S&P 500 over a 5-year period. Why? And honestly, it's so easy to outperform the S&P 500. The year just started. We're already up like 11, 12%. I have to go check it. But I believe it was up over like 7%. Like first week started off really strong. It's really easy to outperform the S&P 500 whenever you're catching the innovation and you're playing stocks that have something to do with the future. Whenever it be getting in an AI health stock, whether it be getting in a certain tech stock that helps manufacture cars, etc., chips, microchips, a lot of different scenarios and cases, right? Investing your money long term, even if you're playing futures, forex, or options too, long-term trading is going to be what you want to be doing, okay? And 95% of day traders fail to outperform the S&P 500 over a 5-year period. And why is that? Emotional exhaustion. I used to be a day trader myself, okay? And there was times where I was able to make some good income, and I realized that, wait, trading every single day, even when I streaked, say I won 25 trades on the month, right? But then the next trade, you're coming in, you're winning like 7 trades on the month because you're playing tops and you're playing bottoms, okay? You're shorting and you're longing. If I'm playing the stock market, I'm only longing personally, okay? And emotional exhaustion. So staring at the screen for 8 hours spikes cortisol. And what cortisol is going to be your emotion that lets you know you're upset. So it's your rage emotion, okay? And the more cortisol that you have equals the more stress. And the more stress that you have, you're going to be hopping on the charts like, oh my gosh, and you're going to be trading health for money. That's not what you want to be doing. You don't want to be trading no type of negative aspect for money, whether it be your soul, whether it be your health. You don't want to be trading that for money. And the tax drag. So short-term capital gains tax are up to 37%. It can really eat your profits alive compared to long-term rates, which have a 0 to 20%. So 37% is the max, and that's really once you reach over like 6 figures a year trading, 200K a year, which you can actually reach fairly quickly. But the 0 to 20% is going to be for the long-term tax gains, and the long-term tax gains are going to be for holding your trades for over a year. So they want you to keep your money within the market because it keeps the economy held up. And a zero-sum game. So for you to win a trade in the short term, someone else often has to lose, and you're competing against supercomputers and AI. And a lot of times that can be pretty difficult. And the math of churning. So if you make a 10% profit, right, for example, pretty easy to do, but you trade 100 times a year. Fees and taxes can reduce your real return to negative, honestly. And especially you future scalpers, you guys are placing 1 million trades a day, and your fees at the end of the year could really eat into your profits. So think about that and ask yourself, do you own the charts, or do the charts own you? Stop hopping on the charts fiending for money. Put your setup down after you've marked it out, after you've done your intellectual, fundamental, and technical research. Put your trade down. Let it hit TP or stop loss, and go on to the next trade. That's all you have to do. Stop making it more difficult than it needs to be. Please. Inshallah, if God wills, you guys have a lot of people to take care of, and you have yourself to take care of. Love yourself. Okay, if you master this, you could be able to take care of a lot of people, and I'm so dedicated to teaching every single person on this earth, to making sure that you guys understand every single concept of this. And the passive approach, right? So the passive approach within the charts is really good because then you get to be aggressive within your work in real life. You get to be aggressive within your business, so you have more income to throw into the charts in the first place. So buying assets that generate wealth while you sleep, rather than renting out your time to monitor price action and watching every single candlestick move, is going to be a lot better. So you're going to want to primarily swing trade. Okay, switch to your weekly time frame, your daily time frame, and your 4-hour time frame. And the reason why I even go down to my 4-hour time frame at the lowest, I really would just go down to my daily, but the 4-hour time frame, it gives you extended trading hours. So sometimes on TradingView and other brokers that you're on too, you might see some candlesticks that are hidden due to the fact that extended trading hours is not on the daily and the weekly, since it goes by the hourly basis. And time in the market, right? It's important to study the charts. It's important to know how market moves, okay? And historically, missing the best 10 days of the market cuts your returns in half. And passive investors never miss those days because your trade is always cooking. Instead of trying to be like, oh, I'm going to go ahead and buy here, market's going to short here, market's going to do. Buy where you think it's going to go ahead and long at. Short where you think it's going to short at. Sit on it for some days. A good trade takes days. Okay, a good trade is going to take some days or at least some hours in order to take profit. If your trade is not taking days or hours or even weeks, sometimes months and years, what are you doing? If you're closing the trade within a couple of minutes, literally exit the charts. You are not looking to build a life of stability from the market. And ownership versus speculation. So day traders bet on price movement, and passive investors bet on business growth. You can use AI, get my course and my book in order to do accurate research and check the revenue out. Make sure you guys are investing into companies that are profitable, or at least have some future projections to be profitable. And the goal is not just money. It's the liberty to not just sit there looking at the screen, candlestick by candlestick. It's not what you want to do. It can be extremely difficult. And if you don't find a way to make money while you sleep, you're going to work until you die. Okay. So make money while you sleep, because I do not want you guys slaving until you die in a way where you're unhappy. If you're doing a work that you love, keep doing that. May God bless your soul. And the eighth wonder of the world, right? So scenario A, for example. So the act of stress So let's say you spend 20 hours a week trading and you make 15% one year, lose 10% the next, your stress level is going to be 10 out of 10. Okay, because you're going to be like, whoa, and then you're only up 5%. Still profitable, yes, but then say you're down another 10%, then you're going to be down 5%. Okay, not what you want. And then scenario B, the swing trader, the trader in stack mode, keeping their money in the account, keeping their account growing. Say you invest $500 a month into the S&P 500, right, with the historical 10% average, you spend 0 hours trading, okay? Or if you invested into a good tech stock, for example, in 30 years, you'd have $1 million. Just like I spoke about earlier, 5 years ago, $5,000 in NVIDIA, you'd have $1 million today. And the effort was 1 hour of total setup time. And compound interest requires time, not effort. Day trading interrupts the compounding process by constantly moving your capital and constantly moving your emotions. And I'm telling you, especially as you get older, it's not easy. In order to keep that up, it can be extremely stressful. And I want you guys to live a stress-free life where you guys can chill out, do what you want, and ball, and chill out. Let's head over to the next slide. So reclaim your mind. Get control over your mind. Don't stress out. Don't trip. And the hidden cost of day trading is going to be decision fatigue. And mental bandwidth is going to be required in every scenario. So every buy and sell decision burns glucose in your brain. By noon, a day trader is mentally depleted. You're sitting there looking at the chart all day. You spent all day pretty much doing nothing, not building, not growing, not grinding. It's not stack mode. So put down your trade, put down your alerts, make sure you have TradingView on your phone or put down your alerts on your broker, whatever is better for you, and let the trade rock out. Okay, don't sit there looking at every single candlestick movement. Grind. Take your time and grind. And by automating your investments, you preserve your mental energy for building a business, learning a new skill, and spending time with family. That's definitely what you want. And questions for the class. So what would you guys do with an extra 20 hours a week if your income was automated? Okay, I want you guys to leave a comment below and let me know. So what would you do for an extra bit of time? Okay, because the time is there. The market is waiting on you to invest. If you want to learn how, book a call at stackmode.net or give me a call at 678-775-8532. And I want you guys to get into the process of being focused on God, most importantly, and being focused on yourself. Okay, being focused on your business, being focused on your work, developing yourself. Okay, grind. Spend some time with your family as well too. Build your relationships. Learn something new. Reclaim your mind, reclaim your life, and do not be a rat race rat for income your whole life. That's not what we're doing here. That's not what I'm pushing. And I want you guys to have some freedom within your life. Okay, we're here to worship God. I don't want you guys to be worshiping money. I don't want you guys to be slaving for money. I want you guys to be living a life of abundance, dominion, and yes, work hard, but I don't want you to be unhappy while doing it. Keep grinding and grind hard and do what you love. Take that risk. Don't let anyone tell you that you can't, and stay focused on your vision. And dollar cost averaging, let's go and let's talk about that. So how it works. So you invest a fixed amount of money at regular intervals, regardless of the share price. So market high, then you buy fewer shares, protecting the downside. So obviously your market's not going to be at all-time highs and you're loading up. No, you buy low, sell high. Okay. Or if you're shorting, let's say you're a Forex trader or something like that, you're trading more of a downtrending market, then what you're going to want to do is sell low, buy high. Okay. So either ways. So zero emotion. You remove the should I buy now anxiety completely by swing trading. When you're using your higher time frames, you know your trade is going to take days or hours in order to progress. Give it time. Let it chef, let it cook. Okay? Let it chef and let it cook. So the choice is going to be yours. Option number 1, you're chained to a desk, fighting algorithms, and you're having extremely high stress. Looking at 1-minute candles, watching every single thing, speculate and watching your P&L fluctuate insanely. Stop trading like that. It's not worth it. And it's actually led a lot of people to suicide. And I don't want you guys to go through that. Okay? And option number 2, the stack mode way. Automate your wealth, time, and live your life. Stop playing the game. Okay? Stop going to the casino. Stop gambling. And trade the markets. Okay? Trade the markets.
Yes, sir. Boom. Profit. All credit to God. So, one, very, very happy that I exited the corporate field. Business has been going well. Just been working on my SaaS. And I just want to let you guys know I wouldn't have any of the success without God. I'm on my 3rd read of Quran. And this book has really helped me push through a lot of depression. It's put a lot of things into perspective for me that's been going on within my life. It teaches you a lot about relationships, family, how people maneuver in this world. And it's just a lot of just general psychology in there. So yeah, about to go ahead and get started on the day. About to go ahead and push forward and keep grinding. So today I need to finish the client's site, get him shipped up and stuff like that. Just took a shower, so excuse the water coming down on my face. But yeah, what I need to go ahead and do is I need to get into the groove. So I just put on some drip for the day, some good professional drip. About to go start my stream up and stuff like that and start working on the client site. So when you're making money online, you can't think of yesterday as, oh my gosh, that was the best day in the entire world. No, don't do that. Okay? Don't do that. Don't over glorify your profits. Like, don't over glorify the fact that you made $1,000 2 weeks ago and keep thinking about that. No. Think about how you can just make more money next time. You know what I'm saying? How you can make more money next time in a better way. I'm finna roll up a little bit of Wawa. You know what I'm saying? Got some loose leaves here. So yeah. Well, roll up while I talk to y'all. But yeah, man. Just another thing too, for any of you guys who do smoke the herbs out there, understand that you're the only thing that can slow you down. You know what I'm saying? If you're generally an already like inconsistent or lazy person, right? Smoking is gonna like slow you down even more. That's just gonna be straight up the honest truth. So if you're already a lazy person, someone who's not consistent, someone who doesn't know how to scale or build or be disciplined regardless of like outside factors, regardless of if you're feeling tired and stuff like that, then I'm really telling you guys, like, this right here, even though it's getting more legal everywhere, right? This right here, it can slow you down. And I'm just gonna like keep it completely transparent and honest with you guys, because we're here, we're real humans, And that's why I did challenge myself to read Quran too, just because I don't drink alcohol, but God did create all the herbs. So I'm really, really big on the herbs. I also take ashwagandha, a lot of ginkgo biloba as well too. Here's the chill pill. You guys can get this on Amazon. And some cordyceps and reishi mushrooms and stuff like that too. So yeah, I just want to be fully transparent with you guys, man, on like what I do, how I like actually live, and yeah, the things I like actually have going on. So mushrooms are really, really, really good too. There's a lot of different types of mushrooms other than the psychedelic ones, of course, but there's a lot of ones you guys can get on Amazon, and like the mental benefits it's nice. It's really, really nice, especially when you're off Rodila Rosa. It's like a natural antidepressant. If you guys struggle with anxiety or fear, or if you guys have any like just feelings of the fact that you won't make it, that you won't succeed, a lot of the herbs and stuff like that can really help you out. I've been taking them for a few years, especially like ashwagandha and stuff like that really helps balance out like cortisol and stuff like that. So I just want to come on here and just be real with y'all, man. I just want to come on here and be fully transparent and just be open. There's no more hiding myself. Tomorrow's not promised. So I've realized that the more transparent I be with you guys, that the more real you'll be able to actually feel me. I'm just a real person trying to grind,
yes, I have acquired a little bit of success and a little bit of things, right? Asset wise, all credit to God. But I would not have these things without God. And there's also times where I'm extremely flawed too, you know? So just want to always be transparent with y'all. And just keep it real. You know what I'm saying? Don't let people dictate your life. You know what I'm saying? Don't let these humans dictate like what you enjoy. That's going to be a big piece of advice that I have to give you, especially if you're going to go into business. Do not let humans dictate like what you think success is. You know what I'm saying? If you think success is doing X, Y, and Z, right, and someone doesn't agree, then that's fine, right? But if that person continues to be around and they don't agree with what you think success is, then that could frustrate you. It really could frustrate you. See me rolling up, we good. Rolling up big John here. But yeah, that really could frustrate you. And I don't want you to be into the framework of where you are frustrated for literally no reason. Because people just around you don't see your vision, aren't believing in you. And that can be really, really frustrating, man. I'm telling you, it can be really, really frustrating. Growing up, was told that I just had to go to school. And especially after moving to Vegas on my own, it made me realize like, okay, like you can do what you want to do on this earth. And as long as you take care of yourself and you pay your bills, you're good. So just do what makes you happy. You know what I'm saying? Now, if wickedness makes you happy, you got to rechange that mindset. But if what makes you happy isn't harming anyone on this earth, you're not harming yourself. You're not spreading negativity. You know what I'm saying? That's you. Do that. You know what I'm saying? Because I just want you guys to just be happy on this earth, man. Like, tomorrow is not even promised. So just being transparent. And, like, I'm not going to be on here playing perfect either. Like, y'all might see me in the suit and the nice clothes and stuff like that. But I'm just a real human, man. I just wake up, I pray to God, and I just try and get to some cheese. Like, that's all I do every single day. I'm not in the business of hurting nobody. I'm not in the business of sliming nobody. I'm not in the business of like breaking promises or robbing people. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm really adamant on my clients' success. I'm big on making sure that they can win. I'm big on making sure that they can get to the next level. I'm big on making sure that we're going to be able to succeed. You know what I'm saying? But how are we going to succeed if our mental and our mindset is not ready for the success? So we have to train our mindset. Okay, it's really important that you're consistent. The more consistent you are, the more your mindset is just built up. You know, the more consistent you are, the more your mindset is built up. So focus on consistency. Cut this off. Focus on your consistency and just watch how things translate in your life. That's really why I love praying 5 times a day. Islam really saved my life. Alhamdulillah, all credit to God. And I know what you guys might say, oh, he was just smoking weed right now. Woo. In my opinion, and just like Quran says, God gave us all the herbs. This isn't an intoxicant to me. When it comes to getting drunk, that makes people do weird stuff. Makes people crash their cars, hurt people, do weird, immoral stuff. This right here has you chilling. Do not compare this to alcohol. Not the same thing at all. So I'm just, you know what I'm saying? Got to stand on business with that for sure. So let me finish up this. Wow. You feel me? Let me finish this up right here. But yeah, man. Just success. I really don't want to write 2 papers. I really just want to do one. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of unraveling here. I'm going to get it, though. But making money in a day, too. Like, you can make, like, a band a day. You can quit your job. And it might not be immediately, but as long as you have good sales skills, like you can make a band a day for sure. Absolutely. Just depending on what you do. I don't care if it's car sales, even some HVAC guys, you know what I'm saying? No matter what you do, just like scale it up. You know what I'm saying? Scale it up. When you scale, things get a lot easier to come into perspective. You know what I'm saying? So scale your business. If your business right now, if you feel like you have a great product or you're building a great useful software or a great app, what you need to do is you need to focus more on your marketing. You know what I'm saying? Why is this product or service relatable to people in the real life? So when we start having that mental framework and model and perspective, things change. So think about food, for example, right? We literally need that. We literally need that. So food is a really, really good business to start. It's just about making your food the best. You know what I'm saying? That's why people, this is a good business too. People kind of need this, especially after long work hours, feeling stressed out, feeling drained. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of factors on why people indulge in this right here. So pinpoint your business to exactly what people need. Once you're able to cross the bridge between someone's need and your product, like if your product becomes the need, then that's how you win. That's genuinely how you win. That's for sure how you win. So you have to make sure that your product becomes a need. Okay, it has to become a need. No ifs, ands, or buts. So I'm about to go hop on the laptop right now. I want to show you guys a little bit of some segments from the call we went over yesterday as well too. And got some juice ready. I'm gonna get on the laptop. So first thing I do after I pray, work out, and shower and stuff like that too, I'm gonna go ahead and mark it. So I like to get these little excerpts done as well too. Sometimes I'll journal as well too in my journal, but for the most part, I'm gonna go ahead and just get on the laptop and start the workday. And I'm gonna go ahead and catch you guys there. Blam. Yeah, it's different without registered agent. You can do your. You can always change it. Your store location should be fine.
Now was a good time to be in this for domain.
All right, bet. All right, you bought it?
Yeah.
All right. That's it. You're good. Okay. All right, I'm gonna push the site, and then when the site is ready, I'm gonna give you a call back, and then it'll be really, really simple. You just change two settings, and then your site will be live. Cool. Now we have Jared.
All right, do you need access to the information I just put in there or not?
I was gonna just have yeah. If you wouldn't mind, you could always change the password too. Yeah. Because they make it really easy now. Before I would have to say definitely yeah, but they changed the setting to where you only have to click 2 buttons now to make it work now. So it's good. But yeah, I got you though. Bet that.
Is that all the information you need?
Yeah, bet that. I'm about to get straight to work. And then were you able to check out the list? Let's go and we can scan through the list real quick. It's fire. Yeah. And it tracks too. Like it's coded to the network, so it tracks everything that you do. It's not just like a list, it's real interactive, so it's cool. And I know how to make mobile lists, so that was cool. And then you don't even have to do them one by one. You can just scroll through and then click check, and then whichever one you click on, it'll save. Even if you refresh the page or close it and come back later, it'll always save for you. And then really just breaking down what you do, like how you just didn't let that guy go, or how you get them the keys in their hands quickly. Just little psychology tips like that will pop. You'll blow up fast, real fast.
I like that. 90 training weapons.
Yeah.
So that would be like the course.
You could call it whatever you want. You could call it like the deal maker school.
No, I'm just saying like the full
Yeah.
collection would be the 90 training weapons.
Yeah.
30 minutes, and then you break it down: mindset, tactics, system. Okay,
yeah. And it's real cool. My bad, it took me a couple tries. I wanted to make it special. I said my bad, it took me a couple tries. I wanted to make it special for real. Yeah, make sure it's P.
No, I mean that makes it extremely easy to break down though.
Yeah.
Like then I can do.
And the psychology videos will be big, bro. Like why customers ghost and how to fix it, you know, and you fix it by.
Is this right here my website, or this is a link?
Oh no, this isn't your website. This is it's a custom coded like guide for you that's tracked, and you can use this for your video list. Yeah, your website.
This is showing me how I low key am gonna want to set up my school.
Okay, bet. And I like this template too. Just tell me, feed me ideas like that. Anything you want, I got you. Bet. Because I like this.
So like the school could be kind of set into different subsections.
Yeah.
Kind of how it is right there. Like you got mindset, tactical, and system.
Mm-hmm.
So like mindset's good, tactics is good, process definitely needs to be its own subset column.
Right.
Process needs to be by itself because that's very important in the sales industry. Systems, that's going to be more like I would say systems is more like how you set your day up, how to move throughout your day,
okay,
how to have a set schedule, like the biggest reason people fail in car sales, and a lot of people don't know this, is a lack of systems. There's so much freedom in car sales. It's very easy to get distracted, or you know what I mean? There's just a lot of freedom. Your own individual business, you just work for a business. So it's kind of like if you're somebody who would fail realistically being a business owner, you'll fail trying to be in sales. Okay.
Right.
So it's like having a set pair of systems overall for just little shit you have to do daily is extremely important.
Right.
To keep you on track.
Right.
So I thought that would be good. It's a cool little and then of course I do a deeper dive into each one of those subsections.
Mm-hmm.
Did you need any help? Terry? He is he was out here a second, but he can phone me.
You doing all right today?
Oh yeah, how are you? You got your hair done. What's going on? She's in the new X3 dome. Fucking problem. You got this back here. She's outside. Back to it like I never left.
All right, bet that. So I got you. Don't even worry about making the WAP. I'll make it for you. I'll make all the sections for you, and then I'm gonna just give you the login.
Say no more.
So I got you. Yeah.
So is WAP like school?
Yeah, yeah. It's better than school. I mean, you could go school. I just hate school because everyone uses school. Like WAP was school before school. But I mean, you could go school, honestly. If you want to go school, we could go school. So actually, the problem with school, I think you got to pay for school.
I'm telling you, ladies just came in the doing X3. What the hell are you about?
Wait, school free?
I swear niggas be going through shit, bro. Like, this nigga look so depressed.
Nah, I'm gonna go. That's great.
I'm gonna pray for my brother, man.
Nah, bro. I think the problem with school, you gotta pay for school. That's
so
what.
you would wait until the community got bigger and then move over.
Well, I mean, WAP is bigger than school.
Oh, really?
Yeah, WAP is huge. You make enough sales on WAP, they'll like fly you out and like here's the WAP YouTube channel here. They're huge. This is also why like you can get an opportunity for this. School is created by Alex Hermosi, and he just like exited it. But WAP actually has like a home team that like really cares. So you'll get a chance to get a video on these, and this is a lot of exposure. So this is why I say go with WAP. Yeah, WAP is just School. Alex Hermosi just like hired some coders to make School. Like as you see, like School doesn't even have its own YouTube page. Alex Hermosi just literally made School real quick, promoted it, and exited it. But WAP, like they really care. They have a real team, family behind it. They'll fly you out and they do cool stuff with you.
Okay.
So yeah. School is just a money grab for him. Yeah. But yeah. Cool. So bet that, man. We got the domain. I'm gonna go ahead and keep getting to work. I need to finish this stuff ASAP and get everything launched, get the WAP created, and yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and work on some animations and stuff like that too. And then yeah, let's get this stuff done, man. So guys, I wanted to talk about something too while I'm just working and blasting. So like as I'm using Stitch and AI and stuff like that, right? I want to study more of the actual psychology of the sites. You know what I'm saying? So I want to get down more psychology of this. I want to actually get down like retention, and I want to get down. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let me think a little differently here. Certain things like animation cursors or like eyes or like maybe like a wheel, like things need to be specified for the site. I need to be going harder than that. It can't just be boring landing pages. You know what I'm saying? Let's increase conversions as much as possible by making sure we have animated sections. And you see a lot of people going super duper hard with these 3D animated sections, right? But then check out something like Supabase, for example. You head over to like a Supabase, very clean SaaS layout. You know what I'm saying? Even just the Google interface we use, very clean on Supabase. You have nothing but just clean examples here. Very simple CSS. And I'm telling you guys, the sites that overcompensate with 3D animations, you're actually going to get less conversions. It's not going to be as safe because I'm telling you, when you're on slower Wi-Fi, and for example, when I was in Vegas, for example, I was on T-Mobile for like a week or something like that. And I noticed that my site literally wasn't loading quickly. And that was bothering me. That was ruining conversions. And as soon as I changed it back, started getting bookings again. Okay. So your site can't be over animated. Try and stick to SVGs too. SVGs over emojis are going to be really strong. But watch, as you see people get into these hyper animated sites, they're actually going to be losing conversions. I want to optimize my site the most for conversions while having interactive elements, while keeping a nice 2D CSS based system, because it's going to be able to load quickly on, like if someone's in like a different country, right, and you're trying to sell an education system or something to help them make some more income, right? You want to make it to where the site can load quickly for them, okay? You don't want the sites to be loading slow. That's a really important thing that people don't talk about. And yeah, I really just wanted to go ahead and break that down and talk about that psychology, or even check out like GitHub. You know what I'm saying? Look at these most popular sites. GitHub is still 2D. You know, even though they have Copilot, you notice that the whole layout of it hasn't changed one bit. You know what I'm saying? So I'm starting to realize that these over animated sites are going to be getting less conversions. They're going to be ruining your conversions. And I'm actually really, really excited to talk about why 2D CSS is a lot better than 3D CSS. You could incorporate some low resource elements, but I'm telling you, high resource elements, I've experienced firsthand. When you guys are going through that long waiting time, people are going to think your site literally doesn't work, and you're going to be missing out on a lot of conversions for no reason at all. It's going to be really frustrating. It's going to make you angry, and that's not what I want you guys to like run into. So when you're making your site, I need you to think about that, okay? Look at these popular sites that people use. Superbase. What else do people use? You know, Vercel. You know, don't think that these people obviously don't have access to the same projects that me and you do. Of course, they have access to all of these giant 3D animators, but how quickly your site loads is important. Let me see if that even loaded like quickly. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So that's that. Just like fresh. How quickly does it load? I feel like, yeah, my site is clean. I feel like some things could maybe potentially slow it down, but the amount of money you can make with just a simple 2D site, I'm telling you, it's really what you want. I'm telling you, and these people who are going super duper hard trying to make these large scale animated sites, they're not going to make any conversions, or they're not going to make nearly as many conversions as people who stick to the basics. If you do go animations, you know, you go simple animations, right? Nothing catastrophic, nothing crazy. Even Vercel, I don't even know if Vercel has animations on the site itself. I see the navigation bar. Yeah, the navigation bar clearly has a hover. Some buttons have hover, underlines, really just hover, underlines, white borders. Very, very simple. So stick to the simple stuff. Study CSS so you guys can know how to quickly come into the files and edit what you want. I recommend using commands on your VS Code, right? Like if you want to look for something specifically. Like if you want to look for something specifically, I recommend you do Command Shift H, and then from there you're gonna have a search function here. Okay, then from the search function, you can actually look for what you want, and then you could continuously, you know, go from there. So if you wanted to look for something on your site that was specific, or you wanted to change all types of border buttons or styles, you just get really, really good. So AI, I'm not saying throw it out the window completely, right? Don't throw AI out the window completely. Mix it up. Mix it up with things. You know, you can throw in a Google Stitch idea, right? You can have a Stitch idea. Take your Stitch idea, right? So from here, Figma, boom, boom, boom. So here, Project Beef, .zip. See if I download the zip here. I like raw files, honestly. Raw files is really, really strong. Yeah, okay. So Stitch. Now I'm going to throw this in my website section here. Take the Stitch, throw it in my client's website here. Now we do have the Stitch. I'm going to throw the Stitch in my source. Okay, so I'm going to throw it in the source. Then from there, I'm going to go back to my VS Code. So I'm not throwing AI completely out the window, but what I'm doing is I'm using AI, incorporating that with my coding knowledge at the same time. So the fact that I know how to edit certain text, if I don't want this to say Jarrett the Deal Maker, you shouldn't have to ask AI to change a piece of text for you. You know what I'm saying? You should know how to get on the page, get to where you need to be, and make the change that you need to. You shouldn't have to ask AI to make a very simple change on something. You know what I'm saying? Just try things out, see what you like, and just make sure that the site functions how you would want the site to function. You know what I'm saying? So test it out. You guys can use it for prototypes and stuff like that too. You know, see how stuff works. I think it's really cool when you're adding just simple, look at that. You know what I'm saying? Just simple elements like that. Just attractive. Honestly, I'm throwing, like, you could still use stuff like 21st.dev, right? 21st.dev is cool. I like it a lot. 21st.dev, shout out them. But I'm telling you, man, these over 3D compartmentalized sections, some of them can be just poo-poo down the drain, bro. Poo-poo down the drain. Sections like this is doing a little too much. That's kind of doing a lot. This is doing a lot. This is doing way too much. This is doing too much. This is like never loading on no one's site. Conversions. This is cool. I think that's cool. And then of course you can take these and like make them your own and stuff like that. So this site, it's called 21st.dev. So you guys can get little inspirational pieces from the site here. But stay away from 3D. Okay, I would stick to 2D and stick to 2D stuff. 2D stuff is really, really fire. Simple components that work, load fast, and just work well. Okay, so we got newest, popular. Don't just like steal designs too. Try not to do that. Make it your own. If you want to have a menu button, you can do things like that too. Here, or check marks and stuff like that. Very cool. Just some cool stuff that you may need for your site that people have made and coded, so you can come on and just edit these things, fix them how you want. Stuff like this is kind of cool, but just that's a little too much. You want to make sure that the components can load. Conversions. I'm gonna say it one more time. Literally conversions. So yeah, have you guys ever heard of conversions? So I'm gonna say it one more time. So your conversions are gonna come from if people can even access the thing in the first place. Okay. This, you see that's lagging, like that's doing bad. Some stuff on 21st.dev can be hot garbage. Try and do not ruin your site with 21st.dev stuff. Okay. Stick to like Animista. You know what I'm saying? We got Animista. Animista is very clean, very 2D. It's not gonna be destroying your site. You have a lot of available stuff on Animista too. You guys can also do some tech stuff too on Animista. So this is why I like Animista. Keep your site loading quickly. I'm saying, could do some blur stuff if you want. Could do stuff like that. I think this is really cool. Shadow pop. I think this is cool. Flicker. I think this is cool. I like this a lot, actually. So now what I'm going to go ahead and do, after I've seen what I like. I actually like this a lot. I really like this. I think this is really clean. So now, first thing I'm going to actually go ahead and do, now that I went ahead and added it to my source folder, I'm going to go back to my source folder here. Okay. Stripe Super Base 2020. Yeah, API version. Super Base. So these two here, I'm gonna go ahead and fix these errors. I'm gonna go ahead and change this to 2026 here. So let's go ahead and change this to 2026. And then we're gonna go ahead and do 03. And then we're gonna do 25. Not assignable. Okay, we're gonna fix this here. Go to the server, TS. Property get does not exist. Okay. .dahlia. Okay, so I was missing the .dahlia here. And then app info NAS name SaaS app versions 1. Okay. So we're gonna keep this here. That should fix that. So now the config file is good. A lot of the times you can just right click into your error, click on fix straight up, and that helps too. So we're gonna go ahead and check out server.ts here. So let's check out this error. So I like to just read the errors instead of just making sure, like, ask AI, just fix this, just do this. You know, actually like have some kind of introspective of like what's going on your project. So then if something does break in the future, you're going to be able to go back and understand like, okay, this is what broke my site. Let me go ahead and fix X, Y, and Z. You know what I'm saying? So in here, oops, did not want to add that B. I meant to add the .dahlia back. Whoopsies. Okay. All right, .dahlia. Okay, we're good. See, and then once you fix it once with AI, like, study the error, study what the AI fixed. I'm not gonna lie, that's probably gonna be one of the most efficient ways to learn how to code, is see what the AI does, like if you're running into an error, and then after that, you're gonna be able to take that in your own conclusion and then fix any errors going forward. Okay, so here, property get right here, so this property right here has an error, does not exist on type randomly readily request cookies. Property set does not exist. Property set does not exist. Okay. So now I'm going to go ahead and right click this. After I highlight it first, I'm going to click on fix. So what it's going to do is going to squash the errors. Okay. And then I'm going to look at what it did. So the red is going to be the old values. When it does yellow, that's going to be the new values as well too. So I'm going to be dropping extensions and stuff like that all together, but just because AI is out, that doesn't mean that coding is obsolete at all. Do not think that. It's actually the time to be the best developer that you could be, and you can actually create really, really powerful components quickly. So it's really about now who has the best ideas, who's thinking the deepest, who's thinking the hardest. Because now we have things like Stitch that can get the CSS or the looks out the way. And after you're done focusing on the looks, you can actually focus more on the idea. How does everything sync together? How does it all link together? And that's the more engineering part, more of the development part. So AI is only really taking care of the development part, but you still have to be an excellent engineer, know how business works, know how all of this stuff comes together in the first place, and then you're going to be able to dominate in some kind of way. But until then, it can be a little difficult. Okay. So boom, let's go ahead and let's keep studying these errors here. So import create client server type cookie options. So it should have been from Supabase / SSR. So it should have been / from Supabase / SSR. Okay. Get unzipped. Okay. So it's going to go ahead and install that from the node modules main index instead of from the cookie options. Okay, so it's going to actually grab the Supabase from the node package modules that I actually installed on my raw computer, right? And as we can see, that's going to be located inside of node modules. Okay, so I can go from node modules, and then from here, inside of node modules, I'm going to have a Supabase section. Okay, and then we're going to see Supabase, and then we can go SSR. And then after SSR, we're going to go ahead and look for distribution, also known as dist. Then main. And then we're going to look for index. Okay. Index. So all the index folders here. Boom. This one, this one, this one. These are going to be the resources and the actual node package where stuff is actually baked and installed on my computer, so it can create the server client from the resources that are actually baked inside of the file. So knowing how things actually work and being able to break down things step by step like that, it really, really does help a lot. So check this out here too, right? So we have a red arrow on here, right? So we have a get name string, return cookie store, get name value, set name string, value string, options cookie options, try cookie store dot set, catch error, remove, etc. Okay, get all, any, return cookie store dot get all. Property get all does not exist on type read-only request cookies. Okay, so get all. Okay, now get all doesn't exist. Okay. So what if I fix the fix, right? Okay, so we're gonna have to fix the fix, right? Set get all, okay. Now we're running into a new issue here, okay. Now we have property get all does not exist on type, okay. So set doesn't work, get all doesn't work. Okay. Create. Supabase SSR. Yeah, we're gonna keep this up here too. Make sure this works. And from there, we change those into this. Okay, but get all doesn't exist on type read-only request cookies. Control Shift Ace. Read-only request cookies. Read-only no login. I do kind of want to use Geist. I'm not gonna lie. I want to read in the. Okay, so what I'm gonna do. Okay, so if an error is really something that you feel like you can't fix, I like to use the CLI too. I don't really like to use the right side chat anymore. So I'll open a new CLI, right? Command line interface. Okay, I'm gonna open a brand new one. From here I can go to model if I want to. You can type tab / model, and then in the CLI you're gonna be able to change. So I'll go to like do 4.1 here. Okay. If you wanted to do 4.1, you could also change like how long you want it for thinking as well too. It's gonna be up to you. So boom, fix this error, do what you need, don't break any other files. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and put that error inside of here. I'm gonna go ahead and fix that error. Okay, so I want to make sure that everything's done, and also too, inside of the prompt shop, I'm gonna go ahead and add this too. I have a lot to do inside the prompt shop. I'm not gonna lie, a lot of work to do for you guys, but this right here, this start project prompt is gonna be really powerful here. Okay, you know, I'm gonna cut it off from here, but this start project prompt, really crazy. It's gonna make sure that you guys have all of the most important startup kits that you need for your site. So you'll be able to go to Stackmode.net to get access to this as well too. Okay, so you can put this on any new VS Code project, any new website, any new application that you're trying to do, and then you can go ahead and copy this entire thing here, and it'll go ahead and install the necessary skills that you need, as well as install the best stuff that you need for your tech stack and your project to run. So yeah, you're gonna get off Stitch pretty quickly. Look at that. I just think that's very cool. Stuff like that, you know, if we're gonna add some cards to at least make it look clean. I kind of like this too. Just constantly flipping. Little interactive elements like that. Let's sell them with just 2D animations. Let's turn up the landing page. You know what I'm saying? Make the simple landing page retention. Make it hold value. That's really what's gonna just separate you from the average developer, is knowing how to keep retention on a site. Even this up here, I do want to change. I think if we add something cool here, this could go ahead and increase conversions. So yeah, I do want to change this section up here and just make this a lot cooler. Okay, and I'm really happy I got this MacBook too, man. I'm just able to just record, cool out with you guys, and just do what I need to do, man. It's a blessing. This video is going to be long. I'm excited to drop this one. It's going to be kind of like, not all over the place, but yeah, just giving you guys a real raw introspective, like what I do. Okay, after this, I'm going to go ahead and study these changes. Okay, I'm not just going to approve. So what did it do? Set cookie store. So it did promise. Okay. So set cookie store. It did promise. Right? Promise equals cookies. It left the return create server client alone. Okay, for the process.env next supabase.url. Okay, so it left that alone for the supabase. Cookies get all. Okay, so we cookies. We have a open bracket. And then we did async. Okay, so we did async get all. These open, then const cookie store equals await equals cookie store promise return equals cookie store. Okay, and then we did an async again. Yeah, very nice fix. Okay, so I'm gonna do yes and approve, and now the error is gone. Okay, so that's where AI is really useful at when you're running into pesky areas. When you could be building or innovating, it can quickly resolve things, but understand where the errors are come from and then learn too. So now if I ever run into that error, I have to make sure that things are asynced, I have to make sure that things have a const in front of it, and I have to make sure that things are organized. Okay, so take what the AI did, learn from it, and then be able to apply that later on. That's what's going to be able to set you apart from good engineers from just really bad engineers. Okay, so from here, I'm gonna wait for this to finish here completely. I'm gonna close it though. And then from there, I'm gonna open my source folder. I'm gonna open my Stitch. Okay. And then I'm gonna open a brand new chat. So you wanna open a new chat too because of the context window. If you guys don't know what that is, pretty much if you have too many AI chats in one, it can get buggy, stop listening. So just try and do things with a new chat, right? So I'm gonna actually do this one in a plan mode. So I'm going to say, take the files from this stitch and optimize the page. Okay. So what I'm going to go ahead and do, make sure it works on mobile and desktop. Optimize all views. I'm curious. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and just plan that with just that. We'll do just a simple vague plan. So because we're planning first, I'm not gonna go reprompt that. That right there, like a vague sentence like that, never send a vague sentence like that to your agent line. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the times, especially if you're on something like Cursor or something like that, you might just end up wasting credits for literally no reason. And that's gonna really make you mad and piss you off. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and wait for this here. Okay. Should the optimized implementations remain a... Okay. So now, what I'm going to go ahead and actually do, stitch folder contains... Let me open this. Next.js component. Okay. So this right here, this is going to be like the aftermath. So this is going to be prompt 1. So we should do the post stitch prompt. So I'm going to create that now. Right. So I'm going to make a post stitch prompt now. That's actually what I'm going to go ahead and do. So I'm going to take this simple line here. The more specific you talk to the AI, the better it is, and it'll organize it so well. And shout out people. So here's another thing too. When people back in the day, like when the internet like first came out, right? When people were just purely HTML coding, right? We'll just take this for example. When people were just purely HTML coding. Okay, here's an I'll go ahead and get a playground going. Okay. So here, boom, just in a playground. Doc type HTML. Okay. HTML is the doc type. Run. Okay. HTML body. You can go paragraph. Okay. 2. Going hard at all times. And then I'm going to close this. It's so bad without tab, but it's fine. So going hard at all times. HTML playground. Changing this and editing the text. Getting comfortable editing text. Don't just make AI make your brain go slow. Okay? Don't just make AI make your brain go slow. Boom, going hard at all times. Now, if I wanted to add a body, E1, Yo. Stackmode. Okay. All education for trading. Now I'm gonna go close this. Okay, so actually this should be touching. Now I'm gonna close it. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Yep. Let me see. This should work. B2, close. There we go. Fine. Stackmode.net for all aid trading. B1. Okay. We didn't have to close that. It's fine. B2. Yo. And then we'll hit him with header again. I'm gonna make this header 3. I'm gonna change this from... Okay. Boom. Stackmode.net is the best website in the world. Okay. Know how to actually edit your files, bro. Okay, it's really, really important. Know how to actually know what you're doing. Okay, know what you're doing. Then from there, it's gonna be a lot easier to just succeed and win. Okay, so just know what you're doing. Know what you're doing. And even when they made CSS, right? Even when they made CSS, I'm sure they were like, bro, what? Like, why would they make this? Right, it's a whole nother level. Now we got CSS, okay? It's a language inside of a language. Now it's getting deeper. All right, once again, I'm sure when they made this, they were like, why would we do this? So even if we wanted to go from here, right, blank, okay, doc type HTML, body, background color, okay. So here, background color is black, H1 color white. We'll move this text to the left here in the top here, and then after that, what I'm gonna go ahead, that was crazy. What I'm gonna go ahead and actually do is I want to go ahead and do this. Okay, I'm gonna do a H2. Okay, I'm gonna do one more. I'm gonna do H2 space open. Okay, open. And then I'm gonna do indent, color, cyan. Now we're gonna do red. Okay, semicolon. Then again, text, align. Okay, colon, center, font family. We're gonna do Arial. And we're gonna change this to 50 px. Then we're gonna change this to Stackmode.net is the best site in the entire world. And we're gonna make 2 headers here. So now I'm gonna go header 2. So H2. Okay. Going super duper hard. So as we can see, we have the headers and the text separated completely. If I made a header 3, right? If I made a header 3, this is the best site ever. Okay, right? Header 3, I'm gonna close that. I'm gonna come back up here. Okay. I need to close this as well. So after you guys are done with your code, you need to make sure that it's closed. Okay, then run. So as you can see, Stackmode.net is the best site in the world, going super duper hard. Now we have this as a paragraph. Okay. So now what I need to do is I need to add a color here. So now I need to go ahead and add so we got the font family, but I need to come up and indent, add the color, come over here, change the color to white with one of these. And from there, I'm going to be able to see the paragraph here. So now we have one more error here. This is the best site ever. So now we have header number 3. I noticed that there's no header number 3 on the code over here. So what I would need to go ahead and do is I need to come over here, okay? And then from there, I'm going to go ahead and indent. I'm going to do header number 3. I'm going to do an open bracket. Okay, you always want to do an open bracket. Then from there, I'm going to indent. I'm going to start off with the color. I'm going to do white. Then I'm going to do colon. Okay, with the or semicolon. And then from there, right underneath that, I'm going to do text align. Okay, and we're going to do center. Okay, then we do normal colon, center. And then font size 40 px semicolon. Okay, and then I need to close this up. So I noticed that the font size right now isn't working, and that's because I'm actually missing a colon. So if you don't see the thing that you need to red, if you don't see the variable that you need in order to change certain things that's in red, then you're not going to be able to understand. So then from there, I'm going to colon, okay, text white line center. Let's see, so we're going to go ahead and do font size, okay, and then I'm going to run. So I'm going to see if the font size is working. 20px. Okay, so font size here. For header number 3, this is the best site ever. Okay, I'm gonna change this to P. So this is actually gonna be best site ever is actually gonna be P2. So header 3, I'm gonna change that to P2, and then we're actually gonna we're gonna make this here. I'm gonna make P2 actually to the right. Okay. Can I do bottom right? Okay, we'll do left. Okay, so we got going super duper hard. I got you. Okay, I need to change this to P2. Okay, then from there I'm gonna run it. All right, we got this is the paragraph here, going super duper hard. This is the best site ever. Stackmode.net is the best site in the entire world. Okay. And from there, H1, H2, color red, text align center, color white, Arial. So this right here, Arial. Okay, so we got the Arial font here. Background color, so we can make this white if you wanted, but I'm gonna keep this black. We could do brown. So brown actually is loaded kind of like a red. Gray. But we'll keep it black for now. Okay. So yeah, even just, knowing how to use your CSS is going to be really, really important too. Knowing how to change certain things, putting yourself through just making certain things. Got to this to be right. All right, header 2. No, this needs to be header 3. Header 3. Keep grinding. Okay. Header 3. Color. White. Colon or semicolon. Header 3. Header 3. There we go. All right. And it's like when you just get the errors down, it's satisfying. It's fun. It's really, it's probably the funnest thing I've ever done. This is more fun than trading to me. Just because you can infinitely create, and the market only exists because of people who created SaaSes in the first place. So knowing how everything works has just been really cool. But yeah, so back to the site. So practice. Don't let AI make your brain mush. Know how stuff actually works. Okay. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do is I need to prompt the prompt. That's what I need to do. So I need to prompt the prompt. So I have this here. Okay. I throw it into my Gemini. Right here. Boom. Then I'm gonna do after my. Okay. We'll do after my. Hide this here. After my stitch is in my VS Code. A prompt to transfer it into a working site with the above parameters. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and Next.js. Modern design. Nice. Okay. Okay. It don't listen, guys. Oh, it's on fast. That's why, bro. All right, we gotta run it back. Make sure you guys aren't on fast. So now I'm gonna go new CLI. I'm gonna grab the stitch. I'm gonna take the whole thing from stitch, right? I'm gonna take the whole stitch. I'm gonna bring it over. Actually, I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna paste the prompt first. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm gonna take the stitch. Take the whole stitch. Then take the design MD. Then I'm gonna copy and paste the prompt. Follow the prompt I added and approve the files needed for this to work as a real working website. Okay? So really just powerful prompts, guys. This is why I made the prompt shop. When we have prompts, things are done a lot easier. Things are done quicker. So what is it doing? Core system design, source components, design system, color palette, typography. So it's going in source, components. Okay, it's still generating. Components, type, JS. Okay. Just gonna go ahead and install these here. Yes, indeed. So I'm gonna actually edit the I'm gonna delete that. Okay. So now let's go ahead and let's head back to SVG RT still. What's that? Where are we going? Don't never redo their site, by the way. It's very good that they don't. Wow. Lamb. Peace.
I'm going to break down calls, puts, and even leaps so you guys can understand stock options in a way that makes sense, no confusion, and no headaches. So use call options when you think a stock is going to rise in an upwards direction because you want to lock in the cheaper price today and profit from the move up. A put option is going to be the opposite. It gives you the right to sell a stock at a certain price, and if you think the stock might fall, puts lets you profit from that drop or protect your portfolio from taking a hit. You can also do something called hedging, which is the main thing options was created for, and which you could place a bet in both directions. But here's where the beginners miss out. Leaps. These are long-term options, usually lasting 1 to 3 years, and they give you a lot more time, more flexibility, and less stress than those short-term weekly options that wipe people out. Let's go and let's talk about them, and let's jump into it. Inshallah. All right, so let's talk about what an options contract is in the first place. Okay, so let's talk about the rights versus the obligations. So an option is a financial derivative contract, and it derives its value from an underlying asset like Apple or Tesla stock, okay, or Microsoft stock, or even stocks like Google, okay? And it gives the buyer the right, but not the obligation to buy or sell that specific asset at a specific price on or before a certain date, okay? So let's say you bought a ticket for $100, okay, right? That's how much the actual options contract costed you, okay? And then let's say now the concert were to sell out. Now tickets are going to be worth $500, okay? If you had a call ticket, okay, because call contracts are going to be used whenever you think price is going to go in an upwards direction, okay? So you would purchase a call contract, okay? So that would give you $400 in profit. So if you bought it, okay, if you bought the tickets for $100 and sold them for $500, okay, that means price went in an upwards direction, okay, which means you would have bought a call contract, okay, and that means you would have made $400 on that, okay. So $400 profit would have been what you yielded without ever attending the concert, just because you were right on the fact that prices would have gotten more expensive over time. So if you believe that prices are going to go in an upwards direction and get higher over time and more expensive, then you're going to go ahead and purchase a calls contract. If you're betting that the price of a stock is going to go in a downwards direction, then what you're going to do is purchase a put contract, okay? So if you think price is going to go in a downwards direction, you're going to buy a put. If you think price is going to go in an upwards direction, you're going to go ahead and buy a calls contract. Okay, let's head over to the next slide. So let's talk about the anatomy of a contract in the first place. Okay, the big three terms. Okay, so every single options trade has these three components. Okay, and you got to choose them wisely. Okay, one, your strike price. Okay, your strike price is going to be the specific price you agree to buy and sell the stock at. Okay, then you're going to have your expiration date. Okay, so one of the most important things about options is going to be called the Greeks. Okay, And the Greeks are pretty much going to be time deterministic factors that determine how much profit, okay, your options contract is going to make, or how quickly you're going to lose profit. Because remember, on options, you're buying and getting paid for an educated guess, okay? It's not fully ownership like buying 100 shares, okay? You're buying the educated guess and getting paid off of that, okay? So every educated guess is going to have an expiration date to it, okay? There's going to be a date where it's like, okay, if you're not right by this time, then your contract is just going to go ahead and expire, okay? Whether it be in the money or out of the money, okay? In the money means that it'll expire and you would get paid, okay? And out the money means that you would have lost money on your contract, okay? And then premium. Premium is going to be the price that you pay for the options contract today, okay? And to buy the contract, and this is going to be your maximum loss. So the cool thing about options is that your maximum loss is built into it. And on options too, you want to go ahead and try to multiply a lot of the numbers you see by 100. So you might see, let's say you have Apple, okay? Let's say you got Apple here. And let's say an Apple's contract cost 8.70, okay? All options contracts, in order to get the premium price, okay, you need to multiply the number by 100. Okay, so 8.70 times 100 would equal $870. Okay, if a contract costed you 2.50, okay, is the premium, make sure you multiply that by 100, and a lot of times your broker will tell you how much it's going to cost too. Okay, that's going to mean the contract will cost you $250. Okay, so multiply a lot of the decimal numbers you see in the options world by 100 to get the correct US dollar amount of what you're looking at, okay? And once again, your expiration dates are going to be really important too, okay? Your contracts don't last forever, so buying as much time on your contracts is going to be ideally the best thing to do and will keep a smile on your face, okay? Make sure you have time on your contracts. Try and stay away from things like 0 date expirations, okay? 0 date to expire. Okay, if you also hear the term DTE, it stands for date to expire. Okay, so let's head over to the next slide, class. So let's talk about call options. Okay, call options mean that price is headed in a bullish direction. Okay, and a bullish direction means an upward direction. Okay, so that means that you're betting on growth. Okay, you're taking an educated, speculated guess. Okay, that price is going to go in an upwards direction. So buying a call means that you profit when the stock goes in an upwards direction. Okay. So why do it? Okay. Leverage. Okay. So leverage on options is the reason why people trade options in the first place. So options contract, one options contract, okay, equals 100 shares worth of power. Okay. So one contract, okay, equals 100 shares worth of buying power, okay? So to buy 100 shares of a $200 stock, okay, that means it would cost you 20K, okay? But to buy one call option of those controlling shares, it might cost you only 500 to 1,000, okay? So this way, you're getting the shares power, okay, just jumbled up in a one big contract derivative. And it's cheaper because it's not giving you actual ownership, but what you're getting paid based off of is this directional skill, okay? So if you think that a company is going to drop one of the best products of all time, okay, and it's not at all-time highs yet, and you think price can go even further, okay, then you can go ahead and look to buying a call option, okay? So if the stock soars, okay, your $500 could turn to $2,000 overnight, okay, giving you 300% gain. That's also the cool thing about options too. How much you lose is baked in. You know exactly how much you're going to lose maximum at all times. If you bought a contract for 5.00, okay, remember, times 100, okay, and that would go ahead and give us $500. Okay, if you bought a contract for $500, the max you could lose, okay, the max loss would go ahead and be $500. $500 would be the absolute max loss, okay? But guess what the max profit is? Infinity, okay? So that's the super duper cool thing about options. You can only lose what you purchased the contract for, but you could make infinite. Okay, so if you bought a contract for $500 and it crashed to zero, the stock, okay, you would still only lose $500. But if the stock soared all the way up to $10,000 a share, okay, you would make infinite profit. So that's why people trade options. Let's head over to the next slide. And the opposite and equal end of it is going to be the put options, okay? Just like things that go up have to come down, okay? Options are going to be the same way, okay? Calls is going to be for price going in the upwards direction. Puts is going to be for price going in the downwards direction, okay? And that means that you're betting on a crash, okay? You think that price is going to head in the downwards direction for a bit, okay? And buying a put means that you profit when the stock price goes in the downwards direction. So let's say a stock price was $40, okay? And you think price is going to go down to $35. Then in this instance, you would go ahead and purchase a put contract, okay? So puts are going to be used for two main reasons, okay? One, speculation. So if you think a company is failing and you want to profit from the crash or heading in a downwards direction, then a put options contract would go ahead and be your best case scenario for this, okay? And then hedging, okay? Very, very important too, okay? So insurance, let's say you own 100 shares of Apple, okay? But you're scared of a crash, okay? So you could go ahead and buy a put contract. So if Apple actually does drop, okay, the put contract makes you money, and then you could take that money and buy more shares if you'd want to, okay? So options was created so people can speculatively trade, okay, and hedge. And hedging means that you could trade at both directions during the same exact time, just to manage any type of balance or any type of other asset classes you have held. Okay, let's head over to the next slide. All right, so let's talk about the pricing trap, okay? So the times 100 multiplier, okay, it's very, very, very easy to understand, okay? Don't make it a trap, just understand it. Okay, just understand when you're looking at options contract, it can be a trap though if you think a contract costs like $2.50. You're like, oh, the options contract only costs $2. Like, no, it actually costs $250. Okay, if you see an options contract cost 10.00, that means that that contract has to be multiplied by 100. Okay, and that would go ahead and give you 1,000. Okay, even if it's a decimal. Okay, if you see a contract for 0.75. You still have to multiply that by 100, okay, and that's going to go ahead and give you $75, okay? If you have a contract for 3.35, multiply that times 100, and that's going to go and equal 335, okay? You guys can either use your calculators, or you can just look at the number with the decimal and just remove the decimal, okay? Just remove the decimal from your brain mentally, and that's going to go ahead and give you the actual number. Okay, so if something's 2.50, okay, just remove the decimal, 250, okay? If something costs 7.40, just remove the decimal, it costs 740, okay? So don't make the math too hard, okay, and don't get psyched out, okay? Stay prayed up to God for wisdom and keep going, even when things get difficult. Let's head over to the next slide. So time is going to be the invisible enemy, okay? So let's understand what's called theta. Okay, so theta is going to be really, really important. Okay, so options are going to be like melting ice cubes over time. Okay, and you got to get paid before the ice cube decides to get melted. Okay, and they're composed of two types of value. One, okay, it's going to be intrinsic value. Intrinsic value is going to be the real value. Okay, it's going to be the stock price. Okay, and then the strike price. And then you're going to have the extrinsic time value. Okay, which is going to be the hope value. Okay, and this decays every single day due to the fact that we are trading in melting ice cube. Okay, so as you get closer to expiration, the time value accelerates to 0. Okay, so if the stock doesn't move fast enough, you lose money, even if the stock price stays the same. So in order to outplay all of this and get around theta and make sure you guys profit, you want to try and focus on what's called leap contracts. Okay, leap contracts are going to be contracts that expire between 1 to 3 years, okay? Because you want to try and play your options like you're holding shares, okay? You don't want to try and play your options real quick, no, because a lot of times you're going to lose like that, and it's not going to be worth your initial investment. It'd be worth it to go play futures if you're just going to play that short of expirations, okay? Try to buy 1 to 3 years out and catch big, giant, higher time frame setups. At the end of the video, I'm going to include some chart setups too, so we know when it's time to buy calls or puts. Okay, so trying to buy between 1 to 3 years out is really going to give your trade some time to cook, chef, before it just decides to melt completely and expires. Okay, so now contracts that are expiring later, okay, like 1 to 3 years, will be more expensive, but your theta is going to go ahead and be saved. Okay, because if you have a shorter time frame contract, your theta is going to be getting destroyed by that extrinsic time value that decays every single day a lot quicker. Okay, and that's really just not what you want ideally. So I'm trying to give you guys the easiest time possible. Okay, so try to focus on contracts that expire in about 1 to 3 years, and inshallah you'll have the easiest time trading options. Okay, also another thing with options too, try to buy the contract closest to current price. Okay, so if an options contract is costing, okay, or let's say the current share price, right, is $70 a share. Okay, you want to try, and you think price is going to go in an upwards direction. Okay, let's say you think price is going to go to 80. Okay, even though you think price is going to go to 80, the best contract to buy would go ahead and be a 71 call contract. Okay, a 71 call contract would be the best contract to buy. Okay, you want to try and just buy the number 1 up. Okay, so if the number is going to be current price is at 60, okay, and you think price is going to go down to 55, okay, the best contract to buy would be a 59 put. Okay, that would go ahead and be the best contract to buy. So even though we're going to close at 55, you still want to buy the number 1 below since you're buying a put, or the number 1 above if you're buying a call. It's going to give your contract the best value and move the best. So leaps, okay, long-term plays, okay, leaps, long-term equity anticipation securities are options that expire in over a year, okay, or a year. Okay, they have less decay on them, making the theta very, very, very low. Okay, you don't have to stress about little daily moves going through it for no reason. Okay, and stock replacements, it pretty much mimics owning the stock for a fraction of the price. Okay, and you guys are still going to be able to hit some great take profits. Okay, and tax benefits. So even on crypto and shares as well too, if trades are held for over a year, then you get a lot of favorable tax-free treatment. And there's a reason for this. Okay, the markets are made to go in an upwards direction. So the more people they have invested, of course, there's going to go ahead and be tax benefits for that. They want as much money as they can parked into the markets, okay, because that's how the U.S. economy decides to flow and the U.S. stock market flows in the first place. Let's head over to the next slide. Okay, so calls, that means you're going to purchase them if you think price is going to go in an upwards direction. Puts, that means you would purchase them if you think price is going to go in a downwards direction. Theta, that's going to be the time clock, okay? And it's going to be a big piece on the melting ice cube, okay? Treat your options contract like a melting ice cube every day. And you want to get the most deep freezed ice cube that you can. And you do that by purchasing a leap contract. A leap contract is a contract that expires in 1, 2, 3 years, okay? And your risk is going to be whatever you purchased. Okay, so if you purchase a contract for 5.00, okay, remember, and then we got to multiply that by 100, okay, or you could just remove the decimal and that'll give you the number. So 500. So if you purchase a contract for 500, let your contract either hit your take profit or your stop loss is going to be that 500, okay, and only invest what you can lose. Okay, 100% loss is going to be possible on your contracts. Okay, so try and use your whole contract as the stop loss and give yourself time and play for real take profits. The United States stock market is created to go up. As long as these companies, okay, have more money to hire people, okay, that's going to be more taxes that can be paid to the US government. Okay, the more money that they get from stock market funding means the more properties they can build. The more properties that are built means the more property tax that has to be paid to the US government. Okay, so as long as these companies and the stock market goes in an upwards direction, okay, and that these stocks are even moving, then the richer the US government will get. Let's go and let's jump into the chart, and I'm going to talk to you guys when to know when to buy calls and when to buy puts real quick. Let's go. So when you are on the chart, you want to start doing your higher time frame top-down analysis. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and start on my weekly time frame, and then from there you want to go ahead and head over to your daily to your 4 hour. Okay, so once again, we purchase call contracts if we think price is going to go in an upwards direction, and you're going to purchase put contracts if you think price is going to go in a downwards direction. Okay, so I'm going to start on my weekly here. So if I'm going to purchase a call contract, then that means that price can't be at all-time highs, because I'm expecting price to go in an upwards direction. So if I have area of resistance above current price, okay, then that's going to go ahead and give me a window to purchase a calls contract. Okay, so understand that price a lot of the times will try and hunt an area of resistance above current price, especially after falling down. Market's going to work at higher lows and V's. Okay, so we can see market decided to make a low down here and decided to incrementally keep staring up in an upwards direction, okay, over time. Okay, and after I like to see market making a heavy area of support on my higher time frames, whether it be in my weekly, my daily, or my 4 hour, okay, I know that price always wants to try to recover where it fell down from originally. So I would go ahead and just take the trade up till there. Okay, I would purchase a call contract since I think price is going to go in an upwards direction. Okay, and I would buy a year or 2 out. Okay, so I could buy January 2028 if I'm recording this in 2025. Okay, and if I see the current price here is 183.38, I could buy a 185 contract. Since I'm going to be buying a calls contract, I'm going to buy the contract that's going to be one above the current price. Okay, if I was going to buy a puts contract, okay, expecting price to go in a downwards direction, looks like this one hit take profit too. Okay, if I'm expecting price to head in downwards direction, then, you know, you could play, let's say I wanted to short till this area of resistance here. Okay, market's deciding to fall right here. Let's say I'm expecting price to do something like that. Okay, if I want to short down to this area of resistance right here, okay, I would do the same thing. Options buy like 1 to 2 years out. If I think price is going to go in a downwards direction, I'm going to look at current price, look at the number right below it. Okay, so in this case, if current price is 19.39, then I would go ahead and buy the put. Okay, I would buy the put 18, and that would be the best contract to purchase if price is heading in a downward scenario. Okay, so that's it. Make option trading very, very simple. Don't make it too difficult. I have so much free content for you guys. Head over to stackmode.net to learn how to trade options. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Stay prayed up to God and keep grinding.
So if you don't know, what controls the price of your rent, your groceries, the gas prices, as well as the crypto and stock market is going to be something called the Consumer Price Index, also known as the CPI. CPI is basically a giant shopping list that the government tracks every single month. They track food, housing, transportation, medical care, all the essentials. And when the total price of that basket goes up, inflation goes up. When it goes down, then inflation eases. And it sounds simple, but here's the catch. Even a small change can shift interest rates dramatically, which can impact your investments and even move the entire economy. Let's go and let's jump into what CPI is and how we can understand what the report is. Inshallah. So let's understand the Consumer Price Index, also known as the CPI. It's going to be extremely, extremely simple, and I want to break it down, and I want you guys to understand. Let's go. So what is the CPI in the first place? So the CPI, think of it as a basket of goods. So imagine a giant shopping cart that represents what the average American buys. This is going to go ahead and represent gas prices, groceries prices, food prices, the price of the current rent, housing, etc. Okay, all of this is going to be compiled into a big list, and the government tracks everything. And depending on how much this stuff costs, is going to give us a certain result based on the CPI report. So the Bureau of Labor Statistics, also known as the BLS, tracks the price of the specific basket every single month to measure inflation. Okay, so they measure housing, food and beverages, car prices, okay, and things related to cars as well too. Cars themselves, gas prices, and even ticket prices for planes and stuff, etc.
Okay. And as well as the medical care prices, prices of certain pills, prices of certain procedures, etc. All of that gets tracked by the Bureau of Labor Statistics and gets put into a big report. And that lets us know how well the economy is doing. Okay, so let's continue on, and breaking it down and understanding this is really going to help us know, okay, is the market in a desperate period right now? Are people saving right now? Are people selling their houses right now? Okay, and you really got to ask yourself a couple of questions and put things into perspective. Okay, so let's continue on and let's understand what the CPI is. So let's talk about measuring the inflation. Okay, measuring inflation. So the year over year review, YOY. Okay, when you hear inflation is 5%, it means that the basket of goods cost 5% more today than it did 12 months ago. So that means that the price of a hot dog, let's say in 2015, let's say the price of a hot dog was $2. If in 2025, the price of the hot dog is now $6, okay, inflation occurred. The price went up. The price of the hot dog got more expensive year after year after year. So within a 10-year span, hot dogs went from $2 to $6. So that means that it got $4 more expensive just because time occurred. So that's what inflation is, when stuff is getting more expensive over time. And the reason why that's occurring is because more dollars are getting printed. The more dollars that get printed, then the more prices have to equate for that. Prices are going to equate with how many dollars are available. If there's a lot more dollars getting printed year after year after year after year, then logically things have to result and coincide with that and get more expensive. So why investors even care in the first place? So if inflation is 5% and your portfolio grew 4%, then you actually lost purchasing power. Okay. And the core versus the headline. So stripping the noise. So there's going to be two main types of CPI numbers that are going to go ahead and be released. So there's going to be the headline CPI. The headline CPI is everything in the basket. Once again, we're calculating the food, rent, gas prices, okay, price of certain waters, whether that be for water in our houses, for shower, toilets, etc., or the price of bottled water, okay, price of ice cream. All of that is going to be calculated inside of the basket. And the actual raw number is going to let us know how much Americans are spending on consumerism. That's why it's called the CPI, Consumer Price Index, letting us know how much the economy has consumed. And the core CPI, okay, it removes the food and energy prices from the equation. So the core CPI removes food and energy prices because food and gas prices are going to be volatile. They change every single week, okay? And they change a lot quicker than other things as well too. Okay, food can be thrown on sale. One day a box of macaroni could be $5. Okay, you come back to the store next week, it's back again at $15. Same thing with gas. You could go to one gas station, they might be charging you $3 a gallon for some 87, and then at another gas station for some 87, it might cost you $2.79. Okay, so it's really going to go ahead and differentiate, and food and energy are going to be a lot more volatile than other things related into the basket. So the Fed prefers just the core CPI, and the core CPI is the number calculated in the basket of the stuff that Americans are consuming, okay? And other countries have CPI too, but in this case, we'll just talk about US, but it takes the amount of resources that a country is consuming, and the core CPI report is just going to go ahead and remove food and gas prices since they're volatile and could hedge the numbers and make them spike up higher than they maybe should be. So the federal connection. So we'll talk about the policy tool. The Federal Reserve has a mandate to keep inflation at around 2%. 2% is going to be a pretty stable rate, and that's letting us know that the economy is not going in haywire. So a high CPI, the Fed will raise interest rates to cool the economy down, which is going to be really bad for stocks and bonds. If people are paying more money and percentage yields on interest, then that's going to go ahead and leave them less money to invest. Or what people would go ahead and do is take out their investments in order to make up for certain interest rates getting more expensive, etc. And we'll talk about a low CPI rate. So when the economy is in a good position, it's very stable, and it's in a cool position, the Fed may lower the interest rates to stimulate the growth because people are going to be paying back less in loans, paying back less in debt, etc., leaving a lot more supplemental income to invest into stocks. So when the CPI report is low, a lot of the times you start seeing market burst up in an upwards direction because it's letting us know that everyone else has money, and the stock market and crypto market, we move as whales and sheeps. Everyone has to be doing the same thing in order for the market to move. Everyone has to be buying at once in order for it to go up, and everyone has to be selling in order for it to go down. So that's why it's really imperative to make sure you're trading with the trend. If you're not trading with the trend, you're just going to be losing money for no reason. And that's why Wall Street really holds its breath on CPI release date. It's really a big report that predicts what the Fed will do next and a big predictor on how the market will move. A lot of times right after the CPI report drops, especially if you're a futures or Forex trader, you can get on your 1 minute and you could see the actual candle of CPI. So seeing that and watching those month after month after month of CPIs really taught me and let me know how the market decides to trend after CPI report hits the market. And market volatility, so the tantrum that it throws. So algorithms read the CPI report in milliseconds, and the market reaction can be extremely violent. In a second, CPI could make the market zip down or burst in an upwards direction. And once again, if you're on your futures 1 minute, you can see it and see the news directly. And CPI coming in hot is going to mean that stocks have a higher chance to drop in a downwards direction due to the fact that interest rates are going to be higher. So interest is going to be bad. There's a reason why God talks about it in a negative manner. Interest does not benefit anything. Interest only hurts. It hurts the people, hurts the stock market, and it just leaves us less money in order for actually building our actual assets, whether it be it for real estate, building your stock portfolio, etc. And if the CPI report comes in cool and lower, a lot of the time stock has a good chance to rally in an upwards direction. Same thing with the indexes known as the NQ, which is going to represent for the NASDAQ 100. You're going to have the ES, which is going to represent the S&P 500. You're going to have the Dow Jones, which is going to represent the YM, also known as US 30. Okay, so each one of these things are going to be affected by the CPI. So CPI is an extremely, extremely, extremely important report. And what you might see actually a lot of the times is price action slowing down, getting a little choppy, getting a little slow before the CPI report comes out. Because people are holding their tongues, they're freezing their wallet. They're like, hold on, before I deploy this bread, let me make sure market's doing what it actually needs to be doing. And then boom, they're going to go ahead and put that money down. So watch the trend. One bad month is not a crisis, but a trend is. Watch how the trend shifts after CPI. Does market want to head in an upwards direction? Does market want to go in a negative direction? Okay, and for how long? Make sure you're trading with the trend. Trading with the trend is going to be the separation tool between being profitable and unprofitable. Okay, you have to make the decision that the market is making. Otherwise, you will lose money. If market's going in an upwards direction, that is the direction that you should be playing in. And it's not at all-time highs, then that's how you should be playing. Okay. If you're on a Forex trade for something like that, for example, and the CPI report comes out and a currency pair starts going downwards, okay, then that's going to go ahead and let you know the trend. I don't care if you're on stocks, Forex, futures, wherever. Be wary of the CPI report, especially before you put in the trade. Okay. Keeping an eye on news, and a lot of the times you'll notice too, news is going to be baked into the price action too. So try not to fight the Fed. If CPI is high and rates stay high, try to adjust your portfolio. Okay. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. If you want to learn more about investing, head over to Stackmode.net. I'm here for you guys for any type of situation, whether you guys are struggling with unprofitability, whether you're profitable right now, but you just want to be a little more consistent. You want to see how you can funnel more of your income. Just come book a free call. I'm here for you guys. I'm going to catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
Organic content will always be better than AI content in literally every single way possible. If you want to succeed in business, you have to know how to get into your clients' and viewers' hearts before you just jump into their wallet. Let me show you guys the exact guide how. Let's do it. Yo, so I just want you guys to know that organic content will always outperform AI content. Once again, organic content will always outperform AI generated content. So understand that there's a couple of reasons why for this. Okay. One, especially when it comes to social media and things like that, you have to know how to get into the user's hearts. Okay. Whoever's watching your videos, make sure that you're getting into their hearts before you just try and get into their wallet. Okay. It's very, very important that we pay attention to that. If you're able to get into a user's hearts, right, they're going to come back to your business, come back to your service. Let's say you do hair, for example. Okay. If you're able to give them a good quality hair service or plumbing service, HVAC service, trading mentorship service, whatever you do, and they're able to leave feeling joyful, or they're able to scroll on your post and feel joy, feel happiness, that is going to stick in their heads, and most importantly, stick inside of their hearts. Okay. You want to get into their hearts before you just try and get into their wallet. So that's why it's really, really important to understand that organic content will always get into the user's hearts quicker than AI content can. Okay. So we have to always keep that in mind. So look, take person A, for example. Okay. My amazing drawing here. Okay. Picasso. So person A. Person A is scrolling on their phone. Let's say person A is looking to get into trading. Okay. Person A wants to learn how to trade. Okay. There's going to be two types of reels they're going to be able to see. Okay. You're going to have reel number one. Okay. Reel number one is going to be a testimony. Okay. So they saw a whole life change, or someone 360 their whole life because they were able to make it from trading. Or let's say they see post number two. Okay. They're just going to go ahead and see a Gemini image ad. Okay. The life testimony really showing people how you were able to change your life, right? Real pictures, real results, real situations of you not being as successful as you wanted to be. Okay. Those types of videos will always outperform the best Gemini image ad that you could find. Okay. Because you were able to capture the user's emotions. So capture the user's emotions. That's going to be extremely, extremely important. So we're going to start it off with this. So how do we capture the readers or watchers? Okay, if it's a post, then it's going to be the readers. So the watchers, or let's say the viewers. So how do we capture the viewers' attention? Okay, there's going to be a couple of things that we can do. Okay, one, be genuine. Okay, talk about real situations that have occurred in your life. Okay, talk about real situations. If you're a plumber, for example, maybe trying to start some plumbing mentorship, or maybe just trying to teach people more about plumbing, okay, etc. So just understand that whatever you do teach, just be genuine. Okay, be genuine. Have real funny perspectives, real life perspectives that people can actually feel. And then it's going to be a lot easier to get into the framework of success, because people are going to be able to feel you. And once again, once you're genuine, you're going to be able to have trust and get into their hearts. Okay, they're going to trust you. Okay, two, another way to capture viewers' attention: results. Results. Show some work you've done. Show some results. Show some clients that you've helped. Show yourself doing live actual examples. Because once people start seeing results, okay, once people see
results, then people start to build trust. Okay, results equals trust and retention. So when they're seeing results from your service, from your education, and they're seeing other people get results as well, that's going to be a good way to incline trust and retention. Okay, so trust is going to be really, really important because, one, you want people to whip out the card and buy your service in the first place, or feel confident enough to get in a position to even want your service. Okay, and then we're going to have retention. Okay, retention is going to be extremely, extremely important. You want retention. Okay, you want customers to be retained to your service. You want them to be coming back over and over and over and over and over again. Okay, take Tupperware, for example. A company, Tupperware went out of business due to the fact that their product wasn't retention based. Okay, it was a product that people bought once and then they never needed it again. Okay, retention. Focus on your retention, and retention is going to bring you your monthly income. Okay, retention is going to bring you your monthly income. So you need your customers to stay retained, you need your customers to stay engaged, and you need your customers to stay paying every single month. Okay, so that way you're going to have an easy time when it comes to paying your bills. So how do I get more followers? Okay, so how do I grow on social media? Okay, a big question a lot of people have. One, for example, on Instagram Reels, one of the videos that I posted that blew up firstly was just a video of me talking about God and just talking about real stuff and how you shouldn't give up on trading in the backyard. Okay, so number one, understand that genuine, relatable content is the number one way to blow up content wise. So understand that genuine, relatable content is the number one way to blow up content wise. Okay, this is because it's going to be something that everyone's going to be able to have a laugh at, everyone's going to be able to feel, everyone's going to be able to understand, and that directly correlates right into the user's heart. We want to get into their heart. Get into their heart. So when you're dropping relatable content, even if it's something that somebody hasn't done yet, post stuff that people want to do. If you know people want to learn how to trade, then you need to be dropping videos of you teaching people how to trade and showing your results of you actually getting in actual setups, etc. Okay, so it's going to be really, really important. Understand that genuine, relatable content is the number one way to blow up content wise. I want you to win and be successful. Okay, but we can't do this without getting into the client's heart. I cannot emphasize that enough. AI content, okay, AI does not know how to get into the user's hearts or the viewer's hearts. Okay, so being an empath in business really, really helps too. Okay, make your post emotional. Okay, if you were having a hard time trading and then boom, you hit a massive breakthrough, that's gonna build a lot of trust. Okay, people are gonna be like, whoa, I was struggling just like that guy and he was able to climb over the hump and become profitable too. It's gonna build a lot of trust in your community. People are gonna know you, especially when you're a mentor. People have to know you. It's really, really important for people to know you. So that's why you're gonna guys are gonna start seeing more of my life story and stuff come out as well too. So understand that AI, once again, does not know how to get into the viewers' hearts. You must make your post emotional. You have to. Absolutely. No ifs, ands, or buts. Okay. Too many people make social media too hard. And too many people just don't trust themselves. Okay, you have to trust yourself in the first place. So, how do we capture viewers' attention? We're going to be genuine. Genuineness equals trust. Results as well too, when you're posting that, equals trust and retention. When you're posting your results, then they're going to want to get results just like you, keeping them shopping for your client, getting your mentorship service, etc., so you can progress along, or they can progress along with you. Okay. Number one way, grow on social media, is you need to drop genuine, relatable content. Genuine, relatable content is the number one way to blow up content-wise. I'm telling you guys, okay? I'm telling you. So, AI does not know how to get into the viewers' hearts. Make your post emotional, okay? Make your post emotional. That's how you're going to separate yourselves from other content creators as well, too. What type of emotions can you engage from your user whenever they're watching you, okay? Stay prayed to God. Keep grinding. I should catch you guys at Stackmode. .net. Okay, I should genuinely catch you there. If I don't see you at Stackmode.net, you're gonna confuse me. Okay, you're gonna confuse me, and you're gonna make me think that you don't want it. You don't want money for real, and you don't want to improve your life. Let's grow your business, and let's take that business profit, and let's go ahead and let's translate that into more money with trading. Okay, trading, business, and trading. That is what we teach here. Okay, and we funnel these into each other to build a giant income loop. Okay. Love you guys so much. I'll see you there. Peace.
It's 2026. What's going on? We're back in the Stack Mode community, and first week, I just wanted to go ahead and recap and let you guys know what the business is. So we're up about 6% so far in the first week of 2026. I'm going to start doing a recap kind of once a month, just updating you guys on my P&L. Sometimes twice a month, showing you guys like the first week what my plan is, and then showing you guys like the end of the month result, and showing you guys progression on how to start an account from nothing and grow it into something. So here, focusing a lot on AI stocks, tech stocks, and stocks that really have stuff to do with the future is really what I'm going to be going forward with this year. So a lot of people like to invest in stocks that have been around for decades and years and stuff like that. Me personally, I like to invest aggressively. This year, I'm going to be really focused on shares as well too, pretty heavily, compared to options and futures like I have in the past. I'm really going to be just trying to go hard on shares this year, scouting out good companies, finding good buys, purchasing them, and just holding and sitting on my trades. That's noticing it's been working out for me really well. Been able to grow my account at a relatively fast pace. Been really happy with the profit. And one thing I really like about swing trading shares compared to options trading or futures trading is whenever you're swing trading shares, you can just sit back and chill on your trades. You don't have to worry about time, no expirations, no getting margin called. You could just buy your shares, sit and hold, and that's it. That's all you absolutely have to do. And taking your time on shares, trades, and scouting out the companies that are going to be making the most ample progression within our societies, getting rewarded for that, getting rewarded for your research, for your knowledge, for knowing to not buy at all-time highs and to buy at certain low areas. The reward that you get from shares compiled with the risk factor that's pretty much taken off, because say options, for example, I've changed my whole mental mindset. When it comes to options, people can pretty much sign a death contract. Your contract is pretty much locked in. It has to hit or it's going to miss. Okay, that's 100% just what it is with options. With shares, as soon as you buy, your money will fluctuate over time. But one thing about it is that you 100% do own. If your options is not going towards your directions, you're going to be losing. Okay, even with shares, if it's sideways or moving slowly towards your direction, you're still going to have all your capital. If you put down an options trade with not enough time and it's moving slowly towards your price direction, but it's still moving, okay, either A, your price is going to go negative on the contract due to theta and time decay, or your profit's going to be moving extremely slow and not how you want it. Also, another reason why I'm focusing on shares instead of options this year too is that at a certain point when you get too rich, you can buy all the options contracts for most stocks that you're looking at. Okay, so that's why billionaires have to play shares. So I'm trying to get to the financial point to where I'm one of the best traders. Okay, so personally this year I'm going to be focusing really, really heavily on shares. Got Bitcoin, of course, and in order to generate income, maybe later down the line towards this year, first couple months within the year, I look forward to playing some futures as well too. Okay, so I look forward to playing some futures within that. And I'm just going to be fully transparent with you guys at all times. I want to just show you guys stats, show you guys what I'm holding, and show you guys how I plan to continue to go forward. So let's go and let's jump into some performance, inshallah. So jumping into the stats here. So compiling an account, guys. Okay, I want to show you guys what it looks like starting an account from 0 to 4 to 5, 6, 7 figures. I want to just be fully transparent with you guys and show you guys how it's done. So starting here, you could see just have this account here, kind of restarted it in July 2025-ish. Okay, started growing it throughout this time, just reinvesting income from business, winning trades, adding over a single time. Okay, and as you can see, P&L is just heading in an upwards direction, month after month after month after month. Okay, so your work income, your business income, or even your options and futures income should be funneled back into your account. Funnel it back into your account. Say your business, for example, if you're doing 5K a month in your business, okay, try and take 4K a month of that, okay, and invest it. Okay, you could put maybe 2K in the crypto, 2K in the stocks. Just try and break it down and invest what you're making. So your P&L is always going in an upwards curve. Okay, every time you guys get some money, try and invest. And then as you win trades, okay, there's going to be times where you may lose, okay, but then you're going to win more trades, get in different seasons, and continue to uptrend. Okay, if you feel like you have to invest every single time you get some money, then do that. Do that. Okay, I'm absolutely addicted to investing. I'm going to keep it 100%. Okay, shares is not something that I played past 2-3 years. Yeah, shares is not something that I've played or really looked at. It's really just been a lot of options in futures. I played options on Robinhood, TradeStation as well too. So I have some stats just spread across everywhere. But as far as Webull, I want to just use it for my shares portfolio. And I just want to be just fully transparent with my portfolio and how I plan to upscale it. Okay. So when you guys are growing your account, right, patience is going to be the number one thing. Okay. It's going to take time for you to know how to identify the setups you need to take. I recommend you guys go to Stackmode.net so you guys can get with my trading mentorship. So it doesn't have to take you a long time in order for you to understand what a decent setup looks like. But I went through a lot of unnecessary losses early on within my trading career due to the fact that I was just being uneducated and being impatient and being stubborn. Okay. So completely my fault while I was struggling in the beginning. But once I started getting my foot, I was able to go ahead and progressively increase my P&L year after year after year after year. Okay. So all your business income, all your work income, okay, after your bills are paid, of course, and make sure you guys are reinvesting the profits from the trades that you win. So your income vehicle generating skills are going to either be your options or your futures. Personally, I'm going to go with futures this year. I've played options for a few years and I like just the stability of futures and how you can just turn dirt into diamonds. Same thing on options too, but the time decay factor and stuff. But I don't know. I'll see even this year if I'll even touch futures or options at all, honestly. I might just stick 100% on shares, find little small caps, and just really try and turn up like that. And just continuously do my research on these stocks and these companies and try and catch some stuff at the lows. I'm really having fun doing that, finding the best companies and playing shares. Just really been having a blast. Options, it's really funky with options. Options has a lot of derivatives built into it. Price could be going in your direction and you could still be down due to multiple factors, due to like how much volume a contract has, etc. And all that stuff is just really ghetto, especially when I'm trying to protect and provide for my family. I don't really want little random factors determining whether or not I'm going to get paid. So I like shares a lot, even when if I, inshallah, God wills, if I cross into like the 10 million plus range, 50 million plus range, I can comfortably trade shares even as a 100 millionaire into billions of dollars. Okay, due to the fact that shares are going to be pretty much always available for the most part. So shares are really just my favorite instrument. This year I'm focusing completely on shares. 2023 I played a lot of futures. 2024 was a lot of options. Same with 2025, was a lot of options as well too. 2026, let's swap up the game. Going to be focusing on shares. I've been finding some success recently in just investing in little tech stocks and stuff like that. And just, I want to just break down and give you guys full guides on what I do to find the stock that I want to play, why I'm getting in said stock, and what I see in said stock within their future, right? So is this stock even going to be half decent in the first place? And as you guys can see, this is completely live. P&L, you can see it moving up here. Market is closed right now though. So yeah, that's going to go ahead and be that. So keep all of that in mind. And let me head over to the positions here. So this is what I'm currently holding. Okay, we got some Path right here. Path is a stock that is been in the works in the limelight recently. I bought some more at like 16, but I sold some a couple of days ago. So we got Path. That's one thing that I am holding. Once again, bought it at around 17.75. Let me get on my higher time frames here. So on my higher time frame, I could see we IPO'd all the way up here at around 90. So I liked that a lot. So I can see a lot of upside room, at least to this 30 area here. They've been getting a lot of funding. I see higher lows being put in. So Path, really, 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 really happy there. Excited to go ahead and take that up as well. Let me go ahead and open up NVTS. So we got NVTS here as well too. NVTS, this is what I'm really, really excited for. So we're currently at 10.31 right now. We got price trying to head up. I bought around 9.89 right here. Okay, and once again, we got price heading in upwards direction. We IPO'd. IPO stands for initial public offering, which is where the stock decided to open at. So we IPO'd at around 22.19, and it looks like price just made this high resistance at around 17.82. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and wait here, and wait for price to go ahead and catch up, do its thing, and then we should be able to make some good profit on this as well too. So I like this a lot. Big fan of NVTS here. They collabed with NVIDIA, and that NVIDIA collaboration, of course, helped it a whole bunch. Whenever we're collabing with NVIDIA on certain things, of course, that's going to be, pretty successful for us to be looking forward for the most part. So NVIDIA is going to be one of the biggest stocks, and I personally sometimes like to look at stocks that NVIDIA is collaborating with, or say Apple or something like that. Any big world-leading stock, if they're making collaborations with other stocks, I like to look into those too, and then I like to see if profit can be made. So EOS as well too. This is an energy enterprise stock, about around 14.22. Price is trying to push up here. Let me get on my monthly time frame here. So I could see price decided to IPO at this 31 area up here, 0.95. And we just recently created this area of resistance here at this 19.91 area up there. Okay. So just waiting for price to go ahead and go up. Feeling this area here. And I could see here, even on the weekly, I could see higher lows being put in constantly. Okay, constantly. We got constant higher lows being put in. Okay. And it's really just taking heed, noticing price how it goes up, goes down, goes up, goes down, and continues to just spam that. Goes up, goes down, comes up, comes down, and it'll just continue to spam that over and over and over again. Inshallah, especially since this seems like a half decent stock that people care about. And once again, this is an energy enterprise stock, so I like this one a lot too. Price looking to swoop up. Let me head over to IONQ. Big dog right here. So IONQ, one of the leading quantum stocks. We just had a burst to this area of resistance at this 84 here. So as soon as I saw this higher low get put in, I was like, oh yeah, let me go ahead and hop in those. So that higher low, I loved it a lot. Was a big fan that it put in right here at this area. So as soon as I saw that, I was like, okay, price is looking to progress. And even after that, it came up, made new resistance, it came down, and then made some new support. So I like that a lot. Even if I head over to my 4-hour here, let me turn up the poo-poo time frames. Get on my 4-hour here. So even if I hop on the 4-hour here, boom. Could see price decided to come all the way up here, fall all the way down here, bounce up, create a new resistance wall here. As you guys can see, we have one push down here, another push down here, and then we got price falling down, making a higher low here. So this low is higher than this low. I like that a lot. Super big fan. And then from there, we can go ahead and wait for price to come up, smash past this area of resistance, and then after that, inshallah, we should be able to go ahead and catch price upwards right after that. Okay, so it's really just about taking your time, being patient, and waiting for the setup. Okay, remember, you want your gap to be filled to the right. You want market to make the left side of the V, let it fall down, let market make the bottom of the V, and then we catch the right side of the V. Okay, we catch the empty right side of the V. Okay, that's what I want you guys to be doing. Catching the empty right side of the V. Okay, like this. Okay, this is what we're catching. All of this whole empty space between this resistance and this area of support, right? This whole area is nothing but profit. Right? Nothing but profit. All up here. Okay, so 40 plus 40 points left between this area of support and this area of resistance up here. So a very, 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 very long way to go. Intel, check this out, up crazy on this one here. All right, Intel, I got it at around this 35 area. I'm going to hop up on my higher time frame here just to show you guys why I got in here on Intel. So Intel, I decided to get in this area. Kind of the same reason, even if I'm on monthly here. I could still see price making upwards progression for the most part. Yes, we did fall down and make this low here. Although after this low, I put that into combination with some fundamentals. Since all the tariff stuff was going on, the United States needed their own AI chip making company to make AI chips for them, and Intel decided to partner up with other companies. I believe NVIDIA is included. And as you can see, we're starting to get a lot of bullish reaction looking to fill in this V. So we first had price falling down from this resistance here on the weekly. And then we could see price deciding to come up and fill in this gap area up here. Okay, so just go ahead and let price do its thing. Let it fill up. Okay, and just give it its space, give it its time. Okay, let market do its thing. So that's going to go ahead and be that as far as Intel. This trade was super duper simple here, and I bought after this little higher low area here too. After I analyzed this higher low area, I was like, okay, cool. Yeah, super duper bullish after this. Check on the daily here too. Even after this resistance, we came down, made another higher low. After this higher low here, saw 1, 2, 3, 4 green candlesticks, bought in. So you can see you're getting a nice V fill here. And on my monthly time frame, we can go ahead and head up to this resistance up here and head up to this 40 area up here to all-time highs. I'm praying. Okay. So that's going to go ahead and be a flip from, let's see, I opened here. So it's about 28 points here. Very great flip. And then Webull here. You know what I'm saying? Webull, they're hating on Webull. We're waiting on this. I'm not going to lie. Waiting on some Webull here. I just keep adding into this. This is going to be a huge play. Webull is my favorite broker. I'm using this right now. If you guys are wondering what I'm looking at to look at the charts and do all this at once and see the price right here, Webull. Webull is going to be my favorite thing to analyze my stocks on. Well, I use TradingView, but honestly, I might just use Webull itself from now on because I think it's a cooler interface and you guys can actually see some specifics of everything too, which I really like. So yeah, that's going to go ahead and be that. I pray it helped. That's how I'm opening this year. All the stocks I'm watching, that's the profit I'm up. And yeah, I'm just going to be fully transparent going forward. Just want to show you guys absolutely everything. Not going to be one of these mentors being cringe, making things uncomfortable, and just not trying to be truthful. I always want to show you guys the truth. All right, love you guys so much. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. Catch you in the next one. Peace.
Let's stack cash. We need to get to a different level. Check this out. Listen to that. You want your engine to make some noise. It's time to start grinding. It's time to start putting in work. And it's time to get to a different level. I don't want you guys being stagnant. I don't want you guys suffering. And I don't want you guys living the same type of lifestyle that you've been living the past couple of years. Let's go hard. Let's push it and let's go forward. Forget what everyone else is talking about. The people that's around you could also be holding you back. If you want to stack cash, the number one thing that you need to do is check your environment. See who you're around. Are the people around you grinding? Are they hustling? Are they tunnel vision on the same vision that you're on? Because if not, it's going to hold you back. It's going to slow you down. And I want you guys here at Stackmode to get to the next level. We have to progress and we have to go forward. Depression, anxiety, fear, any type of scared emotions, we don't have time for. You should only fear God. And that's it. That's it. Only fear God. Don't fear no person, no man. Don't fear any thought of you failing. There's no such thing as failure. You only fail when you stop. Keep going. Even if you have what's called a setback, take that as a lesson, go forward and go harder. Don't waste your time on this earth. We have one life to live, and if you want to stack cash, you have to be disciplined. You have to be extremely disciplined. Because even if you get the money, you have to be able to keep the money. You have to be able to grow the money. You have to be able to invest the money. So when you're stacking cash, right? Say if you have one source of income right now, you need multiple sources of income. If you have one source of income right now, you need to go to stackmode.net, go to the description, and you need to change that, okay? Book a trading or business call. I have courses and ebooks because there's no reason why you have one source of income. You are one bad decision, one car wreck, one bad choice away from a downhill spiral, especially when you're waiting on that job check, when you're trying to wait for that every 2 weeks check. Now, I know you guys might understand. There might be times when life hits you. There might be times when life sneaks up on you. You might have some debt. You might fell on hard times. You might feel like things aren't going to work out. But I'm telling you, you have to stay tunnel visioned and focused, especially if you're going to be a CEO, if you're going to stack cash, and if you're going to be the one to do it for yourself and your family, then you have to understand that it's going to come with some different trials and tribulations. We cannot give up. We have to be hard. We have to be direct. We have to be disciplined. We cannot run around faking ourselves
or being fake with the people around us. Everyone has to hold each other accountable. We have to be upright, and we have to be focused. Stacking cash involves an ecosystem. I call it the asset river. The asset river means you have your sources of income being funneled into other sources of income. Money is a tool. Do not get rich and start thinking that you can lifestyle inflate. You're not going to be able to stack cash if you're leasing cars just to post YouTube video like a lot of these mentors and stuff are doing. I do not want you guys in that type of bad financial position where you're going to be struggling because you're trying to flex or you're trying to inflate your lifestyle for people who don't really care. Now, if you love it, if you want to do it for you, 100,000%, do your thing. Okay? Do your thing. But outside of that, your goals and where you want to achieve, okay, you have to put that to the forefront. Okay? Wake up, pray to God, goals. Make sure you're eating healthy as well, too. You're not going to be able to stack cash if you're feeling bad. If you guys are doing anything bad, substance-wise, too, okay, it could also slow you down. You got to make sure that you're drinking water. Make sure that you're staying tunnel vision and focused. And just make sure that you're staying hungry for it at all times. You cannot let your hunger ever subside or ever die. You have to just love the game. You have to go forward, and you have to be able to push through any trials and tribulations. And let's talk about the checking account. Stacking cash inside of your savings or checking account is not stacking cash. Houses 10 years ago, let's say a house 10 years ago was $50,000, is now $250,000 today. Which means that if your money is not making you money, you logically will not be able to keep up with inflation. You will not be able to keep up with how expensive things are getting. I do not want you guys to be suffering in this world. And there's so many logical perspectives that I want you to break and get to. You have to be able to transmute your energy. I don't care if you're going through a breakup right now, if you're going through hard times financially, if you are going through hard times with substances, with your mindset, depression. You need to get right with God, pray that all the way, and stay disciplined and go hard. We do not have any time to give up. We do not have any time to subside. I need you guys to stay disciplined and stay rock solid. You're ready to be a boss, right? So you got to be ready for the trials and tribulations that come with this. You're stacking cash for a reason. And when you stack that cash, put that into other ventures so you don't have to be able to, so you don't have to hustle 24/7. Now, if you like doing that, it keeps you happy, it keeps you sane, okay, you could do that. But when you want to spend time with your family, when you want to chill out, when you want to take a vacation, you still have income flowing in, coming in at all times because you set up a system in place. So you're not only just trading your time for money for a check every 2 weeks. Instead, you're trading your time for ownership over your life. When you own your house, when you own your business, so you have consistent payments coming in. Imagine just chilling out with your family. You're on a yacht, on a cruise, just balling out, hanging out. Boom, payments coming in on your phone because of your business. Boom, trades being hit because you got in and you learned at Stackmode.net how to catch the logical trades, take profits, just getting smashed. Okay? So many perspectives within this game that you guys can change and rewire your whole mindset, and then it starts there. Once you rewire your mindset, you're going to be able to change your life. You have to rewire your mindset in order to change your life. You have to be able to be a solid rock. You cannot let yourself falter. You cannot let yourself get depressed because of anybody's actions either. Okay? I don't care if someone's telling you, oh, you're the worst trader in the world. Your business isn't going to work out. If God put that idea in you, you need to stick to that. And don't let anyone break your vision. Stay focused and stay hard. Don't let anyone throw you off course. Don't let anyone ever make you give up. And if you feel like you're not going hard enough, take that hunger in your stomach, transmute all of that pain and energy, and put it into some work. We have to get to the next level this year. We're not playing around. If you're tired of being in the same spot, if you're tired of failing, head over to Stackmode.net. I'm trying to put in so much work for you guys, giving you guys so much education because I want you guys to flex. I want you to pop in. I want you to live life feeling good. I want you to be proud of yourself. I want you to be proud of yourself, man. And anyone around you who's complaining about money, if they're not trying to get money, tell them to be quiet. Stop complaining. Stop wasting time. Stop being lazy. We're going hard. Don't fail yourself. Start your goals up this year. Push yourself harder than ever. Forget what anyone has to say. Focus on your goals. Focus on God. And whatever idea God put in your brain, go forward. Put your whole heart and passion and soul into it. And don't stop. And that's how you're going to be able to stack some cash. I love you guys so much. Stackmode.net. Go get the free course, free ebook. You can catch my trades there too. Business mentorship and trading mentorship. Get a first time free call. I love you guys so much. Let's go hard this year. Let's not fail ourselves. That's another episode of Coop Talk. God is good. Peace.
So let's go and let's talk about central bank digital currencies, also known as CBDCs. Now, don't confuse this with cryptocurrency because cryptocurrency is decentralized and doesn't have a ruler. And CBDCs are money ruled by the government. And think of this as a digital version of cash in your wallet, but with one massive difference. It's programmable. So that means that in theory, the issuer could track every single transaction you make, limit how much that you could save, or even decide what you're allowed to buy. And supporters claim that it is the upgrade our financial system needs to be faster and safer, but critics are calling it the end of the financial privacy embedded in us as humans forever. So we're looking at the future of convenience, or are we looking at the ultimate tool for our total control? Let's jump into it, inshallah. So what is a CBDC in the first place? CBDC stands for Central Bank Digital Currency. So imagine if the cash in your pocket turned into a computer code, but it was still worth exactly the same amount. That is the basic idea of a CBDC. And it's digital money issued directly by the country's central bank. Okay, it's not physical paper and it doesn't come in coins. It exists only on computers or digital wallets. And unlike some cryptocurrencies that change value wildly, a CBDC is meant to be as safe as a dollar bill. Okay, so think of it like virtual cryptocurrency just created and ran by the government instead of it being on the peer-to-peer decentralized network. Okay, so the government's pretty much creating a currency in order to combat cryptocurrency coming out and its whole decentralized features. Okay, so we'll talk about the benefits. Let's jump into what it is and let's continue. Physical cash versus the CBDC. So we already use credit cards and apps like Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. So how is this going to be any different than things like that? So the commercial bank money that works today. So when you swipe a card, your bank promises to pay the store. Okay. And it's an IOU between the banks. Okay. And the CBDC, it's a direct liability of the central bank. And it's like handing someone digital cash directly without a middleman bank needing to promise the payment. Okay. And as far as the speed, so regular bank transfers can take days, especially on the weekends. And also when it comes to wire transfers, things like direct deposit when you're getting paid, things like that work on a time-based schedule, whether it be your direct deposit hit at 6 a.m. Some people have direct deposits hit at 6 p.m. Okay. Some people don't have direct deposits that hit on weekends and have to wait for the following business day, such as a Monday or a Friday, etc. Okay. But with CBDCs, payments and bank transfers are going to be instant. Okay, so they're creating a base and a way for people to instantly send money without having to use outside apps. Okay, so sending money today is like sending an email that goes through 3 different servers before actually arriving. And it has to all get approved too. Okay, if you decide to send money via wire transfer, it could definitely bounce. Okay, and sending a CBDC is like handing whoever you need to instant money, okay, or instant $20 bill, but doing it over the internet instantly instead of sending the $20 bill via the mail, waiting for the bank to sign off on it and then sending the $20 bill to the person you want it to go to. That's how traditional banks work. So CBDCs really save a lot of time, make things a lot quicker. Okay, and hopefully, inshallah, that'll bring a lot more control back in the people's hands versus how we want to spend our money and when we need our money. So if CBDCs are out, what's the point of crypto, Chris? So if they're the same thing, and when they're not, and they both use digital technology, the real difference that comes in between them, okay? One is decentralized and one is not, okay? So they both use digital technology, okay? Sometimes the blockchain, but they're both different in the point of who controls it. Okay, so cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, Solana, your XRPs, Ethereum, all decentralized. And the term decentralized means that it's not controlled by a centralized network. Okay, when you decide to send Bitcoin to somebody, okay, it directly gets sent to their Bitcoin wallet. Okay, no ifs, ands, or buts. Okay, peer-to-peer transaction system, also known as the decentralized system. Okay, then you're going to have the CBDC side, okay, which is going to be controlled just like traditional banks by that centralized bank fiat currency system. Okay, but the price will be stable. Okay, so $1 will equals $1. It's not going to be fluctuating as much. And as far as privacy concerns between the two, crypto is often anonymous. Okay, you have to go into the blockchain in order to check certain transactions out, etc. But CBDCs allow the government to see the transactions in order to stop crime, any type of money laundering, or any type of fraudulent activities happening. Okay, so think of Bitcoin kind of like a digital gold that you own yourself. And CBDCs are going to be like digital dollars managed by the Federal Reserve. So one is for freedom and investment and speculative purposes, and the other is going to be for stability and spending. Okay, so one's purpose, okay, it's going to be for speculative, freedom, and investment reasons. And the other purpose is going to be for stability, spending, and sending your money how you want within your centralized bank, okay, when you want, without having to use any type of external apps that you may potentially have to get approved for, especially when you already have your bank. Let's head over to the next slide. So let's talk about the two types of CBDCs. Not all CBDCs are for regular people. Okay, there's going to be two main types. One, you're going to have the retail CBDC. Okay, so this is going to be just for the day-to-day person. It's used for buying coffee, clothes, paying bills, and it really just acts like cash in an app. Okay, and then you're going to have number two. Other side of it, you're going to have your wholesale CBDC. Okay, this is going to be for banks, and it helps huge banks send millions of dollars to each other instantly and safely, replacing the old slow systems. Okay, so retail is like the debit card in your wallet, and wholesale is like the armored truck that moves money between bank vaults. Okay, so really understanding the two different types of services and reasons why is going to help you make some future investment properties, especially when we start seeing banks implement CBDCs more and more due to the fact that they're trying to create some type of competitive edge against the whole cryptocurrency decentralized space. Okay, so why create a CBDC? Okay, governments aren't just building these for fun. Okay, one, it's for competition to create a space for them to still be profitable in the financial world, especially as cryptocurrency grows year after year after year after year, and people are starting to wake up to what's actually happening and how the currency works. Okay, and the efficiency of everything. So payments become instant and cheaper. So no more 3% credit card fees for shop owners, etc. And financial inclusion is going to come into play. So people who don't have bank accounts can still have a digital wallet on their phone to receive money safely. So that means you can still be able to do jobs and get paid exactly how you want. And in case you get declined by any app such as Cash App, Zelle, or anything like that, you're still going to be able to survive and pay your bills how you need to. And programmable money is what it is. So the government could send stimulus checks that expire if not spent, or can only be spent on food using CBDCs. Instead of having to get checks or use certain cards to spend money, CBDCs could be used to fund government programs to help out citizens. Okay, so during an emergency, the government could pretty much airdrop money directly to everyone's phone without having to mail paper checks and give everyone an essentially virtual card by using CBDCs. Okay, so we can start seeing things transfer away from traditional bank financial fiat currency system that we've been seeing for the past couple of decades into a whole new blockchain involved world. Okay, let's head over to the next slide. So let's talk about the risk and the concerns. So why are some people worried in the first place? So with great power comes great responsibility. Okay. So given the government total control over digital money has risk, and it's going to be a privacy loss factor that comes into play. So cash is going to be private. Okay, if you buy a candy bar with a $5 bill, nobody knows where it came from even. With a CBDC, the issuer can technically trace every penny that you spend, which takes away people's privacy, which adds control back into people's lives. So if money is programmable, they could stop you from buying things. Okay, so that means that they could deny transactions, freeze certain things, just as a normal bank account can. But banks and credit unions have a little bit more separate control from just the straight up government centralized system directly. Okay. So cybersecurity reasons as well too. If the central system is hacked, the whole money system could freeze, or even if it goes down. So let's say a CBDC risk system is running on like a system like AWS. Okay, if AWS were to go ahead and shut down, that means people weren't going to be able to access their funds. Okay, so do you want convenience or privacy? Okay, both things are going to go ahead and have concerns, and a lot of factors are going to come into play. So deciding what you're using your money for and how you want to invest is going to change year after year after year. So make sure you guys are staying on top of things. And as far as compliance for even your own stores, even if you want to take CBDC currency, and we'll see how the things change over the next couple of years. So are CBDCs real yet? Answer is going to be yes. Okay, it's not just a theory. Many countries are already using and testing them. Okay, for the Bahamas example, using the sand dollar. So the Bahamas is the first country to launch a full CBDC. So people use it to pay across different islands using mobile phones. And then we got China. Okay, China using the digital yuan. And millions of people in China are already testing the eCNY. Okay, electronic CNY. Okay, it's just digital fiat currency for China to buy subway tickets, groceries, etc. And then we got US. We got the Project Hamilton. Okay, the Federal Reserve and MIT are researching how our digital dollar would work, but haven't launched one just yet. But the United States is working on things. Okay, so over 100 countries representing 95% of the world's GDP are currently exploring a CBDC. Okay, and this is going to be research done as of 2023, and we can start seeing a lot of things change, especially when it comes to government-funded projects, such as like food stamps, unemployment, or anything like that. Instead of people getting the money placed on certain cards or traditional bank account systems, a CBDC wallet could be used in order to have people spend money on that throughout the entire network. So monies came a long way. It came from seashells to gold coins, seasoning, to paper bills, and now we got plastic cards, and now we can just send money digitally with numbers on the screen with our phone. And CBDCs seem to be the next logical step in a digital world realistically. So as you grow up, you gotta understand how money works, you gotta be able to adapt, and you gotta be ready to change how your asset classes are being moved and how your money is growing, especially as things get more expensive over time. Your money has to be working for you. Okay, keep that logical perspective. If the world is going to get more expensive over time, that means that your money can never stop working, especially when we have to do things like use the bathroom, sleep, etc. You have to be getting money while you're doing that stuff. Okay, if you want to be competitive in this world, you got to be getting money at all times. In your sleep, while you're awake, while you're getting money, you should be getting money, and it should be that serious, inshallah. Okay, so CBDCs offer speed and safety, but we must come to terms with the fact that you're going to be losing respect of privacy, but you are going to be getting a lot of convenience as well too. Okay, no more long paperwork, waiting for cards and stuff like that. And a lot of that stuff can be frustrating. Okay, just instant funds that come on a wallet, and we'll really see how it plays out for the future. So stay prayed up to God, keep grinding, and head over to Stackmode.net for all trading education. Catch you guys in the next one. Peace. Let's go ahead and talk about crypto wallets. So I want to go ahead and break down the difference between hot wallets and cold wallets, as well as keeping your crypto secure by making sure you guys lock down your seed phrase. So let's jump into exactly how we can secure our cryptocurrency, inshallah, if God wills. Boom. Let's talk about how to secure your crypto like a pro. So if it's not your keys, it's not going to be your coins. I want you guys to understand the difference between ownership and just keeping your keys on a broker that if they get shut down or something like that, you won't have access to your crypto, or they could even limit how much crypto you could send, withdraw, deposit, etc. And that's not what you want. The whole reason we're trading crypto in the first place is so we can have some freedom over our money, inshallah. So let's talk about it. So hot versus cold wallets. So the vital distinction, understanding where your private keys live is going to be step one. Understanding where your private keys live is going to be step number one. So the hot wallet is going to be online. Apps on your phone or your computer, for example, Coinbase or MetaMask, keys are on a device connected to the internet. Convenient, but can be hackable. If people guess your Google or hack into your 2FA or multi-factor authentication, etc., then they're going to be able to have access to your crypto. Not what you want, because then they're going to have access to your money. So let's talk about what a cold wallet is. So a cold wallet could be like a USB drive, a little block device, etc. And it's going to be a physical device, and it's a hardware wallet that stores keys offline. And it never touches the internet, and it only signs transactions. So what you can do is buy your crypto on a hot wallet and then transfer it to a offline cold wallet. So it's kind of going to be like cash, but cryptocurrency. So you guys are going to be able to transfer it to hot wallets and transfer it to your bank if you ever need to, etc. So a cold wallet is pretty much going to be like cash, but for crypto. And a hot wallet is going to be like the online live store where you can purchase and store cryptocurrency as well too, but it comes with limitations. Let's continue on. So the seed phrase, also known as the recovery phrase, make sure you guys keep this safe. I don't care if you guys put it inside of a notebook, if you guys write down the keys on a piece of paper. A lot of the times it's going to be a 12 to 24 key word phrase, okay? And it's going to be random words like this. So for instance, like which, collapse, practice, feed, etc. And then 24, some brokers only do 12, okay? So when you create a wallet, you get 12 or 24 random words, and this is going to be the key to your vault, pretty much. If you lose the words, okay, then you cannot get access to your vault. Once again, if you lose the words, you're not going to be able to gain access to your vault. So never type it in on a computer unless it's somewhere where you feel it's secure and safe. Try not to take photos of it because people can hack into your iCloud. I'm not too sure about Google. I haven't had a Samsung phone in a few years, but I'm sure there's going to be ways that people could access your photos too. And try to write it down on like a piece of paper, multiple piece of paper if you can. Store it somewhere, you know, in case paper gets burned, lost, wet, etc. And try and just store it password protected. If you do store it online, there's going to be ways to password protect your documents. You guys can put it inside of a WinRAR file. WinRAR is going to look like the stack of books. It's going to be an icon. And you should be able to put a .text file, .txt. And you could put it inside the WinRAR and then password protect it. And then you could upload it somewhere, wherever you want, because only you know the password at the end of the day. So keep these words secure and safe. Please, for the love of God, do not lose these words. And there's going to be a lot of phishing scams and stuff like that too. You're going to see online like, hey, I lost my account, and it's going to be a bunch of random words like this. They want you to log in, buy crypto, and they're going to try and take your money. So never try and take people's money. Never log into somebody else's wallet. Okay, be righteous, be focused on God, and be focused on your bag. Stay in your bag. Don't try and scam. Don't try and do little weird stuff trying to get some money real quick. Stop it. Okay, be genuine, work hard, and most importantly, pray every day. So keep these words secure, and you guys can also keep these words for your kids, your family down the line, etc. Just as long as you keep it secure. Stuff happens in life though. Once again, papers could get wet, fires, etc. A lot of stuff goes down. But if you write it down like some metal, keep it with you, and upload it to multiple sources with a password protected form, then you could have your money secure in a nice way. Let's continue on. So hardware wallets, okay, the standard. Boom. Physical security. To be a pro, you must move significant funds off exchanges such as Coinbase, okay? And how it works. The device generates keys internally, and the keys never leave the chip at all. And you must physically press buttons on the device to approve any outgoing money. So hackers cannot press the buttons remotely. You got to have the actual cold device in front of you. Now you can't be running your mouth telling everyone on the block like, yo, I got 10,000, I got $1 million on my crypto wallet right now. You know what I'm saying? That's not playing a good game. Still, you got to be secure. Just like if you have cash, you know, you got to worry about little security things. And for verification, you must physically press buttons on the device to approve anything. Okay, so unless somebody actually has it or rob you, God forbid, okay, keep it safe, keep it locked away, keep it inside of a safe even if you got to, and just keep it secure. And some popular brands are going to go ahead and be Trezor, there's Ledger, Cold Card, and Bitbox. There's going to be some other ones as well too, and they pretty much just look like little USB devices. Now, let me go ahead and tell you guys about something. May God bless his soul. There is a guy who lost his hardware wallet, and he had a bunch of cryptocurrency on it. And he spent millions of dollars clearing a trash excavation site trying to look for it because he accidentally threw it away. So it just like cash, you got to take care of it. There's been times where I've had cash inside of my coat pocket and I accidentally put it inside of the washing machine. And thank God you could wash cash, so it was okay. But like little things like that, like you got to just be on top of it if you're going to have a cold wallet. So if you're lazy, if you're not consistent with your things, you know what I'm saying, things like that might got to change. Pray on it, get better, improve, and just understand that the hardware wallet and cold wallets, you got to take care of them. It's going to be secure, but you got to keep it secure yourself in real life. All right. And the passphrase, the 25th word, the hidden wallet, advanced security feature supported by most hardware wallets. So the seed phrase plus the passphrase equals a totally new wallet. So if someone finds your 24 words, God forbid, they see wallet A, okay, and it's going to be more of a decoy, okay, a dummy, a fake, but your real money is going to be in your wallet B, which requires the extra word that you memorize. So if you forget the passphrase, then the funds are going to be lost forever. No recovery, there's no support you can go run to like, hey, I lost my money. Like, no, you want to play cryptocurrency, you want to invest in a cryptocurrency, you got to have the responsibility of pretty much being your own bank. Okay, you control when you send your transactions, you control how you store your transactions, and be on top of your stuff. Okay, just like if you're your own bank, you could choose between cash, digital currency, etc., whatever you want. Okay, same thing with cryptocurrency. You can go hot wallets, cold wallets, find your sauce, do your thing, and do what feels right for you. Okay, if it feels right in your stomach, then that's just what it needs to be. Okay, so fire and flood protection. So paper burns. Psh. Writing your seed phrase on paper is going to be risky. Houses burn down, pipes burst, stuff could get wet. So you could use things like steel plates. Use a center punch, if you guys have ever seen that, kind of like the things that look like Braille. So you could use a center punch, or you could use tiles to record your seed words on a stainless steel or titanium surface. This way that if anything happens, such as a disaster, God forbid, as long as you don't lose it, it's going to go ahead and be indestructible for the most part. It can survive house fires up to 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit and corrosion, and as well as any water and things like that. And it's just a one-time cost, kind of like a safe if you wanted to keep your cash, jewelry, etc. safe. So it's a small price to pay to secure your life savings absolutely forever. So keep that in mind. There's going to be multiple things you could do, multiple ways you guys are going to be able to keep your money secure and safe. But keep your money to yourself. Okay, evil eye is going to be a very real thing in the world, sadly. So don't be running around telling everyone on the block where you have your cold wallet, where you have your phrase, etc. Okay, keep it just between you and your family, inshallah. So as far as the security checklist, right, let's ask ourselves, do we buy a hardware wallet? Okay, because if not, you could go ahead and invest into a Trezor, Ledger. There's going to be multiple ones you could check out. Hop on Amazon, eBay, the internet. There's going to be some hardware wallets you could check out. Okay, God wills. And write the seed phrase on steel. Try not to do it digitally just in case you ever get hacked, God forbid. And never type the seed phrase into a computer or a browser unless it's password protected. If it's password protected, okay. And try to use an extra passphrase for extreme large amounts in case somebody ever gets your 24 words. And always do a small test transaction first. Okay, you want to do a small test transaction first. So that's going to go ahead and be it. I love you guys so much. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. Don't ever give up, even when things get hard. Pray to God every single day. Try to work out. If you guys are feeling any type of anxiety or anything like that about your money, keep it secure and don't be overly boastful. Okay? Spend moderately and catch you guys in the next one. Read Quran and listen to God. It's the easiest way to be successful. Catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
Yo, it's currently like 4:30 a.m. in the morning right now. Let me turn on this light here for you guys. What's happening? Up really, really early, just getting some good early morning work done. I was working on the thumbnail for you guys. I don't know if you guys can see the time, but it should show around like 4. It's kind of got a on 4:30 there. Boom, you guys should see it there. So we're up this morning. Okay, chilling super duper hard, just vibing out, grinding. And I just want to talk to you guys about something. Your flesh and your desires, you got to put that to the side. If you want to tell yourself that you're going to be a successful trader, if you want to tell yourself that you want to protect and provide for your families and put them in a better position than they ever could have ever been in, then it's time to start putting your flesh and your desires to the side. You got to put them to the side. You know, if you want to go to McDonald's and go get that cheeseburger, instead of doing that, you got to start buying groceries. Okay, start buying groceries, saving your money. Every dollar that's not going into the market and that's going somewhere else is money that's not being multiplied. Okay, it's not being multiplied. Tone down how much you're consuming. Tone down buying food every single week. Just get groceries for the month. It's going to be a lot cheaper. Take your time, cook your food, and just do your thing, okay? So understand that if you want to be profitable in this game, you cannot be feeding your flesh every single day. Let's say if you smoke weed, for example. Why are you buying weed every single day? Why are you buying weed 5 days a week? Spending $30 a day, $30 a day, $30 a day, $30 a day. That's not going to be very effective. And I want you guys to just be saving your money. If you can, just buy everything in bulk, okay? Buy your food in bulk, buy your waters in bulk. When you buy in bulk, you don't have to have that impulse and that urge to feed your flesh because you're going to go get in the car, go drive to McDonald's and go get the meal. And the meal might be bigger than it was last time. And that money, it adds up, adds up, adds up, time over time, over time, over time, over time. You know, whenever I'm just grinding and when I wake up in the morning, I like to pray and read Quran. Course, and God has a verse talking about spending moderately. So you don't want to be drawn with how much you're spending. Drawn is pretty much just doing too much. You don't want to be drawn with how much you're spending. You want to try and just spend a good amount to pay your bills, and then majority of your income after that should just be invested. Pay your bills, whatever you have after that, invest, keep it in stack mode, and just save your income. Okay, it's really, really going to go ahead and help. And your perspective will change and your wealth will start growing a lot quicker when you put your flesh to the side. I want you guys to get to where you want to be, because some people think in this game, oh, I want to be a big millionaire trader. I want to be a big successful trader. And all you're looking at, if you're looking at millionaire traders, successful traders, or people who have been making constant profitable income, you're looking at people who are disciplined. You're looking at people who can put their flesh to the side and you'd be like, you know what, I'm not going to impulse trade right now. I'm not going to take this setup because it doesn't match my criteria and what I like to go ahead and take as far as my setup parameters. Okay. So setting your own jurisdiction, setting your own rules and laws on your account is what's going to set you apart from non-profitable traders, from profitable traders. Okay. Try and get yourself a trading journal, use Discord, Notion, whatever. Write down step by step by step by step your exact trading plan, criteria, etc. Let's say for stocks too, right? If I'm looking at a stock that I really believe in, I know that I'm going to need to put away a majority of my income so I can get more shares, for example. So, quick and simple way for me to go ahead and do that. My bad, I got my cats here. They're just causing jamboree and mess. Shout out Christmas. And then we got another one right here. Shout out Sassy. Yeah, both cats right there. They're chilling, vibing out this morning. But whenever you are looking at these stocks, right, or whenever I'm looking up for a stock, I'm aggressively just investing. If it's at a low, I'm taking all the business income, mentorship income, etc., funneling it straight into my play until take profit is hit. I like to invest extremely aggressively. I like to put away most of my money in my income, and that's just something that works for me. I'm not really too much of a big spender. You know, I pretty much have a paid off Mustang. It's nothing crazy. It's like 010, still looks pretty good, and it's loud. I like to drive it. Cool little coupe. Thinking about getting my third crib here too. As you guys know, I lived in Atlanta and then I moved to Las Vegas. So I'm thinking about getting another house as well too. So instead of an apartment, I want to get a house this time, inshallah. So I'm excited to show you guys that as well too. And just a lot of cool stuff that I really just have coming for you guys. So I want to show you guys just a quick little example of me just hopping on a mentorship call with a client. I'm going to go ahead and just get up. I'm going to pray, work out, read, and let's go and let's hop on with this client. I love you guys so much. Stay prayed to God. Head over to stackmode.net for all trading education, and let's jump into it. Boom. So let's head over the next pair here. Okay, so we went ahead and stopped at the double verify holdings. So I'm going to go ahead and do some little AI research here with you just to go ahead and let you know. So we want to go ahead and use whatever's happening within the current world structure. Okay, that's going to go ahead and be our profit points. So for example, the United States dollar right now, as of the time of this recording or whenever I'm teaching this mentorship, is going to be in a time period where the United States dollar isn't worth much. Okay, well, it's still worth a lot, but it's going down year after year after year after year. Houses that were worth 50,000, 10 years ago, are now worth 300,000 today. Okay, so that's a $250,000 gain for people who bought the house. But if you're trying to buy a house within the market, you're pretty much buying at all-time highs for what we know. Okay, so keeping things in a perspective like that is what's going to go ahead and change the game. So using your AI to dominate the market is really going to go ahead and help you. So let's say AI stocks are going to go ahead and be popular. I would go ahead and head over to your AI search tool. You could use ChatGPT, Grok, Gemini, whatever. And then from there, I want you to go ahead and break down to the AI. Get used to talking to the AI really descriptively. People think that AI is just there to do absolutely everything for them. No, you got to talk to it really, really specifically, really, really directly. So for instance, if I know that the United States dollar is having some issues due to inflation, since they keep just clicking the print button, what I'm going to go ahead and do is head over to the AI software. And then from there, I can go ahead and type in top energy stocks and top mining stocks under $30 a share. Give me a list of at least 15 stocks that are increasing in revenue. Okay. Don't give me poor performing stocks. Okay, so this is the difference between other mentorships and this one. I'm always going to keep up with the times. Okay, so if you're having a hard time like Chris, man, I can't keep playing these high cap, high market cap stocks. I'm trying to find some stocks at the low and ride it up. I got you. Okay, and I would just want to get you guys equipped with the correct information that you need in order to do your research correctly whenever it needs to be done. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's wait for the list to go ahead and compile here. And while you're doing that, have your trading view open. Be ready to, one, start on your higher time frames. Of course, when we're analyzing everything, we want to go from the weekly time frame to the daily time frame to the 4-hour time frame. Okay, so from the weekly to the daily to the 4-hour, each of them are going to go ahead and be imperative for our success. You want to be playing your higher time frames. Your higher time frames are going to be where your institutions are going to be looking at too, such as your hedge funds or individual people with a large amount of orders or capital. Okay. Your higher time frame analysis is going to be absolutely everything. And just living on the 1 minute and scalping, it's not going to turn you into a billionaire or a millionaire. It's about really taking your time, catching the right trades, and positioning yourself. Okay. So waiting for the AI to go ahead and generate here. And as we do that, let's go and let's talk about some things. So the reason why I asked the AI to look for stocks that are increasing in revenue and not to give me poor performing stocks is because if a stock has been out since, let's say, 1980, okay, and it's still not above like $50 a share, a lot of the times that can go ahead and be a problem. Okay, even the S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100, just raw shares, move quicker than that and more consistently than that. So try not to invest into companies that are not making upwards progression. Focus on companies that are bringing value to the world. Any company that's bringing value is going to be a company that's you're going to be wanting to be focused on. Okay, value. Focus on the value of the company. Okay, so value can mean a multitude of things too. So let's say, I believe Serve, for example. Serve is going to be the automatic robot service that I believe picks up people. Okay, let me go and pull up the chart here. So we got Serve Robotics here, blasting in an upwards direction, looking like it wants to head up and fill this gap here, and head up to this all-time highs wick up here. And we have around 10 points left about from where we currently are. So lots of profit potential to be made here, especially now that it's getting found out. People are starting to buy a lot more. And even just checking Serve out here, check out the financials. Okay, so just checking out the raw revenue, just look at 2022. They were only doing 170 or 107,000. In 2023, they were doing 207,000. Checking at 2024, they started doing millions. Okay, million in software, 332,000 in delivery, and 300,000 in branding. And if I go ahead and pull up the statements and the cash flow here, their cash flow seems to be a little bit bonky here. So it means they could be clearing debt, paying stuff off, or just trying to progress. But looking at the balance sheet here and the income statement, the company seems to be projecting in a pretty positive direction. We started strong in the Q1 of 2024, and then Q3 of 2025, we had here for 687,000. So Serve Robotics, once again, it engages in self-driving delivery, and it designs, develops, and operates zero-emission robots that serve in public spaces, starting with food delivery. Okay, so what it does is an automatic food delivery service, and you never know if things will be innovated into more of an Uber style where people will get picked up as well too. So putting things perspective with what's happening now is what's going to make you profitable. Okay, hold on. So Grok here, it's taking a 5 minute. So we're gonna go ChatGPT. Cool, ChatGPT is a lot quicker. Let's go ahead and let's check out these lists. So we have GeoPark Ltd. So GPRK, it's a South American E&P energy producer with multi-year revenue growth trends and low valuation. So GPRK. So GPRK here, looks like it wants to head in an upwards direction. We just recently made this resistance here off the weekly a couple of weeks ago. GPRK. And the thing about this stock, though, it's been around since around the 010s. It's starting to maintain, though. Looks like it wants to maintain this support area right here, which I see is kind of a mirror of this support right here. So it's not just bouncing for no reason. So it wants a support mirror off of this black line right here. So I'm a big fan of that. Okay, big fan of any support mirrors. It's not just bouncing for no reason. So price could want to bounce in upwards direction from here. Profit could potentially be made. GPRK. Let me go ahead and right click it. Let me go through the financials here. So a lot of free float shares, which means that people aren't desperately looking to hold it. Closely held shares is less than the free float shares. Okay, so let me go ahead and go to the revenue here. So from 2018, we're doing around 600 million here. 2024, we're doing around 650, 60 million. So big increase here. 2022, though, we're doing over $1 billion. So I don't know what happened here. A little bit of a fall off. Let me check the statements out. Income statement. Income is looking kind of bonky. I don't know if just because that year was just super duper heavy, but income seems to be on a downtrend. It's starting to pick up the pace. Last quarter, or 2025 June, did 119, and then 2023 quarter, or quarter 3 in September 2025, did 125 million. So a little increase there, but this stock here, I wonder if it's more event based, but that I'm going to go ahead and try and skip on. I'm going to go ahead and check BSM out. Blackstone Minerals, okay, weekly here. So we're at $13 a share. Pretty much at all-time highs on this one. But this one I could definitely see increasing in an upwards direction over the years. Blackstone Minerals, financial. You can hear a lot of free float shares, earnings, and revenue here. Let me see, revenue. Revenue could be looking better. Let me check out the stats, statements. Cash flow is starting to pick up the pace as of this quarter. Same thing with the income too. It's trying to pick up the pace, but income's kind of all over the place. Think I'm going to go ahead and skip on that one as well too. So be picky with your stocks. You know, there's a lot of options and stuff like that. So you can fully be picky with your stocks. If you notice that, okay, the stock isn't really going to be something that I want to be invested in long term, you just don't need to take that. So take BuyRef, for example. BuyRef, it's going to go ahead and be a Canadian E&P stock with buy ratings and revenue growth. So let's check out BuyRef. Okay, BuyRef could actually be a pretty good buy here. I believe we checked this one out. Financials here. Cool. Trying to stay within that 100 million range. We had a strong 2023, so it seems we fell off a bit. Revenue had a strong 2022. So a lot of the oil stocks I'm realizing had a strong 2022. So that probably has something to do with COVID and resources, which makes sense. But I think the stock could definitely still be worthwhile though. Definitely wanting to close at least to its all-time highs. Still pretty new as well too. Only been out since like 2011. So at least to this resistance here. Okay. So cool. So amazing. So great session. You did great. Would you be available tomorrow, same time? All right, cool. That's going to be class number 5. We've been just blasting hard, like the constant class every single day. And I'm going to go ahead and get you booked. Send me any questions or homework that you have. And, oh, actually, I do have a class tomorrow at 6 at that time. Would you be able to do 7? Okay, cool. All right, cool. All right, went in, got that booked. Just went in and sent you the updated link. And I'll go ahead and I'll call you tomorrow. All right, thank you. Nice job today. All right, peace. All right.
So I want to talk to you guys about trading with the trend. Understand that trading with the trend is going to be trading with where the money is flowing. You have to trade with where the money is flowing. Think of the market like a river. If you're trading against the current or you're swimming against the current, what's there going to be? Counter resistance. It's going to be hard. So if the market's going in a heavy uptrend, lots of buying is happening, lots of liquidity, lots of money is flowing into the upwards direction, and you put in a short and you notice market still keeps going in an upwards direction, you're swimming against the current. Stop swimming against the current. If you're doing that right now, stop doing it. If you see market going in an upwards direction, you need to be buying in an upwards direction. If you see market shorting, okay, then you need to trade with the trend and take shorts. Stop trading against the market. Stop trying to see market go in an upwards direction and be like, market's going to short exactly right here. And then try and plant something that's not even going to happen. Next thing you know, buyers are still in place. The breakout happens and then price continues in an upwards direction. Why? Because the trend is so heavy. The buyers have stepped in. If it's an upwards trend on the higher time frame and it's real, it's going to be a heavy trend. Okay. Trading. It's the art of reading human psychology through price. Most traders fail because they look at the reflection and not the source. And price is the only really thing that matters. Where's price going? Is price going up or down? Price can literally only go up or down. Trading is quite simple when you think about it. Okay, everything else is pretty much a derivative. So any type of indicators, things like that, all delayed, not things you need. So let's talk about the cycle of money. So accumulation, right? Professional buying. Accumulation is going to be people loading up on things, people loading up on shares, people loading up on crypto. When people are accumulating large amounts of an asset, such as the government, many governments buying hundreds of millions of dollars worth of Bitcoin, for example. Okay. Accumulation is going to be when an investor or an investing class, such as a government, a hedge fund, and the hedge fund is pretty much just a bunch of people with a lot of money coming together investing, and they buy. Okay. And markup is going to be letting you know that there's a visible trend. Okay. And professional selling as well too. Distribution coming into play. Okay. Is market going in a downtrend? That's all it is distributing going on. Okay. And accumulation is just a bunch of buying, people loading up on shares, cryptocurrency, whatever. Okay. And the markup. So as far as certain things, you can wait for pullbacks, wait for support to confirm, and you could see breakouts, such as breakouts into new all-time highs, to confirm the markup phase. Okay. A lot of the time, that's going to be where the easy money lives, and risk is going to be the lowest. Okay. So if market is continuously breaking areas of resistances, okay, you can wait for market to pull back and buy each pullback until market comes back to the area of resistance. And you can continue to hold your contracts for a breakout if possible too, because you have to understand that market, in order to continue an uptrend, for example, has to break areas of resistances above current price or areas of support above current price. Okay, let's head over to the next slide. So the anatomy of an uptrend. So higher highs plus higher lows equals a trend. So higher highs equals exactly what I talked about on the last slide. Areas of resistances, which is just going to be areas where market decided to sell off at. That's all an area of resistance is. And then you're going to have areas of support, which is going to be areas where market decides to buy at. And that's going to be where buyers are stepping in it. Yeah. So sellers resistance, buying at areas of support. And you see higher highs, which means areas of resistances are getting broken into higher areas of resistances. Okay. See these areas of resistances, see how each one of these are higher, and then you're going to have the higher low. So look at this low, this area of support where buyers are stepped in. Then this low, buyers are stepped in. And this low is higher than this low. This low is higher than this low. This low is higher than this low. Okay, so whenever you see higher lows getting put in and higher highs getting put in, then you know price is trending in upwards direction, inshallah. So certain things matter. Resistances getting broken out into new highs and higher lows being maintained, so price doesn't keep dumping down to the same areas of support over and over again. So it can actually trend in a staircase. So identify the last higher low. Higher lows are going to be good areas to enter, and that's going to be a really good pullback entry. And some people do find success in breakouts as well too. Find your bread and butter, find what you like to play, and play that. And as long as that low holds, then the trend is going to go ahead and be intact. And risk versus reward. So you might see certain things like on the risk reward tool, like 1 to 4, or you might hear terms like 1 to 2. So what this means is, let's say the 1, let's say you're risking $100. So if you're risking $100, then the 4 is going to be a multiple of that. So that means you made $400. So if your risk is $100, you made $400, your overall profit would be $300. Okay. So you always want to try and make double at least whatever you're risking. Okay. So if you're risking $50, try and at least make 100. If you're risking 70, try and make it at least 140. Okay, if you're risking 1,000, try and at least make 2,000. And that's going to be a 1 to 2 whenever you're just catching the double multiple like that. And the strategy is only as good as the exit. So remember, as higher lows and higher highs are getting put into place, let's say you are trading in an uptrend. Let's say you caught a higher low entry, such as right here. You want to make sure you're closing at the area of resistance, most of your contracts at least. Okay, and then if you want to play a breakout, let's say you have 3 contracts, then maybe hold 1 contract for a breakout and see if price will continue. Okay, but don't be greedy and take profit. Target the next major horizontal resistance or area of support above current price, and that's going to be a trouble area where a lot of orders are going to be sitting. Okay, people are going to have what's called limit orders and bracket orders, which are automatic orders. When price comes in contact with a certain area, either price is going to sell or buy, because people know price is waiting to react at that certain heavy area. So if market falls down heavily from a certain place, people might have limit orders placed at that area of resistance if they're in buy, so price will automatically close. Or some people, which you, depending on the market, could affect you, could be good and sometimes not. Some people might have sell orders at the area of resistance too, expecting price to fall downwards. Okay, and structural protection. So your stop loss, it's an invalidation point. Okay, and if price hits it, your thesis was wrong. Accept it and move on to the next trade. Don't break your account structure and everything you've been working hard for because you want to have an emotional moment. It's not worth it, I'm telling you. Okay, stay focused, stay disciplined, and stay prayed up to God, and just keep working on your craft. Don't give up. It's really important to not give up. Okay, let's do it. Indicators, just trash. Okay, all of them. All of them, in my opinion, are trash. Okay, everything you need to see is baked into the candlestick chart, which I'm going to cover right after we get over these slides. Okay, but all these RSI, MACD, stochastics, EMAs, barf. Okay, trash can, and we take the indicators and we put them into the trash can. That's what we do. Okay, we grab the indicators, you get on your trading view, you get on your broker, you click the trash can on them, and you delete them. Everything you need is baked into the chart. Why are you looking at lagging indicators? It's not worth it. They tell you what already happened. Just look at the chart. Look at the chart and look at your higher time frames. Stay prayed up to God and focus on your wisdom. Focus on how you're analyzing the charts. Focus on how you're feeling the charts. Okay. So the lag. Late data is going to kill your edge because you're relying on something that's already in your face. So stop it. A lot of people do that in life. A lot of people look instead of just doing and reacting. And it can cause analysis paralysis. Clutter clouds judgment. Instead of just being confident in the candlestick chart analysis mixed in with the economics with whatever you're playing, you're waiting for an indicator. Stop it. I used to be there. It's not worth it, I'm telling you. So naked charts, okay, just straight up candlestick charts, all you need. Indicators suggest reversal, and price action proves it. Stick to the source data. Stick to the actual candlesticks that are moving in your face, not lines that react off of the candlesticks later. Please don't do that. Don't destroy your account like that. Don't destroy your future's family profit like that. You got this. You're the breadwinner. You can't fail. Okay? And if you do, get up, scrape your knees off, and pray to God and keep winning. Don't let these indicators hold you back. Let's go. Simplicity wins. I'm going to show you guys how to read the chart with just candlesticks. No indicators, no squiggly lines on the candlestick chart. It's not making sense. Turn it off. Turn everything off. Okay, trade price, not the derivative. Follow institutional footprints. You can see it all. A lot of it's going to be baked into the higher time frames. Okay, stick to your weekly, daily, your 4 hour, okay, and lowest maybe your 1 hour. Okay, stick to your higher time frames. It's really going to help you get that good edge and break everything down strategically. Remove the clutter, use your higher time frames, and use horizontal lines. Let's go ahead, continue on to the charts. So we're on the charts with it. Let's go ahead and analyze Bitcoin. So I'm going to show you guys 2 examples. I'm going to show you guys how to read an uptrend, And then after this, I'm going to show you guys how to read the downtrend. So a lot of the times the United States markets and cryptocurrency are meant to go in upwards directions. So US stock markets are meant to go in upwards directions due to the fact that the more successful that these worldwide companies are, the more taxes they're going to be able to pay to the US government, whether via business taxes or the more employees they're going to be able to hire since their company's on the stock market. And the whole reason companies list themselves on the stock market is so they can generate more income, which causes them to build more buildings, which needs more people to maintain. The more people, which means more taxes can be taken out of their wages, the richer that the US government gets. So it's really imperative that US stocks go up year after year after year, especially the big important ones that help the whole world. And cryptocurrency is meant to go in an upwards direction because the creators of them, especially Bitcoin, is going to be finite, which means that there's a limited amount. Okay, so people are trying to buy it up, and there's a lot of imperative value to owning cryptocurrency and buying and holding. So let's talk about how to read the uptrend. So a lot of the times you want to be starting on your higher time frames first. Make sure you're not trading when price is already at all-time highs, okay? Because then you're just going to go ahead and get pulled back on. It's not worth it. You don't want to get pulled back on. It can really, really just destroy your account buying at all-time highs. Buying after all the hype is done, you want to buy at pullback areas and then catch the sweep upwards, okay, back to the area of resistance above current price. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and show you guys how to analyze the trend. So I'd like to go ahead and zoom all the way from the beginning. I don't like trading trash personally. I like to make sure I'm trading a trending asset, and I like to ask myself, does this asset go up year over year? Okay, if it doesn't go up year over year, I'm not even worried about the uptrend. I'm worried about if I'm trading something decent or not. Okay, Bitcoin, for example, I can see has gone up year after year after year after year after year. Okay, so in my opinion, this is going to be a good asset for me to trade and catch an uptrend on. If it doesn't go up year after year after year, if it's sideways, like if price action was like this, and then this, and then this, and then this, and then price was over here today, it's not something I'll be looking forward to uptrending on personally. Okay, but I could see price starts from here and decides to progress over time, and I like that a lot. Okay, I can see a lot of upwards projection value in this since year after year data is showing me that it likes to uptrend. So I can see price decides to burst up. So we started here from the beginning of time, price came up and it bursted up here. So buying started happening. So when you start seeing price heading up in an upwards direction, multiple green candlesticks, a lot of the times is what I like to look for. Multiple green candlesticks on my higher time frames in a row. Okay, it's going to signal a lot of the buying. Okay, a lot of buying happening here. The price decided to top out right here. And then it fell down. Price decided to fall down and create an area of support. So let me go ahead and show you guys here. When price decides to fall down from an area, that's going to be called an area of resistance. And when price decides to bounce upward from an area, that's going to be called an area of support. Okay, resistance is going to be an area where price falls down from. Support is an area where price decides to bounce upward from. Okay. Then we could see this area of support. Price decides to bounce in an upwards direction here. Price decides to bounce up and stop again. So whenever I'm looking at an uptrend, I like to think of price moving in a V. V meaning that the top left of the V is going to signal the resistance. Okay. And the bottom of the V
power off
is going to go ahead and signal the area of support. So I'm going to have the left side of the V, which is going to signal area of resistance. And the bottom of the V is going to signal the area of support. Our goal, if we're catching an uptrend, is to catch the right side of the V. So on my higher time frames, I like to wait for price to make an area of support first. And if I get multiple green candlesticks heading in an upwards direction after price has already fell down, because that's going to let me know that sellers are selling. And then if I see price making a bottom and then buyers start buying, that's going to let me know that price is done selling and buyers have stepped in. Okay, price is not going to sell forever. And there's also going to be a lot of laws, especially on the stock market, such as the short sale restriction, which prevents a lot of things from just flash crashing to zero. So you can see here, price decided to create resistance all the way from here. And price decided to fill in and even break the area of resistance right here. Okay. And price decided to make a new high from here. Price decided to come up here and make an area of resistance up here. From there, price decided to make the left side of the V again, come down, bottom out, and make the bottom of the V. Right here. And then we see multiple green candlesticks going up in a row on the higher time frames, and the right side of the V being filled. Okay, we got the left side of the V, bottom, and then our job is to catch the right side of the V. Okay, so the later you enter on the V, let's say you enter like right here where that black line is, the later you enter in the V, the more confirmed. The earlier you enter, the more profit you're going to be able to make, but more of a chance that you could potentially get burned. So it's going to be depending on the certain setups you take. So if you would enter like right here on the black line, and if you're trying to close at this area of resistance, it's like not a lot of money left. But if you enter like right here, like that would be fine, or even right here, that would be fine too. Try and enter like halfway of the V, and then go ahead and close at the resistance. Okay. And then you can see price decided to make a low right here. Prices had to come back up to the resistance. Didn't quite break it. It said, nope, gonna go ahead and reject again. We came down. And then we bounced at this low here. So this low is higher than this low. And then this low is higher than this low. Now we can see the V right here being filled in. Again, just like the V here filled in, V here filled in. Okay, and price will continuously do that. And you can also use your daily time frame to go ahead and plot out trades too. So even if I delete something here, and I just see this trend, I have the bottom area of support right here. We got another area of support right here. Then we got another one right here too, a C being generated. Price making higher lows. Price is making higher lows. See price uptrending. Yeah. It's going to be a really, really important thing to look at. And you can see these V structures being filled in. So top left of the V, price started here, area of resistance was formed, price came down, bottomed out. Then the right side of the V got formed, resistance area got broke, price came down, did the same thing again. Price bursted up towards this area of resistance here. Came all the way down, made this area of support, and did the same thing once again. Okay, could see price deciding to progress over and over again. Okay, and we're coming down here. Looks like it's trying to hold a new low, and we could potentially see over time if this low will remain higher than this low here. Okay, and if so, that's going to be another verified area of support. I like the multiple green candlesticks here on the daily. On the weekly here, we do have some sideways weekly candlesticks that are green. So we'll see about another week here too. Okay. So higher lows and higher highs are going to be something to look at whenever you're reading your uptrend. Let's over to the downtrend. All right, let's go ahead and talk about analyzing the downtrend. So when you're analyzing a downtrend, you want to be looking for lower lows and lower highs. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's talk about it. So let's say price decided to super top out right here. You know, it had a good run. It's been uptrending for a while, but since then, it's been trying to head down to the graveyard. So let's analyze and break down how you can catch trades when price is heading in a downward cycle. So you can see price here created an ultimate area of resistance. And resistance is just going to be an ultimate area where sellers are coming in. Okay. Sellers are coming in to this area since price is falling down. Then you're going to have price making bottoms. Okay. Once again, that's going to go ahead and be areas of support. Support is going to be an area where buyers are going to be stepping in. Okay, you're going to have support, and then you're going to have resistance. They both correlate. And the cool thing about them is resistance sometimes can be broken and turn into support. And a lot of the time, support can be broken and turn into resistance. Just as resistance can mirror another area of resistance, even if price decided to previously break it. Say, for example, price decided to create an area of resistance here. Price broke it, came down. Price could still come up and short at that resistance again. Same thing with an area of support. Price decided to come up, break below the support. Price could come above the support and pull back at the same support again. Okay, price is very reflective over what happened in the past. Okay. So let's go and let's keep analyzing. So you're going to have the area of resistance where price decides to fall downwards from. And then you're going to have the area of support where price decides to bounce in an upwards direction from. Okay. Both important areas to look at. So resistance, just like I said, can sometimes be broken and turn into support. Support can sometimes be broken and turn into resistance. Okay. Keep all that in mind. And put it all together on the charts. So a lot of times when I'm downtrend shorting, I'm looking for two things. I'm either waiting for an area of resistance. I don't even care if it's in the past. To meet up with an area of resistance and I'm taking it again. Okay. Or I'm going to wait for an area of support to be broken and turn into resistance. Okay. So let's find an example here. So let's say price decided to make this area of support right here. Could see price decided to make this mini bounce after a heavy downtrend from a while. Okay. After that, price decided to hunt back up to this area. So look at this support zone right here. Price decided to bounce up for a little bit here. Okay. To this area of resistance here. Okay. And even this area of resistance right here. All right. Sometimes you'll be able to look to the left and be like, okay, I see why resistance was created here. Okay. So for instance, if I drag it all the way over here, we can look to the left and we could try and piece things together and see, okay, was there any price action that reflected? So I could see this area of resistance here. And if I zoom in close, I could see another area of resistance right here. Okay, so stuff doesn't just happen for no reason. You could see the two areas of resistance. Both cause price to fall downwards for a while. Okay, very, very reactive market. So stuff even from years, months ago, okay, could be reactive. And even right here, price decided to create support. Price broke it and turned it into resistance. Support right here got broken, turned it into resistance. And then price headed in a downtrend. That's going to be one of my favorite ways to downtrend. Is going to be waiting for support to get broken and then waiting for price to run back up to it and turn it into resistance. A lot of the times, if you see that, it's going to be a really, really good short or a good time to short. And even if you see two areas of resistances meeting up with each other, it's going to be a good area to short at as well too a lot of the times. Okay, but be careful with that, especially during uptrends. You don't want to get caught trying to short something that's not meant to be shorted, that's in a clear uptrend, because you're just hunting for something. Okay, so that's why I like to wait for support to get broken and turn into resistance cleanly, whether it be it on my daily. A lot of the times I'm gonna wait for it on my daily, because that's gonna give me the cleanest structure and what I'm actually looking for, making sure it's confirmed, because I don't want to be taking any type of nonsense trades. Okay, you don't want to be wasting your funds, you don't want to be wasting your time. You want to try and take the trades you know are going to be making you good money. Okay, and waiting for confirmation is also going to be really, really important too. So just as you're waiting for, let's say, an uptrend, I like to wait for 2 to 6 daily candlesticks going in an upwards direction to the right. If I'm waiting for a downtrend, I'll wait for 2 to 6 red candlesticks going down, just to make sure. Okay, I don't buy the first immediate reaction a lot of times, because I don't know if it's going to be completely true. So let me go ahead and pull up an example here on natural gas. Okay. So even here on natural gas, we can see price farming this downtrend here extremely, extremely heavily. Okay. And certain trades can be found by just being patient, okay, analyzing the market, and really just taking your time. So even right here, take this area of support. That was very important. I like to look at very important areas of support, especially on my higher time frames. You can see price decided to break below it. We could see a daily wick right here. After that, I got 1 red candlestick, 2, 3, and then we got price heading in a downwards direction. Okay, from there. Okay, and you could have did take profit at like this support here, or even this support right here. Okay, and caught that good trade down. Could enter down here, take profit here, and that would give you about a 1 to 2. Yeah. So taking your time with the setups and analyzing everything is really going to be important. And when you're downtrending, a lot of the times your take profit is going to be either an area of support above current price or below current price, not above, an area of support below current price, or an area of resistance below current price too. Because just like I talked about, resistance can turn into support. So when you're shorting, your take profit can either be resistance or support. Same thing if you're uptrending too. So yeah. So say here, price decided to create a little buy zone right here. Price bounced in the same area 3 different times. Price broke it, and then price hunted all the way up to it, shorted, and then gave us 1 red candlestick, 2, 3. I like that a lot. You could have did take profit at like this support right here, and you could have went ahead and caught your trade. Okay. Boom. Could even take profit down here. And then the amount of days this would have took, you can use your ruler tool on trading view. You can start on the resistance, drag it to the support. It took about 90 days, but that would have been a real account flipper. Okay. A lot of the times it's not about getting a trade over and over and over and over again. It's about just taking a couple of good trades. Okay. A month, a week, or even a year sometimes. Even if you did it right here, this resistance to the support took about 14 days. So if you did a smaller take profit, it would take less time. So yeah. So cool. That's going to go ahead and be that. Stay praying to God. Keep grinding. Catch you guys in the next one. And I pray this helped. Head over to stackmode.net for all trading education. Peace.
I'm not the richest person in the world, but I've bought over $10,000 worth of Bitcoin at 22. All credit to God. And here's a couple reasons why. One, Bitcoins come clutch for me. Many times at night, my bank might be going through certain maintenance, and I'm able to go ahead and send over some Bitcoin to my Coinbase card and spend it and make the purchase that I need to. Or say I want to send some money to somebody in another country easily and without worrying about any holds, stoppages, or anything like that. Or if I want to just turn my money into more money by investing into the future, Bitcoin was one of the many options that I chose in order to stack my money. We're going to go ahead and jump into some great reasons and why I personally invested in Bitcoin, and you guys can see if you want to jump into it as well too.
All right, let's jump into it. Let's go and let's talk about Bitcoin, why we're purchasing, and let's take a look at this chart. So I want you guys to start focusing on your higher time frames. So for this example here, we're going to be paying attention to the weekly time frame, okay? Some of you guys are too caught up on the 5-minute, 15-minute, etc. Make sure you guys are at least on your daily time frame whenever you're analyzing your chart before you scale down to your lowers, just so you can get the real bigger picture. So let's check everything out. So I'm zoomed all the way out here. We can see Bitcoin had a beginning price here, and price decided to trickle up year after year after year. And you could see price has been going within a vertical direction year after year after year, not sideways like certain Forex markets or other crypto coins as well too. So crypto, especially Bitcoin, is mirroring the stock market a lot of the times as well too. So if you pull up the S&P 500, you're going to be able to see some correlation between that and Bitcoin. So let me go ahead and show you guys something, for example. So pay attention to this April 2025 low here in Bitcoin, correct? And then I'm going to go ahead and pull up the S&P 500, also known as SPX, and you'll be able to see the same low mirrored within the same place, okay? So Bitcoin is also going to be a limited quantity asset. Okay, there's not an infinite amount of it. So that generates scarcity, and the scarcity alone makes it a great investment. Very similar to why people invest into gold, buy diamonds, buy certain expensive pieces of jewelry, rollies, APs, etc., due to the fact that there's a limited amount. Okay, limited amount of something, especially with large amounts of amounts on this earth, and more people spawning in every single day, scarcity is going to pretty much equal value 100% of the time, especially in a situation dealing with digital currency where more and more people are starting to spend money online. Since we have the ability, thank God, to save the headache from going to certain stores now, Bitcoin is going to be a really good asset that people are going to be looking to park tons of money into, since they can pull it out any single time. Okay, you can transfer it to either a Coinbase card, for example, spend the crypto just like that, or transfer it over to your bank account. Okay, so you have a couple other options. I have a presentation for you guys, and let's jump into the specifics of why I invest in a Bitcoin, why I think you guys should too. Let's go. All right, let's go and let's cover Bitcoin's uses for the future, its technological fundamentals, and its place within society. So the foundation of everything, right? The scarcity and decentralization. Let's talk about it. Scarcity. So when something is limited, one, it equals value, okay? Take certain cars, for example, okay? A Lamborghini is significantly more valuable than a Honda, for example, due to the fact that the materials are more scarce, okay? Since there's a limited amount, okay? So scarcity, a lot of the times, especially when it's something that's going to help society, okay, or make a human feel a certain type of emotion, value is going to be presented by making things scarce. And let's talk about decentralization. So decentralization is pretty much meaning that there's no human higher power controlling the funds. Okay, so within the bank world, if you try and send a wire transfer to somebody, the higher power within everything that can see all transactions has the ability to decline or approve said transaction. Okay, but now if you're trading within the decentralized world, trading cryptocurrency, if you want to send 10,000 to somebody, you can instantly do it as long as you have their receive address. Okay, so decentralization is putting power back in the people's hands. Okay, and you're going to be able to send money to people all around the country, all around the world within an instant time, whether at 3 a.m., 6 p.m., no waiting for the traditional Monday through Friday window as well too, that centralized banks use. So Bitcoin's power is derived from its two defining characteristics, which solve fundamental flaws and really put the power back into people's hands once again. So the Bitcoin protocol is hard-coded to produce a maximum of 21 million Bitcoin. Okay, so there's 21 million Bitcoin in total. And if you don't know how Bitcoin is created, here's how it's done. So people take computers, okay? In order for a computer to work, it has to be fueled by hour. Okay, so POWs are going to be the unit that's needed in order to create Bitcoin. So it's not like fiat currency or the United States dollar where it can be put into a printer and infinitely printed out. Okay, no, there's a fixed, stable amount, finite amount of Bitcoin. Okay, so power is then converted into the mining software. Okay, so it's looking for certain hash codes within the blockchain, and once enough of those are mined, all of those come together and you'll have a Bitcoin. So now you'll see a lot of people going to other countries where power and stuff like that is a lot cheaper than, let's say, the United States, and are mining Bitcoin and then selling it for profit. So the future is really changing the way people are living, and as far as where their country's main residence is. Okay, so some people are starting to have houses in multiple different countries due to the fact that Bitcoin mining is a really profitable way to get ahead in the future and make some good income. So this fixed limit makes it the hardest money ever invented. Unlike gold, where new supply can still be mined and total supply is really unknown, Bitcoin's supply schedule is perfectly transparent and predictable, declining exponentially until approximately the year 2140. Okay. So gold, we don't really know how much gold there is. We don't know how much diamonds there are as well too. Okay. But Bitcoin, just the fact that there's a finite amount gives people more of a haste to purchase every single low as well too. And let's talk about the monetary pausing as far as the halving. So every 210,000 blocks, roughly every 4 years it occurs, the reward miners receive for securing the network is cut in half. And this halving event systematically reduces new supply, mimicking the increasing difficulty of mining a rare metal and making it mathematically impossible for any entity to inflate the supply, keeping it stable. Okay. And decentralization and censorship resistance. The network is run by thousands of independent nodes across the globe, meaning no single government, bank, or corporation can control the supply. Everything is done by autonomous, automatic, smart contracts. Okay, so no single bank or corporation can halve transactions, halt transactions, seize funds, or freeze funds. Okay, and this distributes power and ensures the network remains neutral and permissionless, putting power back in the people's hands, ensuring a safe peer-to-peer transaction system. As much as humans love jewelry as well, we do love buying things online, especially as we progress into more of a digital future society. So using Bitcoin as digital gold is also going to be one of the main reasons why it continues to go up year after year. And the primary investment case for long-term holding, right, is going to be buying the dip. Okay, so one Bitcoin falls down in certain places, right, even after making new all-time highs, people are going to be quick to buy the dip due to the fact that people already see it as a digital gold. So when the dip happens, you have to capitalize. You have to be ready to put that money to the side and invest and really sit on your investment. People have been holding gold for decades, eons. Okay, so you have to think of it as that. Don't expect to instantly make money overnight. Okay, you have to have that long-term, decade-based mindset, and I'm telling you, the money will be in your hands a lot quicker than you think, inshallah. So it's also protection against fiat debasement. So traditional government currencies, which are fiat, are subject to inflation, as central banks can print unlimited amounts, eroding purchasing power over time. So take real estate, for example. People wonder why rent and stuff like that has gone up substantially over the course of a few years. Here's the reason why. The government has been printing significantly more funds as of the years have gone by. Okay, so certain other things like programs that increase the U.S. debt too, such as like food stamps and stuff like that. So the government has to compensate for giving out money, so they compensate that by printing more money. But as we can see, year after year after year, that does not work, and that leads to economy crashes and inflation being at all-time highs. So thank God people who coded Bitcoin decided to come out with a counter to that. Okay, so if you're able to still make purchases all around the world without having to exchange your currency, which would be a lose of value depending on a certain economy. Okay, take the US, right? If $10 in 2025 doesn't get you as much of food as it did in 2008, that means that the value that you exchange, even year after year after year, won't be the same. But Bitcoin, a lot of the times, will be that stable debasement. Okay. It's also going to have some superior physical characteristics compared to gold and diamonds too. You don't got to worry about getting robbed in certain ways physically. You don't got to worry about stashing your house, or if your house burns down, or God forbid you run into any type of unfortunate event, you're not about to lose all your wealth. You keep it parked though. Okay. Keys are going to be really important. Don't give anybody your secret key. There's also going to be things called cold wallets too, where you can keep all of your Bitcoin on USB drives, physical drives. But if you get it wet, destroy it, lose it, or something like that, you can also lose all your funds that way too. So choose what's the best option for you. So portability, right? Gold bars are cumbersome. Bitcoin is borderless. You can trade all around the world. You can buy stuff all around the world and send money to anybody all around the world. And it can be transferred via a simple 12-word phrase called your secret key. Make sure you guys don't give that to anybody. Keep that safe, keep it around, and you guys will always be able to get back in your wallet. Okay. Indivisibility. Gold is pretty hard to divide. If you have a nugget or a bar, that's pretty much what you have. It's not easy to split that down the middle or make some kind of easy trade. Somebody has to be down to accept what you have. And one Bitcoin is divisible into 100 million Satoshis, for example. Okay, allowing for microtransactions and small investments, or if you just want to purchase something. Okay, if you have 50 gold bars and they're 3 pound solid gold bars, it's not easy to exchange that for currency immediately. Bitcoin, you can easily send it to a broker like Kraken, Coinbase, or something like that, and instantly get your money in your hands quickly. And gold requires specialized assays as well too. Okay, so you can't just pull up on anybody in the world and give them a gold bar and expect some money. Okay, they're going to want to verify the gold, want to do certain tests, make sure that the quality is decent that they want, and see what carat it is. And all that is really going to determine how much you're going to get. And all that also is really based upon how well you're taking care of the gold bar too. Bitcoin, you just buy and hold. And that's really the beauty of it. Buy and hold. So it comes to the point of, okay, instead of you buying that McDonald's for the day, you bought some Bitcoin for the day. So it's really a test of who's feeding their flesh and who's being disciplined. Okay, if you're being disciplined, inshallah, you'll be rewarded. Okay, so because Bitcoin is still early in its adoption, right, compared to gold, which is still at all-time highs as of this recording, right, investors view it as an emerging store of value, and this is just massive potential. Okay, and a lot of asymmetric upside, especially as we start seeing stuff like the U.S. government invest into it. Start seeing other countries start teaching it within schools and stuff like that. And we could just see the world going into a lot more borderless, financial, revolutionary, and freedom era within society. Whether you're a boss trying to place some employees in a whole another country, Bitcoin is really going to be an efficient way for easier payments. Just like I spoke about in the beginning of the video, there's been times where my bank has had maintenance at 3 a.m., 2 a.m., and I haven't been able to make some transactions, but was able to go dig in the crypto stash, go to my Phantom wallet, transfer it to my Coinbase, and was able to make the purchase that I needed to. Okay, so once again, having that decentralized, safe, and pretty much having your money parked away into a world that's not controlled by maintenance times and centralized control, whether it comes to banks, whether it comes to power with when you can send your funds and how you can send your funds as well too. Banks also come with certain things such as deposit amounts and withdraw amounts too. So a lot of things are really outside of your control when it comes to that. So having your money parked into a world that's going to be a bit more free is going to be best case scenario for yourself, for your survival as a human, and for your family if you have one too. So beyond its role as a reserve asset, Bitcoin and scaling layers are solving critical pain points in global payments, making transactions a lot faster, cheaper, and more transparent than the legacy banking system. Then it really streamlines international remittances. That's really the biggest part of Bitcoin, and it's really a blessing. It lets people from other countries be able to receive funds in case you want to send some money to your family, or you might have somebody that works for you or work for somebody in another country, and you'll be able to get paid quickly within the crypto. Okay, and traditional wire transfers can be extremely slow, like 1 to 3 business days. And don't forget, that doesn't include the weekends, and it can get declined due to the fact that they don't have to let that go through if they don't want. They could be expensive. You're going to be paying that wire transfer fee a lot of the times, and pretty opaque, right? You're not going to know when the money exactly is going to hit. It's not going to be direct, and you're not going to be able to check certain things. When you send Bitcoin, you immediately can go check the confirmation link, and you can go see it on the blockchain explorer, see exactly when the transaction is going to get confirmed, And what a confirmation is pretty much lets you know when the other person has received the funds, most likely. Okay. And it utilizes layer 2 solutions like the Lightning Network, which allows the value to be settled globally in seconds, bypassing multiple correspondent banks and drastically reducing fees dramatically. Okay, so let's talk about the Lightning Network. It's a second layer protocol built on Bitcoin that enables near instant zero fee payments for the most part, almost zero fee. And this technology is being adopted for everyday purchases and micropayments, proving Bitcoin's capability as a medium exchange, not just a store of value. And transparency and security. So every transaction is permanently recorded on the immutable public blockchain ledger. And this enhanced auditability reduces fraud risk and fosters greater trust between distant parties, which is often lacking in complex legacy cross-border payment systems. Okay, so you don't have to worry about any things like weird holds, weird stoppages, or things like that, which could be extremely frustrating when you're trying to do business or just buy something pretty simply. And it's definitely a big help to society, right? It's bringing in the democratization of finance. Bitcoin's greatest societal contribution is arguably the empowerment of financially undeserved and its ability to act as a lifeline in politically or economically unstable regimens. And banking the unbanked. Globally, billions lack access to traditional bank accounts due to high fees, certain things like ID requirements, and stringent KYC, which stands for Know Your Customer, and AML requirements, or geographical remoteness. Bitcoin only requires an internet connection and a smartphone or computer, and the wallet-based infrastructure opens up participation in the global economy to literally anybody on planet Earth, regardless of their location or documentation status. Which means that even if people in other countries don't have their papers and stuff like that, doesn't mean that they have to starve. So you have the ability to send people who don't have their papers and stuff like that, or have a traditional bank account, money, even if they're working for you, helping out family. So it really just comes in clutch in a lot of areas. And it's a refuge in hyperinflationary economies. So in countries experiencing currency collapse, like for example, Venezuela, Lebanon, or Turkey, citizens often see their life savings wiped out by government mismanagement. Okay, because at the end of the day, if the government controls the fiat currency, Bitcoin is decentralized. So it's not fair that you wake up, pray every single day, grind, and slave for your family. And just because the government wants to go to war or help out too many other countries, your life savings are now pretty much obsolete. So keeping our money in Bitcoin is going to be a really strong scenario if you really care about your family's well-being and future as well too, because you can see governments consistently go into debt, lose certain funding, shut down, and a lot of things happen. And Bitcoin provides a permissionless escape, allowing individuals to store their wealth in a digitally scarce asset that cannot be devalued by local central banks, thereby preserving purchasing power. And users must take direct responsibility for their Bitcoin's custody, right? So you're pretty much like your own bank. You got to be responsible of your secret keys. Don't be being loose with your information. And while channeling, this promotes a culture of self-determination and deepens understanding of monetary policy, leading to greater personal financial literacy. Okay, so be your own boss. Take control of your own account. And you don't even have to have your cryptocurrency on a network with a password and username. You could just hold it on a cold wallet or hold on a network like Phantom, which is just held by secret keys. So pretty much no one can go in and grab your money, not even the IRS. And how you make your money is going to be baked into just purchasing the asset. The potential for profit is rooted in Bitcoin's fundamental economic design and its non-correlated nature relative to traditional assets. And the supply shock mechanism. The price is a function of fixed declining supply meeting exponentially increasing demand. When a halving event occurs, which is once again when 210,000 blocks decide to get put into the cycle and halve, the daily supply of new Bitcoin is suddenly cut in half, while global demand from institutions, ETFs, which stands for exchange traded funds, and retail remains constant or increases. This creates a severe supply shock that historically precedes major price action, and it's going to be a lot more superior than other cryptocurrencies due to the fact that it's finite. Okay, so this is a really superior supply shock compared to other things too. Okay, a lot of other cryptocurrencies are going to be infinite, so don't expect other cryptocurrencies to hold the same base or store of value that Bitcoin has. You have to remember that finite superiority baked within it. Okay, it's not the same as other cryptocurrencies. And institutional adoption and validation. Their introduction of Bitcoin spot ETFs and the allocation of Bitcoin to corporate and hedge fund balance sheets provides massive new avenues for capital influx. And institutions have longer time horizons and deeper capital pools, which adds legitimacy, reduces volatility over time, and drives up the baseline demand, especially as we see more governments holding it. And the power of long-term holding, right? The long-term strategy known as hodling leverages Bitcoin's historical performance, the fact that it's an asset that helps future. And a lot of the times when it comes to cryptocurrency or stocks, inshallah, if God wills, you don't even have to look at the chart. If you invest your money into something that's putting a smile on people's faces and helping the world, a lot of the times you'll end up with the positive P&L within like 1 to 5 years, a good chunk of the time. It's plenty of millionaires of people who've never even looked at the chart once. Okay, so take that into consideration when it comes to your psychology of where you're investing. So despite extreme short-term volatility, right, it's a side effect of inelastic supply, Bitcoin has delivered superior annualized returns over the past decade compared to most traditional asset classes, rewarding patience and a belief in its technological and monetary fundamentals. So keep all those strong choices in mind when it comes to why Bitcoin is going up year after year after year. There's a lot of reasons. And Bitcoin is not just a high-risk investment. It's a foundational technology designed to offer a superior form of money, one characterized by digital scarcity, righteousness, and offers borderless transaction capability. So feel free to help anyone around the world, help your family, or hire people from other countries due to the fact that now that we have this currency, we can easily have peer-to-peer transactions without a centralized base controlling and holding everything. No more getting your transactions declined. No more the bank stopping your payments from coming through. And by buying and holding Bitcoin, participants are betting on the continued adoption of a sound, mathematically enforced monetary system that stands as an alternative to the inflationary pressure of a fiat currency. And its utility ranges from institutional portfolio diversification like digital gold to providing essential financial services to the world's most vulnerable populations. Stay prayed up to God, keep grinding. And if you guys want to learn how to invest, head over to stackmode.net. Catch you in the next one. Peace.
Boys, what's going on? Business at Pick It Up. I'm getting a website made right now. Me and my business partner. Shout out to Chris, man. This motherfucker is on it. This motherfucker know what he's doing from A to Z. I'm telling you, if you need a website built, tap in with Chris right now. This motherfucker is legit.
Yo, what's going on, guys? It's Stackmode Chris, and I made a website for 2 social media influencers you might have seen while you're scrolling. So you can get your website made by me at stackmode.net, and you could personalize it and we can make any changes, but I'll give you a template right off the bat. So I'll make sure that your website is optimized to make the most money and make the most conversions possible. Here we have the tabs at the top. I can create you a custom logo if you don't already have one, and make sure that your links that already go to your products, shops, books, whatever, is being directed when I make the animated buttons to make sure that your site is engaging, keeping the traffic on your site, and bringing trust to your site so people click and purchase or book calls if that's what you're looking to do. So here I decided to organize the site in a way where the trust is being put in your face. Okay, examples: when you have video sales letters, or when you have reviews at the top, when you have proof results as soon as people get on the website, your website is a lot more direct to the user. The user needs to know that they're going to be getting what they're paying for. If you're selling a product on your site, if you're having someone sign up for your mentorship, for example, tell them why they need to sign up for their mentorship. Let them know who you are. So organizing your site within a way that people trust you and conversions can flow in is an extremely important part of generating income. I'll be able to add your story for your about page. We can get descriptive as well too. You can add any pictures that you'd want to the site. You just have to send them to me and I'll go ahead and I'll optimize that for you. And I'll make sure that your results are on there as well too. And I can also set up a PDF, or if you want to put a paid book system on your site as well too, however you want to do it, I'm able to set that up for you. And all of your current links, once again, will be directed with the custom buttons that I make for you that will have animations keeping the user engaged so you can make the most income and conversions possible, as well as FAQs and a privacy policy, as well as a terms and conditions page. I'm going to go ahead and show you guys the other website I made for JD's partner, Zaffazique. Let's jump into it. Here we have Zaffazique's website, and I went ahead and created this within the same infrastructure that I just explained for JD's website. So we have trust at the top. If you have a nice vehicle, if you have results, if you have things that will engage the user to sign up for your mentorship, to join your group, to buy your product, to sign up for your software, okay? Show them what they're going to be getting. Give them a free trial or give them a free visual view of what they're going to be getting. Boom, you could see, okay, successful guy, in shape, car, boom, that's what you want, okay? If you have a software, give them an example of what they're going to be getting for the software, okay? Show them what you're doing. Show them what you're about. Don't be scared to promote your results, push your results, and make your website the most engaging as possible. I don't know if you guys can see within the background, but within the background of the site, there's going to be like a very transparent picture, okay, of him. I can also direct your YouTube video straight to the site as well too for the most trust, okay? When we write the site copy rel, then we're going to be able to engage the user in. We're going to be able to build trust on our website, okay? Any pictures you'd like me to add as well, once again, same PDF system, okay? Whether you wanted to do a paid PDF or free PDF system in order for a lead engagement system, anything that you'd like me to add, I can do that for you, okay? If you're a CEO, if you're someone trying to scale your team, I'm here for you. Doesn't matter, okay? Let's go ahead and let's jump into their Instagrams, and I'm going to show you exactly the things I changed there and how you should organize your social medias for the most conversions. Let's go. So here we have Swole JD's Instagram, and let me show you the changes that we did. So when people click on your Instagram, you want people to know exactly what you're about, or if you're running a product page, what your product is about, or if you're running a software company, what your software is about, okay? So boom, if you're a fitness coach, let them know, okay? Ex-teacher to fitness coach. So in JD's case, he was an ex-firefighter. So ex-firefighter to fitness coach, okay? And then if you have a free engaging lead system, you need to make sure that it's all being directed, all the traffic, everything you're about, whether you have your coaching link, you have your product link, or if you have your software link, and then you have your job link in order for people to be hired to code software for you. Make sure it's all being directed on one website. So we added the emojis here, added the lines in between, and just made his profile a lot more engaging, okay? And just made sure that we added the most hook engaging profile pictures. Here we have him with Rick Ross. Here we have him with Brandon Carter, okay, next to some Rolls Royces. Let him know that he's around big plays, okay? So when you come on JD's program, if God wills, you'll be making some big plays too. Okay, let's head over to Za's page. So here we got Zaffazique's page. So here we updated his profile picture. So he has this car. I told him to put the car as the profile picture to get more trust. If you have something that you work hard for, whether it be your results, something that you own, make sure that it's known. Make sure your page is engaging, and make sure, especially if you're selling mentorship or coaching, let people know the results you're going to get. For example, here, if he's selling fitness coaching, here we have the pinned picture here, results for the transformation that he did, okay? Let people know that your results even work for yourself. When they see you doing it, it's a lot more trust. People go off of actions more than words, okay? Especially younger people. So here we updated his bio in a similar fashion. So when people click on his page, boom, they let him know, okay? He's a hightail sales expert. You can get the healing water for peak performance. You can grab the free water guide here. And then you have the custom pictures on your Instagram as well too. Make sure your pages are like your market. Think of your Instagram page, your TikTok page like a store. We need to update it, okay? Make sure that it's structured. Make sure that it's organized, okay? Let's go and let's jump into their YouTubes and their TikToks, and then I'll show you guys the process of me doing everything step by step. All right, so here we have Swole JD's TikTok here, and we went ahead and updated his bio to the same way. So when you click on his TikTok, it's engaging. You know exactly who he is. And when you have views on your videos, you want to make sure your viewers are engaged. You want to make sure that they have something to gain from your views. Don't just post and get views. That's why having a website is really, really important. Channel those views, funnel those views. Don't just get the money from the content monetization. That's good money too, but funnel that into a system, a product, coaching, do something. Funnel those views into a system, and I teach you how to do that at Stackmode.net in the academy. All right. So let's head over to Zaffazique's Okay, so Zaw Physique's TikTok here, we went ahead and updated the same thing, made sure that it was organized, and he went ahead and submitted his TikTok link. So if you don't have a link on your TikTok right now, go on your TikTok, click on your edit profile, and ask for a link. You might have to put in your social or your EIN number if you're trying to do it through your business or LLC. And if you need help with doing that, book a one-on-one call and I'll show you how. So let's head over to our YouTubes and I'm going to show you what I optimized there. All right, so here we have JD's YouTube. So we went in and updated his links here. So when people click on your YouTube, you want people to be directed once again to some traffic. So your main website is going to be something, and then you could also have your secondary links on YouTube, but really kind of only for YouTube is really where this works, and Facebook as well too, as of now. So having your website here as well in the description just lets people know, and it keeps it in people's head. Like, okay, if you have lamp.com, or if you sell lamps, and it's like, okay, lamp.com, lamp.com, lamp.com. That's just how people's brains works, and the psychology behind it. I really jump into it, and I'm excited to drop a lot more content for you guys to break it down, really, of content marketing and funneling your views into getting money. Okay, so let me go ahead and show you Zaw Physique's. So pull up his YouTube here. So we went ahead and changed his banner here, went ahead and made him this custom banner, improved it. And then from there, same thing, went ahead and updated all of his links. So you know exactly where to be directed to. If you like his content, then you can go ahead and get more, and you could be ready to learn more from him from the coaching, make passive income in his group, for example, or just do what you want. Okay. So whatever you want me to direct your site towards, I don't care if you make tables. Okay. I could try and get you table.com. We'll make you a whole table website, and we'll get your marketing up to par. Okay. Head over to stackmode.net and let's head over to the guide. Okay. I'm going to show you guys just step by step how I did it, just some live commentary, and let's do it. You guys have been viral for so long, and that's why I just need to make sure your website descriptions, everything is monetized. So I'm really happy to make the websites for you guys, and I see you guys are just so much up and running. So you got a booking appointment already with the new site? Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, site is slamming, bro. So really glad to create both of these sites here. Nice. Yeah, absolutely. So nice. And yeah, so just like I was telling JD, JD just got a booking already, like with the new site. So you're going to be getting bookings out the ass really soon. So that's why for you guys' virtual program, do you guys have a lot of content for that? Like, you guys just know how to virtual coach? Okay, nice. Okay, that's real. SwoleJD.com, nice. Okay, Zawphysique.com. Zaw, never mind, take your time. There we go, nice. For peak performance, learn more about the healing water, good shit. Yeah. So Zaw, let's go ahead and let's, right after the coaching, let's put a space after the water droplet, and then before the anti-aging water, you could put get the. Yeah, yes. Okay, so right after coaching, right? Let's put a space so the water droplet doesn't connect with the G. And then before anti, you could do get the anti-aging water. Get the. Yep. And the same thing with you, JD, on yours. After the get, put the. Yep. So then they can know that, you know, fitness coaching, get the water, boom, SwoleJD.com. Ooh, water, boom, Zawphysique.com. Get the. Yep, there we go. Let's fucking go, man. I take a sip. Good shit. That's what we like to see, man. That's what we like to see. Yeah, bro. No, I feel you. Let's organize. You guys are the fucking ghosts, man. All right, cool. So what we're gonna go ahead and do next, let's go ahead and get all of our social medias, the rest of them, organized. So let's start one by one. Let's go to your TikToks and let's go one by one. I'm with you guys. This is what people don't see, man. Setting up the accounts and shit. Let's go, man. And that's what I was just telling JD too, Zaw. JD already has like 100K views on YouTube already. So it's like, Zaw, when you drop one science video, bro, with your physique, people are listening. No, don't post just yet. Don't post just yet. Because you guys have so many viral videos, but your viral videos have to be, they're not everywhere. So that's why I want y'all to wait. Because right now, y'all are grinding hard. Right now, y'all are grinding so hard that, like, sometimes we can be grinding so hard that, like, we don't think. We don't have time to think, you know? So that's why I wanted to come in and step in. That's why I had to leave my old tech position. It was getting too many calls for this and then trying to do work for them. So it's like, I don't want you guys to be in that position. So JD, TikTok, please get this updated. Okay. It needs to be, yeah. And Zaw, you too. I'm about to pull up yours to the right so you guys are side by side. And then, do you already have a TikTok account, Zaw? Please tell me you do. Okay, all right, let's go. Cause Zaw, you should, bro, with your physique, bro, like, there's no one with a better physique than you. That's what I'm saying, bro. And you're fucking lean right now, bro. Like, you grind. And that shit needs to be put out there. That y'all are fucking hustling. Yeah. No, I feel you. I feel you, man. I feel you. No, I feel you, man. Yeah, and that's really what it is, man. That's what it is for sure. So I'm checking you guys out now. I'm gonna make you okay, yeah. So yeah, because you're gonna be able to just copy the same one. But no, it should be like Instagram. It should be like Instagram. So that's why I'm trying to just optimize it though, to make sure. On you guys' Instagram too. Let's do get the, and then JD for that water droplet too. Let's put a space after the water droplet. And then hold on, let me get you one real quick. And then I'll check your Instagram DMs. Yeah, I'm about to revise it for you. Yeah, I got you. Hold on, check your DMs. When I give you this final one, I'm optimizing it best I can. Yeah, you're gonna copy and paste it. The one I'm sending you now. All right, there we go. All right, let's. I take it. Let's get there. Okay, so I need your Okay. The link. Do you have you applied for your TikTok business? Yeah. Okay. All right. On your TikTok, okay, we need to get your link. You're gonna have to just put in your social and stuff like that. Okay. Do you have your TikTok open right now? Okay. On your TikTok, you're gonna go ahead and click on your edit profile. Just click on the description again. Okay. And then you're gonna see a little button that says links. Okay. Do you happen to see links? Let me go ahead and check. Yeah. Should let you add your website. Yeah, and then can you add your website? Yeah, URL. Yeah. And then from there, you could just put in your social and stuff. And then it should approve you in like a day. Yeah, man. Yeah, take your time. Yep, zofphysique.com. Fitness or education? Nah. Yeah. No restriction. It might ask you for bank statement. Something like that. Yeah. They don't. It's annoying with that. You can try. Yeah. Cause I just tried to put my EIN. Yeah. So it's gonna be 6 images of it's like bank statements. It should ask you. So it's either bank statements, annual amendment registrations for your LLC, bless you, and yeah, either annual amendment, the registration, like when you signed up with the state, your EIN form. That should be in your email too. And you should be able to use either one of those. But if they decline you and it's getting you mad, then you can just do the social. Yeah. So that'll be your EIN. So you can either do your EIN or you could do your social. Because yeah, you can either do your EIN or your social. Up to you. Because TikTok, you really just need your link, honestly. Like, once you have your link, you're good. Okay. And then JD, let's go and let's get that TikTok updated. So it's good. You can literally just copy and paste your Instagram. Yeah. We're going to do it step by step. We're going to stay right here until you guys are done. Take your time. Take your time, Za. We're getting this done, man. Because you see how frustrating it is. Is that your EIN document? That should be good enough. Yeah. That should be good enough. If they decline you, then just do your social. All right, bet. Oh, I'm still updating on my end. There we go. Expire bar. That's what we like to fucking see. Clean. Clean. Zal, I want to redo your Instagram bio too, because I want you to have the arrow down. Okay. Zal, I'm gonna send you a optimized bio. Just because I want you to have the arrow too. All right, there we go. All right, Zal. What I just sent you, that's your new bio. Because the arrow helps a lot. Okay. Yeah. So I just DM'd it to you because the emojis won't copy and paste on Discord. Yep. So you can keep yours either the healing or you could do anti-aging. Either one. But the more terms we have for it, healing water, anti-aging, the more terms you guys push out there, the better. Yeah. Yeah, and then the arrow helps a lot too. And then when you're done, you can update your TikTok to have the new one. Nice. It should be in the DMs, the one I sent you in your Instagram DM. Do you see the arrow? The down arrow? Because the down arrow will be right by the link. And it looks nice. Bet that. Y'all feel free. Nah. And I know what you want. Just because it's gonna do this. Yeah, it's too much. Yeah. That's why I put the high ticket sales after the fitness coaching. Yeah. I know what you want though, as far as like, but it's hard for you to do that right now just because like with your physique, they're coming to you for that. Just straight up. When people see that, they're not thinking about business off the rip. They're like, how can I get in shape? Yeah, you could put like a Jack profile picture. Yeah. We could do, instead of learn more about the healing water, you could do join my team. Yeah, join my team. Okay. We could do the. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, we'll redo that. Free healing water. Okay. I see. So yeah, let's change the copywriting. The learn about healing water, we could do something for free. Yeah. I'm gonna make a free PDF. Yeah, I know, man. That's why I don't even look at that shit. Yeah, so got the free water guide here. Okay. Got the free water guide. Okay, all right. Okay. Instead of cause the free. Okay, I understand, Zah. So you want to just get off the. I see. Okay. All right. So JD, change yours. Okay. Instead of learn about the healing water. Okay. Let's do this. I just put in the chat. Let's do grab the free water guide. Okay. And then Zah,